family of mutuals. The Mahoney, grade 3 on the grass at 5.5 furlongs, and Governor Sam has just been sensational. Looks maybe the best he has ever looked. And that grade 3 quick call, that'll come up in race 9. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Gonna kick off the card in 8 minutes. We're fast and firm. Third race in allowance group. That ninth, the Mahoney, in race 10. That is a loaded race. That's gonna be a lot of fun to close things out this afternoon with a couple from the Chad Brown barn, a Todd Pletcher horse who just won impressively at a mile and 1/8 in class assist. You could play it all right there by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match new customer bonus with that code right there, spot 200 at sign up, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime at Naira Bets. With me, champion handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. Good to see you. 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. A lot of excitement for this Mahoney today. Governor Sam has been sensational sprinting on the grass.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan. He's got a lot of early speed. The one thing I remember before his previous race in the quick call, George Weaver said he's kind of a heavy horse. He was a little bit concerned about the give in the ground, how that might affect him. Well, it didn't affect him, and it's firm today. If he ran well in ground that George didn't think he was going to like, what's he going to do over there on firm, very firm turf?
Yeah, and I'm agreeing with Jonathan. This horse could be a different horse at 3. The race off the bench was a good race. And then this race, I think, getting back on the turf after a muddy effort. And it seems like he's getting better with age. He ran so giant in the Breeders' Cup turf sprint for juveniles at the 5 furlong distance. And he draws that cozy outside post.
All right, Ortiz Jr. meets leading rider, will be aboard. He had a big Saturday afternoon. This is the field that will line up against Governor Sam, that potentially, 3 to 5 in here?
He's going to be pretty short. I mean, he's even money on the line right now, 6 to 1 scratching. I think he'll probably float around 4 to 5. It's turf sprints, right? I mean, outside of like a horse like Golden Pal, they usually, horse players try to look for some value in races like this. I think he's a cinch, especially from the outside.
Again, named after the first family of mutuals. Pat Mahoney in his time estimated sent more than $20 billion through the betting windows at tracks that he supervised. As we get set for our opener coming up, out of the Wilson Chute maiden special weight, 1 mile distance here, 3-year-olds. Now this is a really good group to kick us off right now. It's Chillax, Bill Mott with the 3 to 2 favorite Junior Alvarado aboard, beat by Class Assist, who we'll see to end the card in the 10th.
Yeah, I like Chillax, to be fair. I thought you could make the excuse that he might have needed that race off a short little break, right? Hadn't run since May. Comes in here, the racetrack, especially at the beginning of the meet, was pretty deep. Maybe he needed the race.
Here's peak performer, half of the entry for Shug McGahee.
Yeah, the other half is probably the half that's taking all the money.
Indeed, worthy charge, outside post. That was a great finish, not a great start.
Yeah, it didn't break particularly well. Sometimes horses got to get it figured out. I'd expect him to break a little bit better this time around.
That's how Paulie travels to the track every day.
Yeah, right. $1 million purchase is this son of Uncle Mo. Limo for Pin Oak Stud.
John Velasquez for Mott with a debut at a mile from the rail. Fun to tap Todd Pletcher, a horse who was second to Cyclone State, who would win the Jerome.
Yeah, he got an okay number that day, but let's not forget he was a 2-year-old then. Now he's 3. He's grown up a little bit. I think he's going to run well in here.
Here's Chillax, 3 to 2, Mott and Junior.
Yeah, not many times you see a horse with an 86, 87 bar that's still a maiden, but that's the problem here. But blinkers go on today.
Chad Brown with Roger, first time on dirt.
Yeah, turf synthetic, turf dirt doesn't feel like a confident move for me.
Son of Smarty Jones, party with Smarty, he was 0 for 18.
Oh, first time gelding this time out. Maybe that will make the ultimate change.
This one interesting at 6 to 1. Ran a big effort at a mile in the return for Cherie DeVoe, but a 5-year-old JK trying to get that first win.
Funny enough, I'd actually prefer to see him at 9 furlongs the way he was finishing that race. He's going to run the mile here out of that mile chute. I just think some others are a little bit faster.
4 minutes from this opening race on the card. It'll kick off an early pick 5. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale for more.
I think you're dealing with a situation in which the top two choices in here, i.e. the 1A and the 4, whom we'll begin with, Chillax, they're coming from different distances. And for me, I'd always rather a horse that's turning back a little bit, that has that foundation under their belt, and that's what Chillax has, and that's what I think the public is seeing with him, as he came back to run a mile in an 8th and posted an 87 buyer, who you guys mentioned, the horse that won that race, Class Assist. I think he could be a really nice one. We'll see how good he is in the last race, taking on winners for the first time. But Chillax here will add those blinkers, and he just seemed to run and stops and starts and wanted to hang on Class Assist a bit in the latter stages. So you see him now with Junior Alvarado aboard. He is on the muscle, getting a big old warm up. Oh, Junior, might want to shorten your hold there. Very aggressive. So I think maybe we'll see a little bit of speed from this guy too, even though he is turning back a bit, definitely on the muscle, but moving really, really well. Expend some of that nervous energy, and I think he'll be A-okay. Now the 1A is Worthy Charge, whom took a lot of money first time out. I do believe, as he was in part of an entry that day, that he still was the one that was taking the money, as he is in this spot here. I noted though that he wanted more ground. It was no surprise to me that he broke slow and came with that late flourish, because a mile is definitely more to his liking, I would assume, given the way that he's put together. He's huge, very much that classic looking type of thoroughbred, long-legged, more of that straight shoulder, not much angle from hip to point of shoulder overall. And I will say this though, he was very quiet in his first start. Today, he's been a lot more vocal. He's a lot more engaged, slightly distracted in the paddock. He was hollering to some of the ponies when he walked by them down in the corner. So he's definitely going to break better, one would think, given the way that he's acting on this particular occasion. He did run fast in that debut. Can he build on it with more ground? Coming back for his 3-year-old bow was number 3, Fun to Tap, who in his last start faced a next time out and then again winner in Cyclone State, who would win an A other than, and then the Jerome thereafter. And watching Fun to Tap, he was always under a hard ride, always chasing. So with that pedigree in mind, one may think that he won actually a little bit more ground than this mile. So maybe this is just a starting point for him as he comes back with Lasix, with Harad Ortiz aboard too. So you know Harad is one that will keep him busy, because I think he is that sort. Was a bit quiet back in the paddock. He's taken him out and given him a big old warm up, so waking him up a bit. This horse had been working with Mind Frame back in June. So obviously Todd thought enough of him to stick him with that multiple graded stakes winner, but there's a gap in his workouts of nearly a month. I don't know the story, but do be aware that there hasn't been, the most consistent workload heading into this 3-year-old return. But once upon a time, he was a $1.2 million purchase across the street here at Saratoga. Bill Mott, as we'll begin and end my side of things with a Mott trainee, number 2 Limo, breaking from the inside, son of Uncle Mo. There's a lot more turf on the bottom side. But with that in mind, one would think Bill knows that, so he could have had the option to start him on the turf. He looks as though he'll be A-okay, talking about the 2 Limo in here on this main track. He comes in fit. I like the distance for him, and he's been working with some nice horses in the morning, as he is wearing those blinkers, as he has been in his morning workouts. 2 back, when going 1 minute and 3/5, he was inside of Parchment Party, who won the Birdstone here, and he was setting the pace for him. Granted, when they hit the wire, Parchment Party exploded like he was shot out of a cannon, leaving Limo much in his wake. But going back a few more before that, he was setting the pace for Ragtime, who ran very well when taking on a tough field in the test, and only her 3rd career start. So a little bit silly with the pony. Oh, behave yourself. So Little Green, interested in him, Greg. Don't think he's going to be able to win first time, but one I want to watch is see how he performs here. Hall of Famer John Velasquez in the irons.
Thanks, Maggie. Over 600,000 in this Pick 5 pool, and this crowd starting to line up to get the best view here trackside. This is a good group, JK, to kick off this card.
It is. A lot of promising horses, nice pedigrees, good ownership groups, good trainers.
I mean,
always have the good riders.
Chillax, Paulie, Class Assist, we're going to see him later to end the card. He had been third behind Sovereignty, who was runner-up in that race by a few lengths back in September 24 when Sovereignty was still trying to break his maiden.
Yeah, you know, Chillax is one of those horses that's tough to figure out. As you see the Corgis are parading. We'll see the Corgis a little bit later as the horses go in the gate. I thought the 1A was going to be tough. I think the 7 is the overlay in here at 7-1.
Chillax 7-5 favorite as we kick off this Sunday card with the first ever Corgi Cup to come later on in the afternoon. First heat happens 2:30 Eastern start time. Top 3 finishers from each heat will move to a final later on today. You'll see the coverage all afternoon long. Let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati to kick off this Sunday card from Saratoga.
Momentum Files will be the last one to load. Worthy Charge to the extreme outside. Here's Chillax. One back. Worthy Charge. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Chillax was out very alertly. Roger is up close in the first few strides. And there goes Worthy Charge. Worthy Charge sprints up. And it turns into a duel with him and Momentum Files. And these two have sped well clear. Party with Smarty now takes third. And Roger is in fourth. They are followed by Peak Performer, fifth in the early stages, some 8 lengths off the lead. Chillax is next, 4 in front of Fun to Tap and Limo. They string out through a quarter in 23 and 4. It's Momentum Files in front. Worthy Charge pressing from second. Now it's just 3 or 4 back to Roger in third. Chillax inching up willingly fourth. Then comes Peak Performer on the outside of Smarty Party. And then another 2 lengths back to Fun to Tap. And a long way to Limo. 47 and 4. Momentum Files, Worthy Charge, Chillax looming behind them. Chillax into third, only a length and a half off the top pair now. Roger, fourth. Peak Performer is hard-ridden. Fun to Tap along the inside. He is right next to Party with Smarty, and 4 more to Limo. They're at the top of the stretch, and Worthy Charge goes on. Chillax coming after him. Worthy Charge has to jump and has some run with 1 furlong to go. It's a 3-length lead on Chillax, trying to bridge that gap in second. These two are dominating. Worthy Charge and Flavian Pratt by 3 past the 16th pole and will prove superior to Chillax. Worthy Charge, a comfortable win. Chillax second, Roger up for third, then Momentum Files.
Worthy Charge start number 2. And the stretch out, impressive in victory for Chad Brown, St. Elias Stable, and Flavian Pratt with a win.
Didn't break well in his debut, but this great colt by Liam's Matt broke today. Put the pressure on the 7, Momentum Files, put that horse to bed. Was able to hold off Chillax. I thought it was a big effort, JK.
Yeah, he appreciated that extra distance. Broke better today. Yeah, look, it's one of those situations with Chillax. He's starting to get that look of a horse that doesn't want to pass horses. But at the same time, Worthy Charge ran pretty well. But I could give Chillax one more look. But, man, he's in that category of, hey, buddy, you got to run by him.
Indeed. Well, that man right there, Chad Brown, 22nd winner of the meet for the odds-on favorite to win yet another meet title. And look, this horse blew the break at the beginning of that first start. And if you had watched the gallop out, blew by that field past the wire, the extra ground, you thought he would appreciate. Maggie said as much. Let's go back to the beginning and keep your eyes on the 1A. Was last early in the debut. It was a little rough from some horses in the middle there, but Worthy Charge broke a lot better today.
Again, the inside horse. Watch the 2 right here. It's just really tough with those inside posts in the Wilton Chute. If you don't get out of the gate, you're behind the 8 ball. And, the 1A and the 7 were the 2 horses that broke away from there. And the 1A had distinct advantage, but just nobody was beating that horse today.
Do you give this horse extra credit, JK, too, battling that 7 and then finishing off and winning the race?
Certainly. Yeah, I mean, he did the dirty work on the front end, hooked the Momentum Files back on the backside, and Chillax was sitting in a great position, chillaxing, as a matter of fact, and it still wasn't enough.
Pratt, number 26 of the meet, leading trainer Chad Brown, his 22nd, 1A, 4, 5, 7. Here to kick off this Sunday card from Saratoga with 3-2 second choice. And
Chad's other horse ran a good race for third. I mean, first time on the dirt,
Yeah.
Roger completes out your trifecta here, but no doubt about your winner, Worthy Charge, to start off the card.
we'll talk more about that man right there, the ride he gave on El Cordobez in the sword dancer for trainer Charlie Appleby in a thrilling finish in yesterday's Grade 1. Stay with us. You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets. Welcome back to our Fox Sports 2 coverage here on Saratoga Live, and there they are, the competitors for the first ever Corgi Cup from Saratoga. First heat takes place after race 3, and again, the top 4 finishers from each heat make it to the final later on in the afternoon. It's going to be a lot of fun. Our program, of course, brought to you where you can play it all. Naira Bets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And hopefully you're alive in the pick 5. If not, we've got a pick 4 coming up next. Worthy Charge, start number 2. Not easy to stretch out to a route of ground and just start number 2. This one, obviously, the wanting more ground. Flavian Pratt, Chad Brown, St. Elias stable. Let's go to Maggie.
Second time out, a little more distance does the trick for Worthy Charge. Chad, he was so much, more sharp in the paddock, and therefore it led to such a clean break.
Yeah, good observation. I thought so. He was definitely learned a lot from that first race. He's a bit sharper, and in that first start too, it looked like something happened at the gate anyway. I don't know if he stumbled or a horse came over. I'm not really sure, but he showed a lot of speed in the morning, and today it was more like he trains.
He really, battled on the front end and put some separation between he and the rest of the group here. Is he a horse that will excel going a bit longer even than this mile?
I hope so. I was just talking to Flavia Flavien about that. What I was happy to see, I figured he'd be tired getting in that little skirmish down the backside, which I didn't want to see. I'm happy Flavien backed off that other horse. And but it seemed like when horse came to him near the wire, maybe he heard him. He gave him another 1/8 of a mile. It looks like he galloped out well, and at least visually, and Flavien said the same thing. So there might be just a little bit more distance there.
Like it, as you'll send out Zandon's little sister, half memorized in the 5th race today. Talk a little bit about her. It does feel like a contentious group going the 6.5 furlongs. Is she ready to win at first asking?
You know, it'll be the shortest she ever runs, so we'll start with that. She definitely wants a route of ground. But she's pretty speedy in the morning, and that's what you love to see. Your dream is to have these 2-turn horses that have sprinter speed, because you know the sky's the limit. And with her, I think she has that.
Awesome. Well, best of luck with her, and congrats taking the first.
Thank you.
All right, Worthy Charge gets his maiden broken today at St. Elias Stable, and Chad Brown. And as Chad said, maybe a little further in the future, too.
Looking forward to that a little bit later on. That'll be in race 5, memorized, debuting. Tappet filly. Sister yet a Zandon, who was a first out winner, by the way. Wound up winning the Bluegrass, was third in the Derby and the Travers. Worthy Charge, $5.10 for the win.
Yeah, look, Worthy Charge, first of all, was impressive, improving. And look, Chad, the way that he trains his horses, on the bridle, often in company, they can typically handle going a further distance, because when you're on the bridle, you're listening to your rider. You're not doing too much. So we'll see what happens with that first-time starter a little bit later.
Race 2, 1 1/8. Going to stretch things out a little bit further here. 2 turns, $30,000 claiming price, so all for sale. Horses who have not won 3 lifetime. And Le Gris on the inside, Al Stahl, 6-5 favorite. We'll get deeper into this race in a moment. We're going to look back to yesterday and our Casamigos champion performance of the week. El Cordobez, and a terrific ride from Flavien Prat. And this horse now back-to-back wins at 1.5 miles, the distance of this year's Breeders' Cup Turf.
Yeah, Paul, I thought this was an outstanding ride. Flavien sat right in behind Farbridge, followed him until he wasn't following him. He was running by him.
Yeah, you make completely correct there, JK. Down the backside, you can see Flavien drop the one, and he was sitting behind Farbridge, and he kind of got backed up a little bit, but Farbridge carried him enough to that seam. And when he came up empty, he was able to go around and kind of split horses. Nation's Pride ran a bang-up race, and so did the 2 horse in there. I thought ran well. But the one, Charlie Appleby, just keeps on doing this in that Godolphin Blue.
3 wins the last 4 years for Charlie Appleby in the Breeders' Cup Turf. This race, he had said for El Cordobez, was going to determine what the second half of the year is for him. I would think it would probably include some beach time and get a surfboard, go to Del Mar. Also, we'll talk about who just won today as well for him in a moment. But what about this horse going forward to the Breeders' Cup Turf, if that's the plan?
You want this horse to get on a surfboard?
Well, it's at Del Mar.
Oh, I know. I thought you were talking about the horse on the surfboard.
Oh, he could do anything. I'm sure he could.
No,
I
I think he's really good. No, I mean, I think that the one thing this horse definitely has in his corner, he's got an unbelievable rider in Flavien Prat. He's got those blue silks that they win a lot of races. And Charlie Appleby knows how to win these races with these European horses that he brings over. I think if you can win a Grade 1 Sword Dancer, or pretty soon known as a Grade 1 Christophe Clement, I think you can win the Breeders' Cup Turf.
How impressed were you by that?
I think this horse got a big shot. He's only a 4-year-old, and all the other players are kind of getting a little bit older. And even Flavien's like, I guess he's a horse improving, and like kind of the first time he ever got on the horse is tactical. I had said this yesterday. A lot of the Charlie Appleby horses, they're just gate ready when they come over here. This horse broke on the bridle, kind of was trying to show a little bit speed, so I think he'll be handy. Like I said, he's a 4-year-old. He can keep on going up.
Nation's Pride, had the bigger resume coming in, but Connections was kind of searching for him to get him back competitive at a top level. Maybe this distance for him is not what he wants to do.
I don't know. He
Still ran
okay.
pretty good, though.
Yeah, I mean, for a second, I thought he was going to win. I made a joke. I was looking at One TV traveling, and when I saw him make that move, I thought, okay, he's going to win. I'll just continue to walk. And then I saw him start to slow down a little bit. I thought he made a winning move, just got a little tired.
Both deserving to move on, you believe?
I think they'll both continue down the path.
Forget, who just won today in Germany. The horse has won 2 of those 3 Breeders' Cup Turfs for Charlie Appleby. Rebels Romance, you would have to think, is going to come back and try and win a 3rd.
I would think so. And to go back to Nation's Pride, I think when Farbridge made that move, it kind of ignited Nation's Pride, and he got a little bit squirrely. So I'm with JK. I thought he ran bigger than I thought.
Alabama next weekend, then the Travers, two amazing Fox Saratoga Saturday still to come, and the first ever Corgi Cup. We are getting close. First heat after race 3. We'll be back 15 minutes away from the second.
The Fasig-Tipton New York Bred Yearling Sale, the industry's leading source for quality New York breds, selected on conformation and pedigree. Recent grads include multiple graded stakes winner Mo Flex and New York bred champions Pandagate and With the Angels. Yearlings in this year's catalog will compete for equal purse money as open company horses on the NYRA circuit in 2026. The Fasig-Tipton New York Bred Yearling Sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.nyra.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man, sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Good to be with you on this Sunday edition of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. And here's one of the several Corgis getting ready to compete in the first ever Corgi Cup to come.
He's ready.
40-yard dash here.
The cutest show on turf.
Indeed. Looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. Race 2 is going to start the Pick 4. Mile and an eighth. Claiming race, they're all for sale for $30,000 here. And horses who only have 2 wins on the resume. I thought this was a very difficult race to make. And I understand the one's taking a big drop here, JK, deserving to be that short.
I thought so. I thought the drop made a big difference for a horse that, doesn't have a lot of early speed. That would be my biggest concern. But if this one shows up and runs one of, the A-type races, the other ones are going to be in a tough spot.
I thought the 6, the other horse dropping in here at 5-1 is a little bit of an overlay for Saratoga stables, the ones that brought you Tis the Law, and obviously Funny Side with Barkley Tag. But this horse is dropping for an all-time low and gets Romero Mirage in the irons.
Let's go to Maggie for more on the second.
Let's take a look here at the horse who's likely to be the favorite come post time, as you guys were saying. He's a favorite now. That's number 1, Le Gris, as he just gets the ultimate class relief. I mean, this is a drop, but then again, Al Stahl, he comes with a select few, and he's here to win races. And I think you just have to be aggressive at times, and he's doing as such. And I do think that he will get a little bit of pace to run at, which does help his chances here. Obviously, some of the pace did scratch, but he feels like a horse that wants a little bit of a target as he does compete over this 9 furlongs yet again, but on a fast track. And last time out, he was the long way last, a race that was a little bit more dominated forwardly. And I thought he actually ran on okay behind a horse like Digital Ops, who nearly took down the Birdstone over Parchment Party. Next, we'll move on to number 4, Timaeus, who is coming off a little bit of a layoff. Now, you see him being saddled with the pony outside here for Rudy Rodriguez. Have no fear, he is always like this. He's been like this since day one, as he's going to try to clear out everybody, say, give me some room. But coming back, obviously a little bit fresh too, off a little bit of a break. But I think that race contested over a muddy sealed surface and 2 back was a sloppy sealed surface. So now he gets a fast track. But that last race featured 5 next time out winners, all bying anywhere from 77 to 84. So a live type of race that he's coming out of. Now, Andy Serling, doing the handicapping show with me earlier, did point out the fact that he wasn't able to beat Tomacon 3 back when he had that said fast track. So that's not something to be proud of, but I do like what I'm seeing from him here in the paddock. He just looks so well turned out, so strong, and obviously he's feeling good coming in here off a bit of a freshening. Now, first off the claim, who is turning around somewhat quickly, is number 7, Who's the King. He just dominated when dropping in here for Saffie Joseph a couple weeks ago. I will say this, horse's claim from Saffie overall hit at about 14%. In this specific type of, in dirt routes, if you will, they're a little bit better, actually hitting at 18%. So he does look phenomenal here. I mean, he's a horse that has a good bit of speed. He could be the one that gets to control again. He's going to have to do it from the outside post here, but then again, it's kind of scratched down, so it's not like he has a lot of horses he needs to clear, but he makes a really excellent impression on me overall. Maybe he's able to jump out in front of Legris, and Legris is going to have to play his game. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. We'll get to the post-parade here momentarily. Legris, that was Malarchuk, or Malarchuk, I should say, who this one faced last time out. That's a horse who was neck and neck with Strategic Focus, who I still think is going to be a very good 3-year-old for Chad Brown.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I think that, a little strength of schedule, dropping this one in, it's a significant drop for running against a horse like Malarchuk, who could, probably end up in some sort of a stake race next, into a race like this where all these horses are for sale for $30,000. I also think the horse can move up. Hadn't run since April 30th prior to that start in July. Could be another step forward. Like we talked about earlier, the track here a little bit deep. So I think sometimes horses getting a second run over it can help.
The concern you have with the one, he's never hit the board, but he's never running the exact on the dirt. Now, that's against obviously way tougher group, and if he runs those numbers that he ran at Fairgrounds, he's going to be very tough.
Luis Saez, there he is. He'll have the mount for Al Stall. We expect this Al Stall barn, I can't speak today, Al Stall barn, to really bring some good horses here and do some damage. It's been quiet for him to this point.
It
so
has.
Break out, I would think, eventually.
Well, yeah, Al brings up kind of like Tom, his college roommate, Tom Amos and Al Stall. If you did not know, they were roommates, and
he hasn't sent that many horses out either.
Yeah, he kind of has limited his horses. Yeah, in the last couple of years, where Tom has brought up a little bit more, but when Al does bring them up, they usually got a big shot, as you see. Luis Saez, and those are cool silks, by the way.
Former trainer of Tom's d'Etat.
Star Guitar. That's some good ones. Blame. Al knows how to train a horse.
Yes, he does. And this one, maybe just too good for this group. And look, to be fair, it was a muddy racetrack coming back. The start before that, 1.5 mile marathon on the dirt, probably a distance he just does not want to do. So I could see, as I look a little deeper here, what to like with this horse. But a couple others who are intriguing as well, including Who's the King, Jose D'Angelo. Claimed this one for $17,500 and won here at Saratoga at 1 1/8 and did it on the front end.
Yeah, the horse won for $17,500, and now a confident move. One might argue a negative, a lack of confidence move from the one here, dropping. This is a confident move from the 7, Who's the King, with Jose D'Angelo moving this one up. Now, Jose, I think, is an outstanding trainer. I think he's one of the next generation of good young trainers, but he hasn't had the greatest meet so far. But it's not an easy place to win.
No, that horse is interesting. If you don't think the 1 and the 6 are going to run well on the drop, the 7's last race is the barometer here. And if that horse gets loose and the 1 and the 6 don't really run on the drop, the 7's going to be dangerous in here.
Who do you think I mean, certainly the 4 wants to be up on the front end, right? The 5's not slow, and then the 7 with speed as well. Who's the speed of the speed?
They took the speed.
I would say the 5, because the 7's drawn in a position where they don't have to go to the front from out there. They can sit off of horses. When you're drawn outside and you have speed, you have options. When you're drawn inside, you have speed. You don't have a lot of options. I would think that the 5 would probably, the 5 or the 4 would be forward. The 7 would sit off.
Yeah, 4's showing sprint speed.
Yeah,
Timaeus with Manny Franco.
He can be sent. He's off the layoff, too, so he might be fresh. And the last time he was in for a tag, he won and ran an 82 buyer, but he did not take that field gate to wire. He actually broke slow, but he's shown some ability in the past.
A bit of a tough read. This pace here in the second race. It'll start off this early pick 4. Race 3. Interesting turf sprint where Warlow, probably the deserving favorite in that spot, will try and win a 3rd in a row for Chris Engelhart.
I like the 3 Great Lilo a little bit in there. I love a horse with a ton of early speed. This horse has serious early speed.
It's like a very competitive race to come. Here's Legree, 6-5 favorite. Luis Saez for Al Stall.
Yeah, it feels like the class is going to be too much for this one.
To Timaeus, Manny Franco, Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, can this 5-year-old show some speed? They put blinkers on him in his last 2 starts, and now he's off a layoff since May.
First of his name, Wayne Potsbarn with Rat Ortiz Jr.
Yeah. I'm assuming that's a nice little Game of Thrones reference. Yeah, I mean, I don't like the last race, but the races prior to that could get this one in the mix.
Romero Mirage left me behind. Barkley tags Saratoga.
I thought this horse was very interesting, but needs a little pace to run into, so we'll see what happens here at 5-1.
And the aforementioned Jose D'Angelo runner went gate to wire on this track at 1 mile and 1/8, but now tougher company.
Yeah, if this horse runs that last race from this outside draw, he could be tough.
5, now 4 minutes to post here in this second race. That first turn, JK, comes up quick, too. So you would think, I mean, at least, even if Who's the King is not in front like he was last time, he's got to try and get position.
The worst thing that could happen to Who's the King, based on the horses that are inside of him, is you can end up 3 wide. That's if both the 4 and the 5 break, the 7 breaks, and they end up going into the first turn 3 wide. But I'd like to think that one of those horses will go, and the worst case scenario, and I'm hopeful for with the 7, would be to kind of end up in that 2 path.
6-5 favorite. Let's go back to performance of his at the fairgrounds. In a race that came off the turf.
This is the
January
race
27th. It ran 3rd and was forward this day.
Yeah, this is the race I was talking about. You know, this is a race out of a stakes race, out of a sloppy racetrack in the wood chipper. He comes in an optional claiming race, and he ran well. I mean, that 85 buyer, I know it's only a 6-horse field, and you kind of look like it's bunched up, but you still can't ignore that race. And like Jonathan said, this horse been off since April, only had 1 start, so, you know, caught a muddy racetrack, now drops on a fast track, and might be more forward than you think with Louis aboard.
Could it hopefully work out like a nice pocket trip, right? If the other horses go, he could sit right there in that position, get that position moving forward out of there. I don't think you want to take this one too far back, even though that's how this horse has been running as of late.
You know, interesting, he won, actually, you know, on a wet track, a race that came off the turf, sitting off the pace. That race he ran very good, and a faster figure, too, forward. Inside, see if he goes or not in a race where there's several other speeds. Even money, back down to a short price favorite here. Legree, Al Stall Barn. Fans await the first of our Corgi events coming up.
I'm ready to go. I hear there's been a scratch in there. No worry. Fenway Frank sounds like he might be a little bit tough. Aries.
It's a local from Glens Falls.
Yeah. Okay.
We're going to have 2 heats after race number 3 today.
That first heat, by the way, there's someone who's going to be an overwhelming favorite. Aries is part of that Cogs of War, who has twice won similar events.
For the Bills, huh?
The Bills, yeah.
I wonder if he's ever won in the snow, or if he's ever went outside and jumped on one of those tables when it was all over.
And then Athena will be in the second, who is part of the Corgis Wars. That one won the Giants Corgi Cup.
Jockey standings, incredible what the Ortiz brothers are doing. Rat Ortiz Jr., another big Saturday afternoon, nearly at 40 for the meet. And, you know, Flavio Prat's starting to gain momentum, but unfortunately he's going to be out 3 days serving a suspension.
Yeah, unfortunate from that ride with Zulu Kingdom. The most impressive one on that list to me, I think we all know that what Irad's doing is impressive. What Jose's doing, impressive. But Ricardo Santana with 22 wins after recently moving his tack to New York, I've been very, very impressed with the way he's riding. He is overachieving based on what he was expected to do coming into this meet.
Kendrick Carmouche, too. I mean, he's racking them up for those wins. And Junior Alvarado, with only 9 wins, got some important ones. He shipped out of town and won the Arlington Million.
Well, yeah, 2 grade ones for Kendrick. One of them Belmont at Saratoga week, and then, of course, Saratoga Oaks yesterday on the undefeated Laura Lynn. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Kendrick riding so well, and he told me in an interview that him and his agent Jimmy Riccio, being a little bit more select with their mounts, not riding every race, not having a full book of rides per every card. As Kendrick said, he's done that. He did that when he was riding in the Mid-Atlantic, and now just seeking out those good mounts, and he is delivering on them, getting another Greatest Stakes win, as you guys mentioned with Laura Lynn. She's 5 for 5, but with Kendrick, she's also 4 for 4, as we'll take a look here. I told you guys the wrong number. I meant to say number 6. Very sorry about that. As left him behind, I read the odds instead of the actual number. For Barkley Tag, I think this is definitely a dirt horse. He has toyed with running on different surfaces, i.e. the synthetic and the turf, but he's all dirt horse. And this is arguably the easiest race that he has been in. Obviously, he had no shot last time at 30-1. And before that, facing some kind of nitty-gritty New York bred dirt horses. So I think he gets some clash relief here. He's handled himself with aplomb. And I know that Arad Ortiz is driving the price down on number 5, first of his name. But I think it's kind of strange in a way that these 2 horses are the same price. For me, I'd much rather take Left Him Behind at 5-1 as opposed to first of his name. But ultimately, Greg, I landed on the even money shot. Agree.
Well, you're not alone. The public has as well. Those silks right there, Paul, it's got to be a thrill for anyone to put those on. Romero Mirage riding for Saratoga Stable, Barkley Tag. Obviously, 'tis the law, but more famously, Funny Side on one of the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown, the New York bred.
It just feels like Saratoga Stable was that stable that kind of brought that hominess, that syndicate together that you see so many syndicates now. As we have a situation here with the 7.
Yeah, that's Jose Ortiz, and the 7 looks like, coming off the board.
Wow, now that takes a ton of pace out of the race. Hopefully everything's okay with the 7.
Horse who had gone gate to wire at Saratoga last start for Safi Joseph Jr. back on July 25th. And
Who's the King? Number 7, Who's
coming
the
off
King?
the board.
Late scratch, order the stewards.
So changes,
of the track veterinarian.
Obviously one that wanted to be up front in here, but still you got the 4 and the 5, both with speed. See what Legree does from down on the inside. Those other 2 are pretty quick.
Well, now it's a 4-horse field, right? So it's more of a rider's race, and you're wondering yourself, who's going to be the horse? That's, as you see the 7, will go off to live another day.
It's interesting, too. I mean, you wouldn't think this, but short fields like this is where you do see traffic problems a lot. And now you have the big horse to beat down on the inside in the rail. Do riders now start to play games and say, let's make his life extremely difficult?
Well, I mean, that's their job. It's their job to, within the bounds of the rules.
So 1-2 with a change on Legree.
So please check your tickets very carefully.
As they make their way to the gate, as the 7 officially has come out.
I was saying, I think that when you have a smaller field like this, it is the riders' jobs to make it difficult for the other riders within the rules. And I think that I think that you'll see that. You can see that very often. We'll see what Luis Saez does here with this favorite. Like we mentioned, at once upon a time, this horse had some tactical speed. But I think the mistake that sometimes you can make in these situations is taking back and having to deal with all of that traffic. Be forward, be aggressive. Like in traffic, it drives me insane with traffic when people just want to brake all the time. Just go on with it. Go on with it. Let's go.
Well, the public at 1-2 now, I would think that now Luis got the best horse in the field, now tactical, so he's got to go and push to the front end. We'll see what happens. I think it hurts the 6, but sometimes these coupled fields can help a closer.
1-2 favorite on the rail, Legree for Al Stahl. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
First of his name has taken up his spot and left him behind, completes the line. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Timaeus and Legree both ridden hard out of the gate for speed. It's Timaeus just in front going into the first turn. They're followed by first of his name, and left him behind is at the back of the field. And so it will be Timaeus to clear off and leads it by 2 over heavily favored Legree, are tracking second and now guided just to his outside. It's a gap of 4 back to first of his name. Left him behind has 5 lengths to make up. The opening quarter in 24 seconds flat for the longest shot of the field. And it is Timaeus who heads toward the 5/8 pole, leading it by 3/4 of a length to Legree. Another 4 lengths back, first of his name is just in front of left him behind, who inches up inside of him as they run down the back stretch. It's Timaeus in front under Manny Franco. Legree and Luis Saez keeping close attendance though and starting to move in now. Legree within a half length through a half that went in 48 3, less than a half mile to travel. Left him behind takes third. First of his name is back to last. Rounding the far turn, Timaeus Legree. Legree on even terms, and Legree's gray head has gone to the front. Legree opens up a length now. Timaeus all out, left him behind, is trying to rally as Legree threatens to run away. Left him behind is motoring up on the outside of Timaeus. They're at the top of the stretch, and it's Legree with a commanding lead. Left him behind on the outside, and Timaeus with 1 furlong to go. Legree by 7 lengths over left him behind, who's trying his best but is no match. Legree far superior to the competition, and Legree will take care of business by 4.5 lengths. Left him behind, and then it was Timaeus in third.
Legree, easy time of things and odds on here. Al Stahl, Luis Saez, and the 3rd career win for this 4-year-old.
Yeah, Louis did a great job holding that position going into that first turn. And then when the horse right outside of him wanted to take the lead, he decided, all right, the 4, wanted to take the lead. He said, all right, took back. You saw from that drone footage, it got right outside of him, sat in the perfect trip all the way around there, and took him when he was ready.
Yeah, you could tell Louis was just like, okay, I got 1 horse to beat here. It's the 6. Let me make this move early, put some separation. Now the 6 is in complete chase mode. Never going to run this horse down. And just a heady ride by Louis. Used the 4 kind of as the target. You can see the 4 kind of distancing at the end of this race. Just shows you how big the 1 ran. I know it's only a 4-horse field, but this horse ran a pretty big race in 151-2.
And he'll be moving on to another barn. Both the 1 and 6 left me behind, claimed out of this race.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I think the 1 made sense to claim in here off that aggressive drop. You got him for 30 in here, and the 6 as well left me behind.
1, 6, 4, 5. Legree, too good. Big drop down in class. And an easy time of things at this 1 and 8 distance against this group.
Don't forget, if you had the 7 in your pick 5, you do get the 1 here, so you get the favorite. If you started your pick 4 and you included the 7 and the 1, you have a $1 now.
All right, we're going to take a timeout. It's Legree easily in race 2. And coming up after this 3rd race, the first of our Corgi heats for the Corgi Cup. Stay with us.
Of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Pagilante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Good to have you with us on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 2 in the books. Race 3 approaching the 20-minute mark to post. And the Corgis to come. Easy time. Here for this odds-on favorite in the second, Legree, Al Stahl, and Luis Saez dominate this field.
Yeah, the great son of City of Light, the Tappan mare. Is that Chickaboo? Sorry, I might have put a mark over that. Now 3 for 15. Lifetime, and Luis Saez, like you said, in the winner's circle. Now we'll move to another barn.
So $3 back on your $2 win wager. Formful beginning through the first couple on the card, but a lot more competitive races to come this afternoon, including this third. We briefly touched on it here. Certainly Warlow deserves probably to be favored in here, although early on not the favorite, but trying to win 3 in a row. But it's a competitive group. Going 5.5 on the lawn.
Yeah, I mean, definitely deserves to be the favorite. Definitely the most likely winner. A horse I would have to have in multi-race wagers. A horse I do believe will be favored, but I'm a little bit interested with the 3. Great Lilo. Looks like a horse that's going to be very, very fast.
Nate, another one intriguing, who came back for Phil Antonacci and had a maiden-breaking win. Paul, your thoughts here?
This is a difficult race, and I wish I could have punched the all button, but I couldn't, so I'm going to start to pick 5. With 2, 4, 5, 6 in here, and I'm gonna single everything around Here's Johnny in the next race, a horse that kind of got backed up on the dirt last time and really made a tremendous run. I think back on the turf is going to be really tough today, so I'll go with Here's Johnny in the third. Race number 5, I'm going to go 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 in there. Race number 6, 1, 4, 5, 9, 12. I actually like the 5 Archer's Assault in there, and then I'll close it out with 1, 2, 3, 9. My 2 Sophias will probably be the favorite in that spot. I actually like the 9 a little bit in there. Excuse me, who's the 9 in there? Valentine Gift, yeah.
Tough race, too.
Yeah.
To close it out. So mandatory pay pick 5 starts here in this third. About 19 minutes to post here in race 3. We're going to swap our coverage over to Fox Sports 1. So after a break, we will see you over there with the first of our Corgi events to come, as well as we wait to see who's going to be that canoe. The colors they'll be painted in, most think royal blue, but magnitude looks like he could be a serious threat, JK.
Royal Blue will save some money. Sovereignty can win, you know?
It would.
Tickets are on sale right now, so you can get your Travers seats. Just go to NYRA.com and get them early, believe me, because if that big boy comes around, and everybody's going to come and watch it.
This Jim Dandy was so impressive. Probably, you know, I think he's better maybe at a mile and a quarter. Race that he was not going to be 100% cranked up for, and sort of just dropped back and toyed with that group.
Yeah, he's gotten really good. Is there a Corgi canoe out there? What color will they paint that one?
It's a good idea.
The Corgi canoe.
Get you on the marketing team. Yeah, that's coming up after race 3, our first of these Corgi events. You'll see them live on our Fox Sports 1 coverage coming up in just a little bit, as we are 18 minutes away from race 3. You know, as you look quickly, Jacob, I know Paul put together his pick 5 before we say goodbye here real quick, that 5th race. So many new faces in that group. We have that sister to Zandon. Who intrigued you in that race?
Yeah, I thought the 3 Carmel Coast made some sense. The 5 Essential Coffee, the 6 Lovely Christina. My goal here is to play against Chad's horse. I just feel like, even hearing him in that interview, I think longer probably for this horse, but you got to get started somewhere.
We'll see if, that is the case for Memorize. $900,000 purchase. Filly by Tappet. Sister to Zandon, the former Bluegrass winner, who was 3rd in the Kentucky Derby and Travers. Still to come. The cutest show on dirt. They're quick early, too.
That guy has on the same shirt as me. Look at that. Good shirt.
It's the giveaway shirt. Oh, no, this is your shirt. I'm sorry.
Yeah, good shirt.
We'll see you on FS1 after a break, right after this.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
This is my Oakland.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Welcome to the Sunday card from the premier meet in the country with the first of its kind stakes race ready to break from the gate. Governor Sam has been tough to top on the turf. He comes off an impressive graded stakes win in the quick call. Can he keep things rolling in today's Mahoney? Spiced up, switched to turf for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. Took a big step forward to break his maiden. Can he move up again in his stakes debut? Al Cordobez strong in his first states start for a trainer who's dominated the Breeders' Cup turf. We'll look back at a thriller in the Sword Dancer and which Corgis are ready to shine in the first ever Corgi Cup from Saratoga. The competition will be fierce as we look forward to the cutest show on dirt coming up. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon here in upstate New York in Saratoga Springs at this historic racetrack. Tremendous action on Saturday. We'll take a look back what happened in that Sword Dancer. Good to be with you, but some good ones coming up as well today. I'm Greg Wolf. Later this afternoon in the Mahoney, Governor Sam has been very hard to beat on grass, and it looks like now he has taken just another step forward, coming out of a Grade 3 win where he was absolutely dominant. Now actually dropping down in class. Going to be a very short price favorite in that feature later this afternoon. We're up to race 3 right now. We're about 13 minutes away. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Fast and firm on this gorgeous Sunday afternoon. And the third race, first of our action here on FS1. Little warm-up for the Mahoney. 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the lawn, where Warlow will try and win 3 in a row. Chris Engelhart, Barn, and Joel Rosario. And that Corgi Cup, first of those heats coming up after this third race. You can play it all by getting signed up right there at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That's the offer, the $200 deposit match, new customer bonus. Punch in that code at sign up to get that offer. Spot 200 right there at NairaBets.com, and play with us all summer long and beyond. With me, champion handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. Our feature later today, Governor Sam was sensational last start.
Yeah, he was. And his trainer, George Weaver, said before the race and after the race, he was worried about Governor Sam being a heavy horse running on that soft ground. Think about that, just kind of sinking into the ground a little bit, and he ran as well as he did. It is not soft today. It is very firm, and I think he's going to be very tough to beat.
Yeah, he's sent out by Alex Bregman, the All-Star third baseman for the Boston Red Sox, and he's really excited when I got to talk to him a little bit about Governor Sam and how he's just progressing, and he was giant in the quick ball, like JK said, and he's going to be very tough in there.
Even money, morning line, we fully expect him to be a shorter price than that. But right now, it's time to kick off this inaugural running of the Corgi Cup. 3 heats, top 4 finishers from each qualify for the final of 12 Corgis going 40 yards. And some serious competition, again, lined up to compete in here, including several from a group known as the Cogs of War, who have won multiple similar events with professional football teams across the league. So this is serious stuff, and some who certainly have had success doing it before. As you look what awaits the winner, and a winner's circle celebration to the winning Corgi, and connections to come after race 7.
Fired up, Wolfie. I'm fired up. I like a Corgi.
Jenna Antonucci, who's won a Belmont Stakes and a Travers, has as a Corgi competing as well.
Mando.
I actually heard, funny enough, our research team, she's going to be the first trainer ever, if she can win the Corgi Cup, to also have won the Belmont Stakes.
This man does his research. Hopefully that wasn't the extent of it last night. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale for more on what we can look forward to in this Corgi Cup.
And I'm here in the Corgi holding barn with my friend Travis Grossman and, of course, Fenway Frank. And Travis, you certainly are endearing yourself to JK, but I don't know about Paul with that name, Fenway Frank.
Yeah, no, he's very, very fast.
This is his maiden voyage, though, his maiden run, I should say. So how have you been preparing, Frank, for this heat?
So we've been bringing him to the dog park and having him come directly to me. He's been doing really good, but with the crowd and all these other dogs, I don't know what's going to happen.
He thinks this is like a chew-choy or something. But also, Travis, talk a little bit about, you're kind of local, you're from Glens Falls. The track isn't necessarily a new thing for you, though.
No, I used to work here. I bussed tables back 15 years ago.
So how cool would it be to win the Corgi Cup?
I mean, it would be a dream come true.
Epic. Well, Frank, best of luck, buddy. He is so cute, and we'll see you out there for the first heat.
Thank you.
Guys.
Fenway Frank, best of luck. One of the locals, yeah, from Glens Falls, New York, nearby. And we will see. It's going to be, Frank Miramati has a tough job to call these races.
Yeah, Aries in the first heat from Massapequa was probably your favorite in there, but Lacey from Albany, another local dog too. And these dogs are ranging anywhere from 12 years old to 7 months, and here are the Corgs of War.
Yeah, who have competed, again, in several of these competitions. And as you had mentioned, Aries actually has won 2 of these events with the Buffalo Bills, who put on events like this. So has been through the ringer before and come out successful on multiple occasions. Athena and then Tails we will see later in the 3rd qualifying heat.
Yeah, look, these look like some serious Corgis, but I'm telling you right now, I am rooting for Fenway Frank. How can I not? His owner has the same shirt as me on.
He paid you for the shirt, by the way, right?
The 6 in the first heat, Queenie Viviana is a Florida bred, the only Florida bred in the first race.
All right, good luck to all these Corgis competing. There was a late scratch, we had been told, in this event, and someone entered last second all the way from Florida and flew out here to be part of this competition. This 3rd race, 8 minutes away. It's 5.5 furlong turf sprint. And, wow, Irish Gent off this long time away for Todd Pletcher. Hasn't raced since November of 2023. Favored at 5-2 right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little aggressive. If you ask me, I think that it's pretty clear the 5 should be favored in here. I'm going to take a look at the multi-race wagers to see if maybe it's just a big win bet's been placed and that will even up before they pop away from there.
It's a really bold move on the board because it's a horse that sometimes you'll see a horse that's been working here at Saratoga take money because the word's been out of the racetrack. This horse hasn't been seen, like you guys said, since November 2023 and is preparing for this race at Monmouth Park.
Somebody did make a pretty big wager on the 6 to make that horse the favorite. The 5 should go off favorite.
Yeah, we would expect that. Warlow again, the 5, trying to win 3 in a row. Let's go to Maggie again.
Yeah, here in the paddock, getting a quick look here at these horses. We'll start with number 6, Irish Gent. As you guys said, nearly 2 years away from the racetrack has been Irish Gent. But the fact of the matter is, in his last start in the Atlantic Beach, if he just improves a little bit from a speed figure standpoint, and 2, with the class that he met, finishing ahead of Works For Me, who has proven to be a stakes caliber turf sprinter, well, then he'll be okay in this spot as he looks fit, he looks bright, he has grown. He wasn't necessarily the biggest horse as a 2-year-old, but he's really developed his hind end. And as I always say, turf sprinting is the condition where you don't have to be a 100% fit. You can be about 90%, and if you're happy and you're healthy, then you can win. And that's exactly what I am observing here from Irish Gent. As we'll move on to a horse coming in here from Park/Gulfstream. That's number 3, Great Lilo. I know some people interested in this guy who's only been on the turf 2 times, both of which going 5/8 at Gulfstream Park, and those races are run so quickly. Now, will that speed on the dirt that he has translate to going 5.5 here on the turf? I'm not sure. Honestly, he's not built like a sprinter. He is kind of that atypical frame where he's tall, he's leggy, he doesn't have much of a hind end to him at all. But the thing is, he actually has a massive turf hoof on him. So I think he might appreciate getting to this surface. He might appreciate getting 5.5. He also might appreciate going a little bit longer than this too. And I'm not sure, because it never necessarily translates, Greg, we talk about this a lot, that dirt speed into turf speed.
Yes, we do. Look, turf sprinters with speed, they always are going to show speed. Turf or dirt, not always the case with dirt speed horses showing that same speed on grass.
Well, I mean, there's just, I think a lot of that is there's a difference between a turf horse and a dirt horse, and I think that it doesn't mean that a horse that has dirt speed won't show speed on the turf. They just won't show it if they don't like the turf. See what I'm saying?
But it seems like it works the other way. The turf speed always works on the dirt.
Indeed.
Yep. It does. But the other way around, it kind of doesn't, right?
Here's our post parade. We will start with Innate. Interesting horse who came off a long time away and won sprinting 5.5 on the lawn to break the maiden. Innate for Phil Antonacci.
Yeah, good job by Phil Antonacci to get this horse ready and ran a bang-up race. Will this horse regress?
Quick early, too, from the inside with Ricardo Santana Jr. Great Lilo. 0 for 2 in the money on the turf.
This horse has a ton of early speed and has run okay on the grass prior.
Tap to Mischief. Debut was a turf win.
Yeah, and missed the break that day and still won. Got into stride real quickly, so this horse needs to get out of the gate.
Here's the one who should be favored just off form, trying to win 3 in a row.
Yeah, I think in a couple of clicks here, a couple of minutes, the 5 will end up being the favorite for this race, and he should be.
Irish Gent Todd Pletcher has been away from the track since November of 23.
Yeah, first time gelding, first time Lasix, everything here. And this horse is getting bet, so obviously live.
Stakes placed, though, last time we did see him. And then after taxes, Wesley Ward Jr. Alvarado.
Yeah, it feels like this one probably wants a little bit more ground, drawn towards the outside, but we'll be finishing with that stamina-based past performances with some mile races in it.
So here is Irish Gent, long time away. And Maggie was touching on this. These are the kind of races where you don't have to be 100% fit. You can win off layoffs going 5.5 on the grass.
No, you certainly can. The issue I think I have with Irish Gent is that even her races prior in 2023 weren't quite fast enough if Warlow shows up.
Yeah, if you look at the 2, the 4, even the 3 in here, they all in the 5. They've all ran bang-up races. The 2 can improve. The 4's only had 2 starts. I just don't. I use the 6, but I just don't see this horse. Oh, now back to 3-1. That's a little bit more reasonable.
Well, meanwhile, Warlow has become the one to beat. And JK, we've talked about it before. 6 furlongs, 5.5 furlongs, a little different. Warlow's won those last 2 at 6 furlongs. Why can they be so different?
Yeah, I mean, it's a significant difference. It's such short races. You think about it from a math standpoint, the extra half furlong means a lot more when you're going a lot shorter. But they just play different. I think horses that prefer to go a little bit longer can absolutely handle the 6, but you also are going to get almost guaranteed paces in the 5.5s because you'll often see some horses that have spent some time going shorter, 5 furlongs somewhere in the mid-Atlantic or even all the way down from Florida.
That was an impressive effort. He was kind of the target the whole way around the racetrack. Whoa! That's out of Greg Wolf's hat closet.
They won't let you wear that at Royal Ascot, would they? It needs to be black top hat?
If I wore that at Royal Ascot, just smack me in the face. Put it that way.
Okay, that's violent.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you're allowed on the grounds at Royal Ascot.
With a red hat and a feather?
Works here at Saratoga. Red's the color of Saratoga.
Well, I get that, but not at Royal Ascot. That's a little bit different. But we get back to the 4 in here. I thought this horse was interesting, obviously, but the gate's been the issue for this gray. Did win first time out, then went to the dirt, didn't run that badly. This horse got a ton of talent for me, the 4, Tap to Mischief. Didn't break well. This all the way back in 2024. We're going back at some of these horses, VPs, but I thought this was a good effort. Obviously some issues going back, but we'll see.
You see it a lot, too. I mean, this was as a 2-year-old. So that was an impressive race as a 2-year-old. And you're thinking now, even if it was, coming back at 3, natural progression, but now coming back at 4, not that you're going to get double the progression, but usually we'd expect to see quite a bit of improvement, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you'd like to think there'll be some improvement. And it's, I think very similar to Chad. Todd's one that can bring him over ready to run, too, even though I understand Maggie pointed out you don't necessarily have to be that fit, but I would imagine this one will be fit enough. I just think the 5 is much faster, that's all.
Let's go back to Maggie.
And look, I love Warolo. I am a Warolo fan. I was so excited to see him on the turf because throughout his career, I had noted that he looks like a turf horse, but God bless him, he ran very well in the dirt several times, and so that's what stunted his move to the green, but he has done very well since. So all things good with him, but I'm going to take a stab here with number 2. That is Innate, whom I really liked last time. Now, obviously, we missed the wedding at 20-1 for Phil Antonacci, but I just noted that when he came over and made his stateside debut, that he looked so much more like a sprinter. So I love the fact that they brought him back going sprinting. He looked so ready considering he was coming back off of a 1.5 years and a bit more of a layoff, and he is moving so well out there. It really feels as though that their patience with this guy has been rewarded, and they had told me that there's just a multitude of things and issues that kept arising, and Phil, at the end of the day, that had that lovely farm in Connecticut at Lindy Farm, just said, you know what, let's turn him out, let him grow up, forget about him for a bit and bring him back, and he has paid them back for doing so. I'm going to take a shot with him here, that inside post position. On the far outside, however, is number 7 After Taxes for Wesley Ward. Now, he has been one that's had more success going a little bit further. In fact, he broke his maiden going 2 turns at Gulfstream Park in the 7.5. So this might catch him out a bit, to be fair. But he is built more like a sprinter. He has his really nice hindquarters. And considering the last time I saw him was in the fall of last year when he was coming off a bit of a layoff, he does look far more fit and is just more athletic now as a later 3-year-old. And he has been sharp, breathing fire out there with Junior Alvarado in the warm-up. So I don't think actually he's going to get that outfooted, though totally heeding the fact that there is a lot more other speed than he. Guys?
Fascinating race here at this 5.5 furlongs on the turf. And Warlow trying to win 3 in a row, but those were both at 6 furlongs, cutting back to 5.5 here this afternoon, trying to keep that streak alive.
I like Warlow's style, though, right? He's forward going 6, so he's going to be in this race. He'll be able to be forward where I want my turf sprinters to be, but then when it comes for the real running to happen, he's still going to have enough stamina left to finish.
There he is with Joel Rosario. Let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Here's Irish Gent, second to last. After taxes with the red cap will be the last one to load. He goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And a very even beginning. It's Innate along the inside, who's slightly quicker than all, but there's plenty of company in the early going. Waralo in the purple silks is up there. Tap to Mischief racing in between those two. And those two now go on as Innate drops off that early pace. They are followed by Irish Jet. Great Lilo is second to last, some 5 lengths off the lead, and After Taxes trails. Waralo is the leader. Tap to Mischief is 3/4 of a length back second. The opening quarter went in 21 2/5 seconds. Waralo now trying to shake loose and is doing just that. It's suddenly a 3-length lead. Tap to Mischief. Innate is next. After Taxes on the far outside. They're at the top of the stretch. And it's Waralo with a 4-length lead. Innate reclaims the second spot and is now closing in on this front runner. After Taxes in the center of the course, also in with a chance, coming to the 16th pole. Waralo fully extended. Innate right up alongside, and After Taxes, Innate on the outside of Waralo. Waralo and Innate. Waralo turns away Innate, who had every chance. After Taxes finished third.
Waralo crossing the wire first yet again, holding off Innate. Was there anything late in this race? We'll take a look.
I don't know. You know, Waralo did this the last time, right? Kind of re-rallied on the inside. And I don't know if they came together or not. It looked like the 2 Innate had perfect aim on, I just think, 10. Or Waralo is just undefeated on the turf.
He just stopped riding for a 2.5 on the inside, the 5, Joel Rosario. I think it's because he knew he was there. But it's funny because the 2 came to him, and the 5 just was not going to let that horse go by, and then just kind of surged that one little extra jump to get the nose in front.
I certainly don't see anything in that angle.
Maybe at the end of the wire, I don't know if Ricardo's horse, as we showed at the start, I don't know if Ricardo's horse jumped to the wrong lead or not. We'll take another look at it. But watch right here. The 2 swings out and starts running at the 5. Now it's between them 2, right? But JK's right, but watch at the end of the race. I don't know if the 2 either takes a little bit of a bobble or maybe that's where it happened, right after the race or right at the wire.
So at this point, here comes the challenge from Innate. And we're going to need a different angle, obviously, to see if there is anything there. But as of yet, we've not seen anything on the board. Joel Rosario, Chris Engelhardt.
There you go.
Safe for now. 5-2-7-3 unofficial. Here's the head-on.
I think it's late in the race. They might come together, but look how physically bigger Warlow is than Innate, who's getting down to the ground there. But watch late in the race, maybe comes out a tad bit, but that's, I think, at the end of the race. Nothing there.
Yeah.
Pretty minor.
Yeah.
5-2-7-3. Warlow looks like 3 in a row. Let's go to Maggie.
We'll turn right here. Here with Chris Engelhardt, and we were teasing each other.
You can ask me what took me so long. That's all right.
What took you so long?
Yeah, okay. Don't know. I'm a finger lace guy. I mow grass. Honestly, though, I got to say, he won that first time on the grass the day after Christoph passed away. And I got so much respect for that guy. especially as a grass trainer. I just wanted to say that. That's all. I was thinking of that when he won that day. So anyway, it's nice. It's nice. It's a nice feeling. So
It's absolutely. He's 3 for 3 on the grass. Christoph would have been. Well, thank you. It's not that hard.
no, well, it is for me because I'm not a turf trainer. So, but I didn't hear it. But I heard that in the paddock you said this is definitely a turf horse. So anyway, congratulations to you too.
Oh no! Congratulations to you. And he really fought for it today. It's so resilient.
Thing last time with Set, and Set come back and won that race pretty easy last week. It was an exact repeat of the last race. It looked like he was going to get past, and when he sees the horse, he just keeps going. So, good.
Well, at least you can also train one as well as Mo, a turf horse.
I'll give the credit to the horse. And Manny, my guy down in New York.
Awesome, guys.
I don't know. Maybe he is a turf trainer. This horse is now undefeated 3 for 3 on the lawn.
Sometimes you got to check all the boxes, right, JK? 6-year-old gelding gets on the lawn for the first time. Now he's got a new career.
Yeah, I mean, he's got it figured out. He's done it the right way. The type of style you'd like that can translate to 5.5 here, 6 downstate. It's a New York bred. A lot of opportunities with this horse.
Excited about this next race coming up. I would think 2-year-olds with aspirations to be out in Del Mar in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, depending how things go here, and maybe a stakes win in between. Right now, 4 to 5, here's Johnny, trained by Ray Handel, and the Dam produced a horse we just saw win a Grade 1 earlier at the Meet World Beater.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I know Paulie likes that horse, the 3, had singled in his pick 5. That one makes sense to me. The 5 final score, the way that horse was finishing last time, makes a lot of sense to me. And you know I'm always rooting for my man Tom Amos with the 7.
We're going to take a timeout. Coming up when we return, the first heat to get into that Corgi Cup final on the first ever running of this race in Saratoga.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie in a dominant performance. Chancer McPatrick proves best.
Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie.
What an amazing effort from Scottish Lassie, who's in front by 15 lengths.
hand with our Corgi Cup this afternoon. Lucky Puppy Rescue of nearby Argyle, New York, on site this afternoon, providing fans the opportunity to meet potential new furry family members and begin the adoption process. They've actually placed over 2,000 dogs in safe, loving homes since they opened their doors back in 2019. To find out more, you can go to theluckypuppy.org and start the adoption process yourself. Our first of these 4 heats coming up for this inaugural running of the Corgi Cup. And again, top 3 finishers from these 4 heats advance to the final. And I'm looking forward to see just how fast these Corgis are.
So you're going to go 40 yards, if I'm not mistaken, right? So it's going to be very interesting how these heats go. Well, I guess we'll know from the first heat and kind of gauge from there. But we do got one of the favorites. Aries is going to be one of the horses or dogs in here that's going to be one of the favorites.
Yeah, Aries, one of that group from the Cogs of War who have won several of these competitions at professional football teams across the country, events they've held prior, and Aries actually has won a couple of them.
Yeah, look, you know, I'm not always allergic to favorites, but I'm going with my man Fenway Frank, the 5-horse, or 5-dog, 5-horse, the 5 Corgi. My man's got his owner had the same shirt on as I had today. How can I not root for him?
Yeah, we heard from Travis Grossman, who owns Fenway Frank, yeah, from nearby Glens Falls. As we take a look at the first of these 4 qualifying heats, again, as Paulie mentioned, 40 yards in here, and Aries, the one who has won 2 of those former events that the Bills had put on as the Corgis come out and get ready to roll. Mando, you saw on that list, that one owned by history-making trainer Jenna Antonucci, the first female trainer ever to win a Triple Crown event, won a Belmont Stakes, won a Travers, now trying to win a Corgi Cup. There she is, bringing Mando out onto the track.
Yeah, and I've heard a couple people say that Mando is very live, been working out with a lot of other dogs on the backside.
I'd like Mando a little bit more if this Corgi race was at 1.5 miles.
Jonathan's done his research. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
I am so pleased to be joined here by Lori Johnson, who will send out Queenie Vivian, Vivi for short. And Lori, just last week, you didn't know you were going to participate in this inaugural Corgi race here, and you jumped on a plane, somebody scratched, and you got in. Talk a little bit about coming up here to Saratoga.
It was very exciting. We've always kind of wanted to do a Corgi Cup, and they take Puppy Bowl every year up here in Glens Falls. So we were familiar with Saratoga, and we put in an application, and they called, and they said they'd love to have her come.
She looks long, lean, and ready to go. She looks like she's born to race.
She loves to run, but she grew up around horses, so we'll see if she actually runs or if she tries to go make some new ones.
That would be okay, I'm sure, as she looks ready to go, and we are wishing them the best of luck. You also run a rescue organization, right?
I do. I'm the director of Florida Little Dog Rescue. So Vivi is a purebred Corgi, but she wound up in rescue because a family wasn't ready for everything Corgi.
Well, you surely are, and we thank you for that. Best of luck here in heat number 1.
Thank you so much.
Greg?
Best of luck in filling in and coming a long way to do it. So you get a good idea of what this means to these owners.
Yeah, it's tremendous. We've got 2 Florida breds, Queen Vivian, one of them, and then Mando with Jenna Antonucci.
Let's go to Maggie.
Jenna Antonucci here at the starting line. Jenna, are you ready?
Right now, we're ready, but this is stressful right now.
Mando looks really stressed,
I mean, we're trying to get Manny to focus down there to get his attention. I mean, there's a lot going on here, guys.
We might need blinkers next time.
I think so. He's got no focus right now.
All right, give him a start, Greg.
Frank Miramati with the call, the first of 4 qualifying heats for the Corgi Cup.
The flag is up. And they're off. And Aries, like a shot, will go all the way. It's all Aries. Aries won convincingly. The Corgi of War answers the bell in the first heat.
So the 2-time former winner of these events that the Buffalo Bills had put on, much the best, and we had one who would have qualified but started to bear out towards the grandstand, going sideways, and allowed another Corgi to qualify.
Trying to see who the other one was that came flying on the outside for second. As you see, Queen Vivian decided to dwell to the start, but no doubt about Aries. And you're talking about that other dog on the outside. I think that was Addie Mae that kind of just decided, oh no, I'm gonna stop at the wire.
Tough beat there. How professional though was Aries? Obviously has done this before.
Straight and strong.
Wow. Cut a couple that did not break well at all. Little unprofessional. This one, a complete pro.
Yeah, he was gone, huh?
Yeah, he was.
It was over early.
The outside competitors were more dealing with the having a fun time, the 8, 9, and 10.
Now let's go to Maggie with the winning connections.
Here with Richard, Corgs of War. Yes. I mean, if you give the PPs, Aries was total favorite here.
Oh, thank you. He likes to run. It's his thing. You know?
And you won the Buffalo Bills Corgi race.
Yes, 2 times, and we'll be back again this year.
So. You also have 2 more coming up in later heats.
Yes, Athena's in heat number 2, she was the first Giants Corgi Cup champion.
And also Tails?
Tails is in heat number 3. He's the reigning Philadelphia Eagles Corgi Cup champion.
Well, we know who to bet on for the next few heats here, Greg, but congratulations, Aries. Good job.
Thank you.
Wow, so Corgs of War showing up strong right out of the gate here with Aries, a former winner of You Heard Other Events, but the other 2 still to come have won events as well.
Seems like Aries left something in the tank for later races as he pulled up towards the wire there.
Somebody needs to give this guy $1 million yearling, see what he can do on the racetrack.
I agree. Wow. No messing around for Corgs of War. And Richard Bedell, who we'll see still ahead. Athena in the next heat, as he told us, qualifying heat 3, Tails. But this performance maybe going to be tough to beat from Aries. Like a rocket out of the gate, and certainly knew where that wire was. This was not close.
Oh, this is a blowout. It's a 110 marking speed figure is what I'm hearing.
I think the dog that ran second really chased home nicely for the exacta. So Aries, definitely the barrier and the dog to beat right now. And I wonder what that time was.
Yeah, not sure if we're getting a clock on these numbers or not, but that was...
It said 5.17 seconds.
Wow.
Is that right? That's faster than I would run the 40-yard dash, Greg.
Jonathan, what'd you do the 40 in your day?
I don't know. I can't remember. Once upon a time, it was at least lower. It was short. It was small, faster than 5 seconds. But now I probably couldn't do it in 6.
So our first qualifying heat in the books.
And again, you want to pay attention to Athena, who draws the rail here. Late scratch of Ranger. I think Finn might be a deep competitor here, but although the outside of the racetrack didn't look well for the Corgis in the first heat.
I learned my lesson in the first heat. I am not betting against the Corgs of War and the one Corg, Athena.
Yeah, again, for Richard Bedell, this one won the Giants Corgi Cup back in January 2024. Let's quickly take a look at the odds for the 4th here at Saratoga. Maiden special weight again. That is on the inner turf. Here's Johnny Ray Handel, Paulie. I know you like this one quite a bit. We talked about the big pedigree. Second dam was a stakes winner as well, but the dam produced world beater we saw win the Saratoga Derby earlier in the card.
Yeah, the dogs are lining up for the second heat of the Corgis here. Yeah, I like the Son of Oscar performance in the next race. I thought had some trouble in getting back to the turf this time, and has a turf work that's very good.
All right, we'll get back to that with the post parade still to come. Qualifying heat number 2. Can Athena match what Aries did back in that first qualifying heat? We'll have the inside post here. Former Giants Corgi Cup winner. As 12 line up, we throw it upstairs to Frank Miramati.
All right, we are getting ready for the second battle. Field has lined up. assistant starters working with the connections. No head starts here. Athena, one of the Corgs of War, on the inside. The flag is up. And they're off. And it's Athena battling it out with Norman. Athena holds on. Norman came flying. It's a photo for third.
Well, again, it is the Corgs of War showing their dominance. Athena with the victory, but Norman actually made this a little interesting late.
Well, Athena was pulling up a little early from the wire there, showboating, kind of coasting in, almost got caught.
Yeah, 5.99 seconds, a little bit slower than her other stablemate here, but a good run, like you said, from Norman on the outside from Connecticut. Getting up in the exacta, and you'll see the low wire, and Athena much the best.
So 2 qualifying heats in, and 2 of the Corgs of War, your winners to this point. As we go to Maggie.
Here with Lindsay and that's Norman and Austin. Guys, second, this is his first run ever.
Listen, short legs, big dreams.
Coming up, you'll be in the finale. Talk a little about, can he close the gap here?
Absolutely. Fourth quarter. Yep.
He is ready to go. He loves the ball, right?
Oh, loves it. Loves it. We'll do anything for the ball.
Guys, good luck. I think it was a promising debut.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Greg.
Early on, Corgs of War dominance has been asserted. And to this point, Richard Bedell more dominant than what we've seen from Chad Brown at the meet.
Yes, we take another look, and Athena just breaks out of the gate and is gone. You see Norman kind of got a little bit of a head start. I want to say that was Archie. Might have nosed out the other Corgi for third.
My pick 3 is alive. I'm single tails in heat 3, so hopefully that works out.
Well, look, we've had 2 qualifying heats. Both of the Corgis from Corgs of War have won. I can't wait to see what we get from Tails. I had not heard who was the best of that group. But so far, they've both been brilliant.
They mean business.
Both of them under 6 seconds.
And we have...
I would think Norman right there is I would think this third qualifier right now.
We do have, and that will be coming up after race 3, by the way. We have a local from Saratoga Springs competing. Catalea.
Oh, yeah, the one in that race, right?
I tell you who the happiest people on the grounds are. All the owners in qualifying heat 4 where there's no Corgs of War in there.
That's true. Good point.
Although Biscuit on the rails, 7-month-old dog, an up-and-comer Biscuit. Youngest dog in the youngest dog in all the dogs.
Well, we're going to take a timeout. Pick 4 to come. It will begin mile and a 16th over the inner turf for these 2-year-olds, some with some big pedigrees. We'll return right after this.
Volatile continues to rise to the top of the crop. Last year, he was the #2 freshman sire of Grade 1 stakes horses behind McKinsey and #2 by winners behind Vekoma. He currently ranks ahead of Medaglia d'Oro, Nyquist, Quality Road, Constitution, and Warfront by percentage of black-type performers. His newest graded stakes winner is Tip Top Thomas, who established a new track record in the G3 $300,000 Indiana Derby. Volatile. Think fast.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Arabian Night has won the Pacific Classic. Jackie's Warrior, so fast.
Winning your end, federal judge.
And Charlatan is going to run them off their feet. Made to win the Kentucky Derby.
Obliteration is a star.
Our shot gets the win. These 2 juveniles going in. Logan's at 14.
Journalism has won the Break the Stakes.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone.
a cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
You're watching Saratoga Live. Glad to have you with us. Acacia, come on here in the paddock as we get ready for race 4, mile and a 16th maiden special weight on the inner turf for the 2-year-olds. As we'll kick things off with the current 2-to-1 favorite, second-time starter. Here's Johnny. I feel like you have to say it that way, as this call has a massive pedigree to suggest that he should move up doing what he's doing today, being the full brother to last week's Grade 1 Saratoga Derby winner, world beater. He debuted in an off-the-turf race sprinting. Now he gets on the grass and to stretch out, and I think that he'll be very happy about both of those things. Fort Ray Handle. Now, he was a bit vocal here in the paddock, but not doing anything naughty. He has settled very nicely. They have 2 handlers on his head, trying to keep him a little bit more calm, but looks like a turf horse, looks like a horse that wants to go longer as well. Watched his last workout on First TV, in which he was working with an older horse who was coming in off of a layoff, and I thought that he finished best in that workout. So all things good for your favorite here in the paddock. Looking at a first-time starter, the 2, Boss Henry, called by Gun Runner. There's really not much pedigree at all for either surface. On the bottom side, not much really to sink your teeth into, but obviously the Gun Runner is very appealing, as it seems every one of his progeny just about are runners. This one comes in. He is a big, good-looking individual, very professional, very laid back, not overly turf looking. We'll be interested to see him move, as he's been working on the main track as well, has not worked on the turf, and did work a couple back with Iron Sight, who's an older horse, a claiming horse, but is a 4-year-old and was slightly second best to that one. But I am interested because oftentimes with Chad Brown, when there isn't really a pedigree to suggest that they'll prefer one surface or another, and he does kind of the counterintuitive thing, it usually does work out for the best. So certainly an intriguing prospect, but going to reserve judgment as far as what he will do with these conditions as of now. The number 7, Time to Strike, debuted on the dirt for our colleague Tom Amos, and this one in the 2nd generation. The dam is the sister to Devil by Design, who's a graded stakes winner. She's the dam of a Grade 1 winner, Competition of Ideas, who won the American Oaks, 2nd in the New York. Very good distance turf horse, and this one I think should love getting more ground and should appreciate the turf. It was a wet track in his debut, in which he was totally outfooted early, ended up chasing wide. I thought he worked very well in his last couple of workouts last time on the turf as well, working with an older horse and pretty capable. This is the one that I think should really take a big step forward, as he is very physically mature, big and imposing son of Not This Time, whose progeny can certainly be effective on the grass. Finally, the 5, final score, 1 of 2 for Todd Pletcher in here. He actually did run on a bit when kind of being outfooted early in that off-the-turf race in his debut. Comes in, gets to try the grass. There is turf in the 2nd generation, the 2nd dam, Princess Haya, multiple graded stakes place and 4-time turf winner. So there is some there. Another son of Not This Time, very athletic looking, and I do think that you can be encouraged by the fact that he ran on a bit and finished learning something from that first race. He's not the biggest, but incredibly fit, 2nd out, and does look like he should appreciate the turf. Horses making their way out, so we'll head back to Greg on the desk, I believe. Greg, you there?
Yeah, thank you, Acacia. This 4th race, this is a very interesting group. Certainly some intriguing pedigrees, too, from the Pletcher barn. There's one of them, both the 4 and the 5, with the race under their belts, although on different surfaces.
Right, but both of them were intended to run on the grass last time, so I think that it was one of those situations, give them a race, which is always something I think could be useful. You know, get them through the process, get them in the gate, get them through a full race, get some extra fitness into them as well, running, sprinting on the dirt. Now you're going to get an opportunity to go long on the grass. I like the 5 final score. I thought ran extremely well last time. Ran like a horse that wanted to go further. It's a Not This Time. to me, it feels like one that's going to really appreciate the grass.
The other Pletcher, Dan produced a pretty good one on dirt by the name of Adair Manor. We'll see two sprints stretching out, now getting on the lawn. There's Epic Desire, the one we're speaking of. John Velasquez will ride for Pletcher.
Yeah, for Epic horses. And a horse that didn't run that badly last time, getting blinkers for the first time. Kind of was bet first time out at Keeneland in those 4.5 furlong races. Didn't break well. You don't break well in those 4.5 furlong races. You got to be like 5 to 10 lengths the best. So Epic Desire now stretching out, going around 2 turns. Probably should like it.
Here they come, down Champions Way as we get set for a middle pick 4. And, certainly these races, JK, it's, a big effort here. You have a chance, I'll pick up maybe a stakes victory when we head back downstate. And then if you run well there, you're going to Del Mar.
Yeah, and that's where everyone wants to go, especially with a 2-year-old like this, right? It's an opportunity to get a grade 1, whether it's a colt, it could be the beginning of a great opportunity as a stallion. If it's a filly, it's a great opportunity for a broodmare. And you want to try to get into those races, but the clock is ticking. You got to get your maiden broke, and then you got to get into a stake.
Chad Brown, first-time starter. Boss Henry's got Flavian Pratt aboard.
Yeah, it's a good team, Flavian Pratt and Chad Brown. They're only 25% together.
Here's Johnny, Ray Handel, Dylan Davis, and the big pedigree.
Yeah, a horse that was intended to get on the grass first time, got to run on the dirt, is a full to a grade 1 winning world beater.
Epic Desire, first of 2 for Todd Pletcher.
And Todd's really having a great meet at 27%. So is Johnny V. Riding well, and this horse at 5-1.
Arad Ortiz Jr. meets leading rider for Pletcher with the second-time starter stretching out.
Yeah, this is the one I like right here. I think it's going to appreciate the added distance and the grass, and not this time.
Favored on the board as well. Time to strike. Tom Amos Barn switches to turf and goes long.
Yeah, this is another one I thought was interesting. Making the switch over. Has a couple horses in the pedigree that have run well on the grass, and is a not this time, who's one of the most versatile stallions out there.
And trainer Barkley Tagg with a first-time starter outside Spherical.
Yeah, he employs Ricardo Santana, so maybe this first will have a little speed.
I'm intrigued by Golden Rule here, getting no money for John Ortiz.
I loved Raining Flower. She never really turned out to what I thought she was going to be, but I thought she had one of the best 2-year-old performances last summer on the grass. Let's see if this one can duplicate those 2-year-old races on the grass here.
Yeah, those two related. Joel Rosario from that inside post. This one here's Johnny. See if Ray Handel can get one here with Dylan Davis. We'll be back.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best stride right when he needs to. And he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live on a scintillating Sunday as we have maiden special weight 2-year-olds on the track warming up, about to start for this 1.16 turf race. And we'll begin with a horse who is getting to the turf for the first time in his second start. That's number 1 in here, Golden Rule for John Ortiz. They chose to leave him in when it was rained off going to 5.5, but he doesn't want any part of the dirt and he doesn't want any part of going short. You can tell with the way that he looks physically, as he is a half-brother to Reigning Flowers, who broke her maiden here on the turf, as she is also greatest stakes placed on the surface too. There's another stakes winning turf horse in the family by the name Crown Imperial. This is his spot. If anything, he has strengthened up. The whole family seems to be a bit more of the slighter frame types, but he's put on conditioning since that first start. I love to see it. He strides out so well. There's so much length to his stride. So you can imagine, while he did have a little bit of speed in that debut, just kind of run off his feet. So look for him to be possibly forward again here with the surface change and the stretch out. But I talk about horses overstriding at a walk, meaning that their hind hooves eclipse their first one. Their front ones, he does it by about 3, so that's huge. As we'll move on to the Todd Pletcher duo, I almost in a way prefer number 4, Epic Desire, because I don't have as many question marks about the distance with him as I do Final Score. Now, there isn't much apparent turf pedigree, but they did try to get him on it last time, and he ran fine. I will say that I didn't love his turf work, but that was going back a ways on June 20th, so a lot more development could be had. And looking at him, he does have that proverbial turf hoof to him, so I like him for the distance, whereas number 5, Final Score, who's your 9-5 favorite, maybe he'll prove me wrong here overall, but while he's been a lot more focused in this second start as opposed to his first, I think like Acacia, he's a bit more compact. He's not overwhelmingly turf meant. We'll see. He could be forward here, which might be a feather in his cap. But like I said, I kind of prefer the higher priced of the Todd Pletcher duo. I agree with Acacia, though, with number 7, Time to Strike. I wasn't really anticipating liking him because I didn't love the way that he warmed up last time over the slop, which was a sealed surface. And sometimes that's an indicator of how they move over that as to how they'll translate things to the turf. He's moving better today, and he does look like a turf horse. He's more together mentally, physically here for Tom Amoss. He really paints a lovely picture so far in the prelims, Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. There's Todd Pletcher, Hall of Famer, looking on with 2. He'll send out Epic Desire, the 4 at 6-1, and then Final Score, who is favored. It's always important, JK, to races like this, 2-year-olds pay attention to the toe board.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a fun race. I think that whoever comes out of here is going to be a nice horse we'll see in stakes moving forward in their next start. I'm going to go with the 5 Final Score. I thought the horse was finishing extremely well last time, and looking forward to seeing this one finally get on the grass for Todd Pletcher.
And a Chad Brown somewhat being ignored here, 6-1 with Pratt aboard as well. Don't see that a lot in these kinds of races at Saratoga. We send it upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Here's Johnny going in. Epic Desire. Final Score, Time to Strike, and Spherical. Going in. 2 more still. Time to Strike takes up his spot. Spherical. They're in the gate. All set. Working now on number 2, Boss Henry. Had his head sideways. Goes back in. And they're off. very even start. Final score in the center of the course is out on top. Time to Strike comes away in second. They're followed by Spherical in third, then Epic Desire, and Here's Johnny is down on the inside, a close-up fifth. Golden Rule is second to last, and Boss Henry at the back of the field. So it's final score, hugging the rail and leading the way by a length and a half. Time to Strike in second. Here's Johnny along the fence, just 2 off the pace in third. Spherical is 3 wide. Epic Desire in between those two. At the back of the field, Golden Rule still with Boss Henry. 24-3 for the favorite final score. Time to Strike, trying to keep him honest on the front end, just a neck away in second. It's 2 more lengths. Back to Spherical in third. Here's Johnny, Epic Desire racing as a team. Behind them comes Boss Henry in this compact field, and Golden Rule at the back, 50-4 for final score, who takes them toward the far turn, prompted throughout by Time to Strike in second. On the inside comes Here's Johnny, 2.5 off them in third. Spherical is in that third spot now. Epic Desire, followed by Boss Henry, who's trying to launch a bid, while widest of all, Orange Cap, and the trailer is Golden Rule. They're at the top of the stretch. Final score has been the controlling speed. Lets it out a notch at the top of the lane. Spherical in second. Here's Johnny on the inside. And Boss Henry is getting going in the center of the race course with 1 furlong to go. Final score has a 3-length lead. Here's Johnny trying his best, but he's second best behind Final Score. Final Score scores in front-running fashion. Here's Johnny was second. Boss Henry third. Then Epic Desire.
Final Score, sharp early and showing some grit late for Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher, who gets his 16th winner of the meet.
Yeah, I mean, he was good, right? He popped away from there, showed speed, found the front end, relaxed, shut off, opened up at the top of the stretch, opened up middle of the stretch. He was a winner at every point of this race.
Yeah, Irad Ortiz just gave a masterful ride. Nobody wanted to go to the front end. 1:16-3. That is crawling for 6 furlongs. This horse had enough run late. The 2 best horses ran 1-2 in here. 3 was kind of bottled up the whole way, but he was never running by the 5. The Final Score just decided just to destroy this field late. A lot of pace, no pace on it, took advantage of it.
Number 40 of the meet for the leading rider, Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, it's impressive. He comes from off the pace to go on the lead. The guy just does not have a weakness, and we talked about it before. These not this times, right? He was a really good horse on the dirt. He was a juvenile on the dirt. He was going to be a horse in the Derby that was going to be well fancied. He ends up being a really good grass stallion as well.
Let's go back to the start. Keep your eyes on the 2 here for Chad Brown. Boss Henry with Pratt debuting. Breaks in, bumps the rival inside a little bit.
He was having trouble getting in the gate. They reset him and backed him out. He's the one that kind of held up the start. It didn't really help. He kind of leaned in, and his race was kind of over for him. I thought he ran well to run third in here, but no doubt about Final Score. And, you know, JK always says it. Whenever you just get those love taps without Irad going to the crop, the race is over.
When you can do it like this on the front end, you make life easy for yourself.
Yeah.
Final Score, which is 1 start, a sprint that came off the turf on the resume. Handle's going longer at start number 2 just fine in the turf debut.
That race was key. They both came out of that same race where Malice won. Here's Johnny, who's still green, by the way. Needs to learn a little more. Final Score, just a little bit more fine-tuned.
5-3, 2-4, 9-5 favorite. Final Score with the victory, Rapoli Stable Silks, Todd Pletcher, and the meet's leader. On to the next 40. And take a timeout. Prices from this 4th when we come back. We'll set up the pick 6 next.
Was Full Count Felicia, never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War, Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket.
Golden Pal, wire to wire.
It's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn.
And they're into the stretch.
Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Beautiful Sunday afternoon here in upstate New York. And the 4th in the books. Impressive turf debut. First time going long for final score. Murat Ortiz Jr., Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable, number 40 at the meet for that man right there.
I love when you have a turf horse that wants to go long, they can find the front end. It gives you so many more options in a race. You get to make your own trip. I think this horse could have a nice future.
Always a big winner's circle with Michael Rapoli in there, and it ran right to form, right? 5-3. Here's Johnny runs second, but final score, not this time, like you said, the Bernardini mare, Precious Dixie. They paid $600,000 for this horse, and Irad, like you said, another one. I feel like I'm DJ Khaled every time I talk about Irad Ortiz Jr. Another one, and another one.
He just keeps on coming, doesn't he? So a win here, and more importantly, a win who could have some big things to come in the next couple of months.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. I mean, when you have a horse like this that wins up here, if you win any 2-year-old race here, you start thinking, all right, you know, what's the next stakes race we're going to look at, right? If you can win one here, and I would imagine that tonight or first thing in the morning, Todd Pletcher, and I'm sure Mike Rapoli's already looking, what stake are we going to run in next?
And, you know, obviously tough start out of the gate for the Chad Brown first-time starter. I think we all expect better from that one. Next time we did show talent, but Chad Brown going to have a first-time starter that cost $900,000 sprinting on dirt, 6.5 furlongs in the next race, who is a sister to Zandon, former Grade 1 Bluegrass winner.
You know, JK and I have kind of talked about this, whether we're trying to beat this horse or not. And I think we're both trying to beat her because, you know, Chad came on earlier and said, like, she wants to go a distance to ground, but she might be good enough to still win this race. So he left that open a little bit. I thought there were some other more precocious ones, but she might just win on talent alone.
Let's go to Maggie for more on the 4th.
And I'm pleased to be joined by a special guest, 2 special guests, of course, as we got Murat Ortiz, but Avery Johnson here. We have seen you more than a few times in the winner's circle when Mike Rapoli has a winner. Talk a little bit about being a part of this group.
Well, I love Saratoga, number one. And this is my happy place. And whenever this guy, Irad Ortiz, my favorite jockey, wins a race, I'm always thrilled. But we always love to come support our guy, Mike Rapoli and Todd Pletcher. They've been tremendous friends. Cheryl Penny from Dynasty Financial Partners, where I sit on the board. We're all friends. We love the sport. We love the people. And I love the winner's circle.
You look good in it, that's for sure. And Irad, your 40th win of the meet. You're rolling, my friend.
Thank God, thank God. My agent do a great job, and I have the trainers and owner give me the right opportunities, and I'm just happy.
You put him to sleep on the lead in this one.
Yeah, definitely. We went a little slow going to the backside, and then after the half mile, I realized the horse in beside me. I don't think he can clear me, so I said, let me just wait and buy my time here, and when we turn for home, give me a good turn of foot.
Avery, longtime NBA player. Talk about the similarities between, you wouldn't think there's many, but between basketball and being a jockey in horse racing.
Well, in any sport or any business, you got to have a terrific owner. You look at all of the legendary NBA teams that have been consistent winners, and that's what my guy Mike Rapoli is. I think he's a terrific owner. He gives the jockeys a chance to really ride good horses. You know, so look at him as the owner. Todd Pletcher's kind of like the general manager. Yep. And I'm the coach, okay?
He's fire people. He's fire people.
I'm the coach. I'm the coach.
You're the tough coach.
He's saying, put me in the game, coach. So that's what it's all about. But it's all about relationships, and it's a wonderful way to bring our families together.
It's awesome. Well done, guys. So nice to catch up with you. Of course, in the winner's circle.
Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you.
Greg.
Terrific NBA career, former NBA champion. 1999 with the Spurs, went undrafted, had a 16-year NBA career, and of course a tremendous coaching career as well.
Such a nice guy. I for maybe 3 years in a row, sat at a table next to him at the Breeders' Cup, and every year, like when his wife came, it was like a reunion. He loves the game. He absolutely loves it, and you see that a lot. With the guy sitting next to me is a great example of it. These sports stars, we'll see one a little bit later, right, with Alex Bregman having that horse, Governor Sam. It's hard to duplicate what they get in their sport, but something about this game at least makes up for it a little bit, and it's why they gravitate towards it so much.
What was it for you, Paul, that you felt that you got something that was missing on the baseball field?
It's something that my dad engraved in me as a young kid. I used to go to the track when I was a kid. I was around horses all the time, on the backside, feeding the horses. I got on the horses when I was a little bit younger because I was about 5 feet tall my freshman year in high school. I was not going anywhere. Then I grew to all of my 5'9" that I am now, then went my jockey career. But I just love the game. And the thing about it, I think Alex Bregman said it, you can't control. When you're on a baseball field, even when you're hitting off a guy like Randy Johnson, I can control that. My horse gets in the gate, I could never control that. So I was always a nervous wreck when I owned horses. Nervous wreck, sweating bullets. And I would talk to Alex about that. He said the same thing.
Here's Red Sox All-Star third baseman Alex Bregman, owner of Governor Sam, coming up in the Mahoney. He's going to be an overwhelming favorite in that race. Had totally justified yesterday's Saratoga Oaks. He's been to Royal Ascot with a horse before. He's had some great success in this game.
It's another one. We talked about Avery Johnson. Alex Bregman absolutely loves the game. This is not something that he's doing just for fun, on the side, buys into a couple horses that his friends who know about horses has. Alex Bregman is 100% clued into what's going on. He loves this game, and he'll be around for quite some time.
Yeah, I just love it. You know, it's even greater. He's teammates with Walker Buehler, who's from Lexington as well. They own a horse together out in California. So, you know, it's just great for the game when you have owners like this. And here was Governor Sam in the quick call, and if he repeats this effort, he's going to win again.
Well, this was probably the best we've seen from him. And JK, you mentioned earlier on the program, his trainer wasn't sure this kind of ground with a little bit of giving it would be the best for him.
Yeah, George Weaver said it before the race. He said it after the race. He was concerned. Called him he said something. I don't remember exactly what he said, but he said a funny thing about him being a heavy horse. I want to say maybe chunky.
Chunky monkey, right?
and he was worried that he was going to sink into that soft ground, but he didn't. He ran extremely well that day. Now, that's not a worry. He's going to have firm ground. And he's going to be a little bit more fit off of that race. And he's drawn outside. And what I'm telling you is, go ahead and get ready for the post-race interview. I love Governor Sam today.
By the way, Avery Johnson was on set last year. Tremendous person. I actually bought his home in San Antonio when I was there, when he was with the Spurs. Tremendous guy. And another guy that's not faking it. Like, it's, you know, he's so nice, you think he's almost too nice. Avery's not faking it at all. He's just an unbelievable person. He's done some great things in the college game, too, as a coach. Obviously, a couple rings, or a ring with the big fundamental, Timmy Duncan, on some good teams. And to be in an organization that was kind of a, I don't know, under the radar of a dynasty.
They were an incredible team. He won NBA Coach of the Year in his career. Yeah, it was great with Alabama as well. But yeah, he's near you. You get inspired. He has that kind of personality. Up next, this fifth, our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Of course, brought to you by Their superstar Into Mischief, the sire of the Kentucky Derby Belmont and Jim Dandy winner, is going to line up for the Travers Maiden Special Weight 6.5 furlongs. And 2-year-old fillies, most of which making their debut. Coming up, Maggie's 2-year-old report on Carmel Costa will compete in this 5th race for Whit Beckman.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Back with you on our FS1 coverage, which will be coming to a conclusion here soon. Heading next to YouTube. Coming up next on FS1 IndyCar from Portland, Oregon. But you can catch the conclusion of our program. We hope to be back on FS1 a little bit later after that IndyCar. But in the meantime, we will be on YouTube at New York Racing Association for Paulie, JK, Greg Wolf. We'll see you on YouTube after a break.
We're sending out Carmel Coast, first-time starter, as she's in a 6.5 furlong on the dirt maiden. Talk a little bit about this daughter of Omaha Beach, whom I think he's so proficient with his 2-year-olds, especially early on.
Yeah, I had a couple of Omaha Beach fillies, you know, through the barns early at Keeneland and Churchill. She's been one, she stood out from the get-go. She just does everything so professionally. She's clearly got some ability. I mean, it's a tough race we're walking into, but we're really excited to see what she's going to do.
I actually got to chat with her jockey, Kendrick Carmouche, who said he's been aboard her 4 times in the morning. And just like you, echoing that same sentiment, that she's literally done nothing wrong and nobody really gets to her.
Exactly, and every time he comes back, when they got that grin ear to ear and they say, I want to come back next week and the next week, I mean, it gives us that confidence to know that, you know, hopefully we have in the right spot. I mean, Saratoga is the toughest place to run, so I think we're going to, you know, have a pretty good show on.
Well, you mentioned how tough it can be. You have horses that on the outside, Danny Gargan sending out one that's been working quickly. Chad Brown sending out a half-sister to Zandon by Tappet. Where does your filly fit?
I mean, when you look at all these things on paper, his pedigrees and stuff like that, I think she fits right with him because at the end of the day, we don't know anything until we run him.
Yep. And her gallop outs have been super strong. 6.5 gives the indication that maybe she wants a little further too.
Yeah, we think so. I mean, you know, just with this time of year, the 6.5 is kind of what we were waiting for. I didn't really think 7, especially with, you know, some of these younger horses, is the best place to start. She's not that big. But we feel with the 6.5, as long as she can just gives us that kind of effort that shows that we're going in the right direction and we got something, you know, later down the road.
These 2-year-old reports, they've been incredibly spot on, and you've probably profited if you've been paying attention and following what Maggie has been telling us. Carmel Coast, there is the 3. The Whit Beckman first-time starter by Omaha Beach. Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard 6-1 right now, JK.
Yeah, I like the horse. I think that you're going to be able to get some value. Now, look, I understand we're dealing with a real pedigree with the 4. We're dealing with a trainer and a rider that win a lot of races like this in the 4 memorized. I just think this horse is overbet at this distance against these other horses.
All right, Maggie, obviously you did that report a while ago. What are you seeing from Carmel Coast getting ready for this debut?
I like what I'm seeing from her. Now, so, you know, sometimes it's a different story. When they walk in and they're part of the group that they'll be running against, it becomes, you know, relativity in how they stack up against their fellow foes. But she stacks up really well. I know Whit said in that piece that she's not the biggest, but she's really athletic and there's a lot of substance to her. It's not like she's particularly petite. She looks like your typical Omaha Beach. She's dappled head to toe, and she by far has been the most professional. I like her demeanor in that she's nicely on the bridle. She's engaged, she's forward, but she's listening to her handlers on either side of her. She was beautiful to saddle. She comes in looking fit. I like the 6.5 for her. We'll see how she stacks up. Now, there is a lot of turf on the bottom side, which I think could be her biggest Achilles heel, but I'm not seeing a filly that looks overly turf meant, that's for sure. Pretty straight hind leg to her, not a proverbial turf hoof. So I do like what I'm seeing from Carmel Coast as number 4 memorized, your favorite in here. And I interviewed Chad Brown after he won the first race, and he told me, look, she might want more ground than this, as her brother obviously did in Zandon, and he was by Upstart, who the progeny of Upstart are a bit better going shorter, to be honest, and she's by Tappet, and Tappet is one of the most successful sires in the Belmont Stakes. So I think she wants to go longer. He also said she could be that talented. But looking at her, I just wish she looked stronger across her top line. Nothing about her says sprinter. So we'll see if she truly is talented enough to win here at first asking. Greg?
Love this race coming up. So much potential with these youngsters. And JK, you know, the 5 who just left our screen, as we take a look at the favorite right there, memorized, obviously that big pedigree, and we'll get back to memorized. Central Coffee actually crossed the wire first by a mile in the debut, only to get DQ'd, and then comes back and just quick speed and then early backup in a debutante at Churchill. What do you make of Essential Coffee? Because that was on a fast track, that poor performance.
Yeah, I mean, had a little bit of excuse, had a little bit of trouble. I don't know if it's the type of trouble that leads to you getting beat by 20 lengths. You know, maybe Flavian just wrapped up once he realized that that happened. But, you know, it's one of those horses, there's obviously some talent, how well the horse ran, the price the horse ran, first time out.
5-2 on Essential Coffee. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, keeping the focus here in the paddock, Greg, on first-time starters, Todd Pletcher looking to win back-to-back maiden 2-year-old races, though this one with lovely Christina, she's number 6. They paid $425,000 for her after working 10-1 at the OBS March sale. She was asked a little bit. She really has a lovely stride, though. One of those really big strides where she throws her legs out in front of her. But here in the paddock, she's actually a little bit more of a smaller type, though she is incredibly athletic. She's been a bit green, though. She's not your typical, you know, at least so far in the prelims, typical Todd Pletcher, been schooled, act like they've done this before. She has literally screamed her head off the entire time, and you can see now she's getting a little bit nervous. But as far as from a physical perspective, she is ready to go. The only thing I noted, too, with that workout, watching her, she and watching her morning workouts on First TV is that she might actually want to go a bit further than this, despite being a daughter of Vekoma. But then again, maybe it's the perfect combination. The pedigree with a little bit of distance in her physicality could get her to win here at 6.5. Now, Danny Gargan, we saw him with an impressive 2-year-old winner by the name Golden Tornado yesterday. I think earned an 86 for his victory first time out. He'll be represented here with number 8, So Vain. I wonder if it's a little nod to the Carole King song. Up at Saratoga. She'll debut here. She looks so fit, so lean. She's been very professional, kept away from the others as Danny normally does. She has cotton in her ears. Watching her workouts, she has been with some older colts as well and handling them with aplomb. So she's one of those horses that looks and acts like she has a race under her belt, despite this being her debut, Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. 7 minutes away from this 5th. It starts the pick 6. JK, obviously, I know going forward, you obviously are a big believer, and I think most are, in Governor Sam as a single. Anywhere else where you felt like you could get really lean in the pick 6?
No, not lean. I thought there were some interesting horses. Let me see, where am I at
Paul, what
here?
about you as he searches?
I think Governor Sam definitely, obviously. I'm going to take a shot in the next race and just go too deep in there, 5-12.
Yeah, Governor Sam would be a single for me, and then in the 10th, I'm going to try to beat Classist, who I thought was pretty fortunate in that race, and we saw Chillax come back and disappoint a little bit. I think there's some opportunities to try to beat that one. Tuscan Gold, putting the blinkers on, a horse that ran in the Preakness for Chad Brown, I think has a little bit of class.
Well, it all starts here, this pick 6, and every time I think of you, By the Moon, the dam was a multiple graded stakes winner, produced Full Moon Madness. It was a graded stakes winner.
And Philly by Curlin with Manny Franco in the irons.
Carmel Coast, we heard the 2-year-old report from Whit Beckman and Maggie Kendrick aboard.
Training well, and you get Kendrick to help get this one out of the gate quick.
Chad Brown and the sister to Zandon, former Bluegrass winner.
A great filly by Tappet. Probably wants to go a bit longer, but she's getting bet like she's ready today.
Debut for Essential Coffee. She won by 8.5 lengths, only to get DQ'd.
One good race, one bad race. Which one's going to show up here?
Todd Pletcher looking to go back-to-back with youngsters here. First timer, lovely Christina.
Yeah, the filly here by Vekoma. Vekoma's gotten off to a good start. He's 21% with his 2-year-old firsters.
Carlos Martin with Carey, first-time starter by Bo Liam.
Yeah, 7% with first-time starters throughout his career, and only 1 for 15 at the meet is Carlos Martin.
And Danny Gargan had an impressive first-timer yesterday. This one allegedly working big in the morning as well.
And we've seen a lot of these fillies by McKinsey's be runners here, and this one out of a Malibu Moon mare and Danny Gargan and Joel Rosario, they were the same connections that cashed yesterday.
Pick 6 pool, closing in on 150,000. Will be a lot more when we get back. Short timeout. Kick off the pick 6 when we return. Memorized, currently the favorite for Chad Brown.
At the top of this track, even Obliteration. Obliteration, perfectly named individual, is romping home in the Sanford. 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back in our Sunday edition here, Saratoga Live, as we get set for the pick six coming up, 2 minutes to post. And 2-year-old fillies, 6.5 furlong sprint coming up. Our program brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can play this pick six ahead, the late pick five in the next race, and everything beyond the rest of the summer and rest of the year. Essential Coffee, the only one in the field with experience, which certainly can mean a lot, but it was disconcerting what happened in start number 2 on a fast track for the first time, even though it was stakes company.
Yeah, I mean, look, this performance can win this race. This performance will win this race. Now, it was on a sloppy racetrack. That's one thing to take into account. There hasn't been any horses that have come out of this race to win. Also a little bit of a concern. And then the kind of non-effort last time on a dry track, although there was a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, it's hard to put much credence on this win because it was not much in the race, but a win is a win.
Paul, look, it was a dominant win too. It wasn't even that fast. You got to think there's some talent here that can run better than a 56 buyer, don't you think, first time out?
Yeah, I get it, but I also think this horse is live again today because the beginning of the last start, there was a little bit of trouble. With a better beginning, you get Jose Ortiz aboard now. In the money, horse taking money, been working well in the afternoon. I prefer the 6 out of all these fillies, the Vekoma filly, but you can go so many different ways in here.
Now, to be fair to Essential Coffee too, that slow figure, but won by a mile. May of your 2-year-old season is pretty early to get started and get going.
Yeah, but it shows there's obviously some precocity there, which is something you want to see in these types of races. You want to see speed. The horse has done it, has been in 2 races. It'll be the 3rd. The experience absolutely matters. I mean, it goes a long way. And at 3-1, I would say that's a fair enough price to try to find out. I think everyone's going to get a better price because, in my opinion, the 4 is being overbet.
Here's the sister to Zandon. And, we heard briefly, tough to play that game, Paul, reading between the lines in Chad's interview with Maggie, saying, we'd love it if she was super quick early. And, she's going to appreciate more ground, you would think, with that pedigree. Tough read.
It's a tough read, it really is. But the way the horse is getting bet on the board, you would think that this horse is going to run. And there's the 3, the one we did the 2-year-old report on for Wet Beckman. I just think this horse isn't taking money because you're seeing Chad Brown, Steve Asmussen, and Todd Pletcher kind of in the race. So this horse is kind of getting hidden at 9-2.
Let's go back to Maggie with more on Carmel Coast.
Honestly, guys, she has been the one throughout, and trust me, it's not just because I did that 2-year-old report. It all depends on the day, too, right? But she has been the one throughout that has continuously caught my eye. Now, people get angry when I diverge from my handicapping show pick, so I remain on the 8, but let it be known that I really have liked what Carmel Coast is showing me throughout the entire lead up to this race. She looks poised, she looks athletic, she looks ready to go. As we'll move on to the horse who has experience, actually pleasantly surprised by the physicals of number 5, Essential Essential Coffee. Clearly I need more of that in my life. But look, I honestly think it was a justified DQ, and I'm not somebody who thinks often that winning by 8 and plus lengths that you should be taken down, but she really interfered with her main rival, who finished 2nd on the turn, who I thought ran well despite the trouble. Anyway, she was embroiled in a fast pace from that inside post last time out in the debutante. I think you can give her another shot. And 2, she's not one of those really small, short coupled, precocious looking 2-year-olds. She's got some size, she's got some substance. I think she continues to move on here. Obviously, she'll have to run better than last time, but I think she has the opportunity to do so here for Steve Asmussen. Greg.
Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up. There is the only one with experience, Essential Coffee. Start number 3, DQ'd out of a win that she went going away by 8.5 lengths in her debut on a wet track. Came back to disappoint in stakes company. 5-2 here for start number 3. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Kerry goes in. So Vain to the outside. The rider is off number 2 from the number 1 stall in the gate. The scratch of number 1. She's on the inside. That's Every Time I Think of You. Manny Franco has climbed off, going back aboard now. And So Vain completes the line. They're in the gate. Got one fractious in there is Carey. Set. And they're off. Essential Coffee and Lovely Christina vying for the early lead. They're joined by the very fast Carmel Coast. And Carmel Coast takes over. Lovely Christina now second. 2 more back to Essential Coffee in third. It's a gap of 4 to Every Time I Think of You, who was off a step slowly. Memorized is next on the inside of So Vain, and Carey trails. Carmel Coast, very sharp to the half-mile pole, has a 3-length lead on Lovely Christina in second. Every Time I Think of You. Memorized is now making a move, and there goes Memorized all the way up to claim second, or at least vying for that second spot behind the front runner. So Vain is next. Essential Coffee is on the outside. Every Time I Think of You now second to last, and Carey trails. The quarter went in 22 and 1/5 seconds. Carmel Coast doing it sweetly on the front end, has a 3-length lead. Lovely Christina is in second as they reach the top of the stretch. Memorized along the inside, and Essential Coffee 1 furlong left for Carmel Coast, who's clear by 5. Lovely Christina is second, but it's all Carmel Coast in a sparkling debut. Carmel Coast wins with style by more than 5 lengths. Lovely Christina second, Essential Coffee third, then Memorized.
That was impressive. First time out, Carmel Coast, quick early, and no one getting to her. Whit Beckman, Kendrick Carmouche here in the 5th.
Yeah, that was impressive. I mean, that one popped away from there, took some runs from a few different horses, opened up at the top of the stretch, and I looked over my shoulder to watch it live. This horse was moving down the stretch, and then just got to kind of relax and canter across the wire.
Kendrick looked again to his right, tried to float the 6 out. Lovely Christina, who was always chasing this filly around the racetrack. It's a fast time too, about 1:17 and 1. But these 2 fillies, the 3 much the best, the 6 much the best for second. And Jonathan, you were right. Sometimes you got to take your shot. Sometimes against Chad Brown runners, it was time to take a shot against Memorized today.
16th win of the meet. Kendrick Carmouche, so much the best. This filly for Whit Beckman, who's with Maggie.
Wow, she was good today. I mean, when she broke, Kendrick too, as I told you in that piece, he had so much confidence in her going in.
Yeah, Kendrick's been working her the whole time she's been here, and every time he comes back with a big smile on his face saying we got something, and she's always trained like that. We're happy to see her do it here today.
And for these guys, this ownership group, you've had a lot of success with them.
Yeah, we're just good friends, just trying to have some fun, buy some good horses, and win big races.
Now, when I went and interviewed you for this filly, Carmel Coast, you said, but if you really want the best one, he's running next week. Hero declared?
Yeah, we've got another nice colt starting next week. I mean, they have to put it together in the afternoon, but he's done everything right in the morning. We're excited.
I'm excited to see him, too. Congratulations.
Thank you, Maggie. I appreciate it.
Of course, Whit Beckman with a big win here at Carmel Coast, guys.
Impressive, to win first time out as a 2-year-old, that extra half furlong, going 6.5, and she was not slowing down.
Oh yeah, that's a horse that I think will probably go a little bit longer. Just because she showed speed and won first time out sprinting doesn't mean that she's not one that won't go a little bit further. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah. The bottom side of that pedigree, you forget Arch won the Super Derby at 1.25 miles, so that whole pedigree wants to go long. And Whit is a trainer that's been toying with horses in the Derby. He's a pretty darn good trainer.
And apparently has one who's even sharper, as we heard. We're going to see very soon at the meet. Carmel Coast, though, ultra impressive in this debut. A 5-1 start to this pick 6 on our Sunday card. Obviously a long way to go, but this was fun to watch. Filly with a very bright future for Whit Beckman. And Kendrick Carmouche, all he had to do was be a passenger here.
If you think about it, the 6 ran giant, and she got left in the dust, but she was 5 lengths clear of the 3rd place finisher This filly just ran giant, and again, Kendrick Carmouche. Wow.
Best Saratoga of his career, with still a long way to go at this meet. Grade 2 win yesterday, and Laura Lynn, hey, he's so confident with that ride he gave on that Grand Motion filly, who's now 5 for 5.
Yeah, it's funny, you know, we talk about Kendrick's success, the silly misnomer that he's a speed rider, which we've talked about is untrue. And there's also this idea that because you spend so much time at parks, he's a dirt rider. He's won 2 grade 1s this summer and a grade 2, all on the grass.
And he might have a real nice mount here for Whitbeckman. Carmel Coast, bigger things to come after this impressive debut. Race 6, mile and a 16th on the turf, starts the late pick 5. New York Bred's $50,000 maiden claiming group. As the board reflects, this is a difficult race.
Yeah, very difficult. I think the 12 will be your favorite by post time, just because that horse has the best numbers. And dropping down, the first-time starter for the 10 is interesting because I can see a first-time starter winning this race. I like the 5, Arches Assault. I think Flavian Pratt getting the irons is big.
Talk more about it when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. Final 2 qualifying heats for the inaugural running of the Corgi Cup. So far, it's been dominance by the Corgs of War. They have another one with Tails coming up.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage, Saratoga Live, and the inaugural running of the Corgi Cup. Final 2 heats to come. We saw Aries and Athena for Corgs of War take the first 2 heats. Corgs of War with another one coming up in this 3rd qualifying heat with Tails, and that is what the winner will get along with this gorgeous trophy for that field of 12 that competes in the final coming up. Been fun so far. We've obviously seen 2 that have been much the class of the field, but I would think Aries has been the standout to this point.
Yeah, so far Aries, who won the first meet, was the fastest time, but then the stablemate Athena won the second meet, a little bit under 6 seconds. So that's kind of been the barometer. We're going to see the trio, the third of the trio, tails.
See what happens here. Coming on, let's revisit what happened in there. This has been the standout so far. Aries like a shot. And strong to the finish.
Yeah, the Corgi right outside of her broke in, but she was so fast away from the gate. She had nothing to worry about.
I mean, striding out, straight and strong. I mean, both of these dogs did not blink an eye, ears up at the wire.
Again, top 3 qualifiers from each heat move on to that final after race 7. But certainly the experienced, the ones who've won these contests before, they have been much the best.
That is great.
That was great. Awesome.
So heat 2, Corgs of War again, and one who'd won the Giants Corgi Cup, Athena, with a victory.
Yeah, Athena with the win. Norman with a really good second there, and Norman's connections think that they can move up a little bit. Wow.
That photo is hilarious.
We're going to check in, I believe, with Maggie Wolfendale.
And I'm so pleased to be joined out here with Leslie DiCarlo and Abby. And Leslie, obviously, we see Abby here. She's got wheels, and that's really cool, and it's helping her out. And how excited are you and she about competing in this Corgi Cup?
Very excited because she couldn't walk maybe 6 months ago. So we're very excited to be running, hopefully.
And I've heard that you are training as well to get her used to running on the track with the wheels.
We've been out once. I wanted to make sure the wheels worked in the dirt.
Absolutely, and you're a bit of a familiar face too. You own the Springwater Bed and Breakfast.
Yes, yep, right across from the track.
And
so that's where Abby works.
And what does she do?
She's in charge of guest relations, and she supervises breakfast.
I love it. I think that's incentive for anybody to come to your bed and breakfast. Well, good luck in your first Corgi Cup.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
Greg.
That is tremendous. See what that one could produce here, and just great to be part of this competition here and this inaugural Corgi Cup at Saratoga. Take a look at the field that will line up here in this third of 4 qualifying heats. And again, the standout looks like it will be tails from the Corgs of War.
I feel the same way about this race as I do as the stake today, the Mahoney. It's foregone conclusion. Governor Sam's going to win the Mahoney. Tails is going to win the third heat.
Well, seeing how the first 2 from Corgs of War ran in the first 2 heats, hard to go against.
Yeah, and we're rooting for Abby. She is 12 and a half years old. I want the other Corgis to respect their old elders.
But again, we got a local in this race from Saratoga Springs. We'll break from the inside, Catalea. So we'll see if the home course advantage can produce anything here.
They don't run Corgi races on paper. You know, they run them on the track.
This is a dominated race by New York breds. We got a Vermont bred and a Connecticut bred with Emmett. And we also have Dash from Milton. He'll draw the 8-hole.
We did have a scratch in this heat, so 11 will line up. Again, the 3 tails, the big favorite. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Thank you so much, Greg. We're getting ready to go. Watch the starter, who will have the flag, but the connections seem to have moved rapidly into line. You can hear the barking all the way upstairs. Final look at the field. Catalaya, Emmett, Tails, Jolene, Molly, Abby, Lincoln, Dash, Reggie, Cora, and Kona. Kona on the far outside from Smithtown, New York. It's number 3, Tails, one of the Corgis of War, very, very eager. I would imagine Tails will come out flying. Look at this, Tails just pulling. The flag is up. And they're off, and Tails explodes. But on the outside, a big, big run from, it looks like, Kona. It's a photo finish. 2 big-time performances.
Cora like a shot.
That's Cora from Troy, New York, or is that Kona from Smithtown, Long Island?
Wow, we're going to have to see the replay.
Got to see the replay. Well, that's the 8 there. Dash, no, that is the 9. Gotta take a look at it again.
Yeah, we gotta look at this again, see who that was. But the first Corg of War to be defeated.
Well, tails broke sharp as could be. Kona. Kona from Smithtown, all the way from Smithtown, New York, the heart of Long Island, came here and showed his stuff, upset one of the cogs of war. Doggies.
Wow. Yeah, that is a shocker here, how professional they were in those first two heats. But again, top 3 qualifiers from each heat do move on. Let's go to Maggie.
First Corgi to win from off the pace. Congratulations, Mark and Debbie with Kona here. What a run.
We knew Corgs of War would be tough, but Kona's ready to race.
And talk about that late finish. Good start by you, but really good calling him home.
Yeah, he went a little lopsided, I think, right?
This boy will run anywhere for his treats, so.
Must have treats. Well, congratulations. You're on to the final heat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Greg.
So an upset in this third qualifying heat, Kona from Smithtown, New York.
5.27 the final time. Second fastest time we've seen behind Aries in the first with 5.19. So obviously Kona throws his hat in the ring.
Tail's a little green, you know, kind of got lost out there on the lead and didn't quite see it all the way through the wire, but we'll see if maybe.
Nah, but we're finally starting to see, I think, a couple that could give Aries a challenge, don't you think?
Yes, and I wouldn't count out Tails.
I'd like to see some blinkers on Tails, I'll tell you that much right now. I'd like to see some blinkers on Tails.
One more qualifying heat to come, and that's it for the stellar performers from Corgs of War. So you would take a wide open fourth and final qualifying heat.
This is the up and coming. We got the 2 youngest competitors in this race. Biscuit at 7 months, and we also have Boca at 8 months. I think they're up and comers, Greg.
Heading back to FS1 right after this. Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon from Saratoga Springs at the premier meet in the game. And we're set for the fourth and final qualifying heat here for this Corgi Cup. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
Right across the track. Keep in mind the 9 and 12 both have turquoise. That's Biscuit laying down. It's not going to help. Boca. Scratch number 3, Dottie, so there's a little bit of a gap between the 2 and 4. Flag is up. And they're off. And it is an explosive bid for Sam. Sam was in a league of his own. And then a rally into second turns into a photo. And it was between Biscuit and Frankie, but Sam crushed.
Sam, no question, dominant in here, although still not as quick as what we saw from Aries earlier, who has the best time of any qualifier.
Still a good race, 5.33. Biscuit a little green on the rail, but just no doubt. This is the blowout winner of all the heats here. And you can just see Sam straight and strong from Coram, New York.
Really the only one that was focused and ready to go in a straight line here. Tough start for the rest of them, but regardless, I mean, this horse was, Corgi is going to be very tough to beat, and maybe this is one that could give Aries a true challenge because Aries was so much the best in that first qualifying heat.
Well, Wolfie, I'd like to see what the barking speed figure looks like first before I make any decisions like that. I don't like to just look off the raw time. I like to know how fast they actually went, so I'm going to wait for that figure to come back before I make any decisions. Aries looked tough, though, out there on the track.
Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Complete domination out here on the track is Sam. Quick from the blocks, please be joined here by Pete and Melanie. Guys, I've learned a lot about watching these Corgi heats. Seems like the one that is the loudest and barks the most wins.
Yep, it's exactly true. Sam's got a little crazy in him, so he's able to go real fast when he wants to.
And he loves it. He loves it. He loves to race. He loves going fast. He loves that his dad has treats on him, so.
Yep. He's got all the motivation he needs to go as fast as he can go.
His speed is the name of his game. You guys looking forward to the final heat?
We are so.
We're worried about those Corgs of War, but we're coming.
They've only won one.
For you.
They've only won one, so I think it's a fair shot. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you so much.
All right, Sam. Craig.
Could you have the double? Governor Sam to Sam?
You stole the words right out of my mouth. Yeah, Governor Sam's going to be a huge favorite later today in the Mahoney. And then Sam here winning. 2 from Corgs of War, by the way, have won. They won the first 2 qualifying heats. But, wow, why not Sam, who was not that far off what Aries did in that first qualifying heat?
I like Sam. I was a little worried. Sam was switching leads late, but has a lot of late kick there.
Focused. I like how he straightened out, swerved in a little bit at the break like Byron in the Breeders' Cup Classic, but he did not bother anybody. Got to the finish.
And, you know, having a qualifying heat under your belt, how are some, like, obviously these Corgs of War, they know what they're doing.
Absolutely.
But some of these others who now have this experience under the belt, how much professional could they be in the finals?
It's going to be a heck of a race.
That would include Norman, who ran a good second. And
yeah.
I would think, yeah, Sam could be the upsetter, but I would not count out Tails.
Finals happening after race 7 on this card today. And again, the top 3 qualifiers from each of these 4 heats that we've seen now will move into that final, including 2 from Corgs of War. And those are the previous champions at other events held by professional football teams. Aries, a 2-time winner by events held by the Buffalo Bills.
I have a feeling you could take that photo picture and sell it. And you'd get a lot of people that would buy that photo of the Corgi at the line.
I agree.
What a great crowd.
Well, you talked about, we just saw Sam win, but yeah, Governor Sam in our feature today, the Mahoney. You know, we've heard how, and look, it's going to be an odds-on favorite, massive favorite. Did you feel any vulnerabilities for him in the feature, Paul?
There's always vulnerabilities because it's Saratoga, but I just think him getting that outside draw makes him just really tough. If he would have drawn maybe the inside, they can put a lot of pressure on him. I just think with the outside draw, he can kind of do what he wants.
Well, time to play Bet the Favorite, Beat the Favorite. JK's playing, so wow, I wonder what's going to happen here.
That was so mean, Wolfie. I'm just kidding. I'm going to bet the favorite. I like Governor Sam. I like where he's drawn. I like the fact that he's got a firm turf course. The connections were worried about having a soft turf course last time. He overcame that. I love where he's drawn. He's so fast away from there. He can do anything that you need him to do in the race. He's going to be in the clear. He's the best horse. The worst thing that could happen is he can go wide. He's not going to get stopped. I think he's going to be tough. I'm going to try to bet the favorite. And I'm also going to make a bankroll play as well. I think I have $370 to win on Governor Sam. I'm in the lead, but I wanted to try to extend my position a little bit, kind of like Sam did out there with the
and if there's any bookies off-site, you want to play a double Governor Sam to Sam, right?
You know, I've been the most impressed with Aries, so I would go that's what I would do, that double. Hit me up on Twitter if you want to book that.
That's it for this Three Amigos crew.
A lot of fun.
Final again happens after race 7 in this inaugural running of the Corgi Cup. Let's go to Acacia.
And Greg, we're here in the paddock taking a look at horses for this 6th race, a mile and a 16th on the turf. New York bred, maiden claiming for $50,000. And I'll start things off with a couple of class droppers. The 5 Arches Assault, one of the favorites, tepid 3-1 favorites, just goes to show you what kind of race that is. Arches Assault is dropping in class for the first time and stretched out in distance and got back onto the turf last time out. His 2 races going long and on the grass are by far his best races so far, and that's what he looks like. He is tall, he is leggy, he has a very long frame to him. Nothing about this horse says sprinting at all. So I do think that he makes a lot of sense. He was acting up in the gate last time out before they broke, and it might have maybe just expended a bit more energy before the race than you needed to, especially going a mile and an eighth, and then now getting a touch less distance, with I'm fine with. I do think he'll be forward. He has been a little bit tricky to get the tack on, but nothing over the top. So one that I think is a major player in here. The number 12, Spirit of the Law. He too will take a drop in class for the first time. I actually liked him a little bit last time out, but Inexperience, who was stretching out in distance, just kind of ran everybody off their feet that day. And it was, I think, a much tougher field than what he's going to face this afternoon. This horse, he's built more like kind of that quintessential miler, stretches back out slightly here to the mile and a 16th, but he is one that, again, has been facing better in his recent efforts. They've kept him pretty quiet back in the saddling stall. He does wear that shadow roll. He's not the biggest, kind of a handier frame type of individual. He actually broke well last time out, but kind of had to be running in stops and starts. I think, once again, the class relief will help him out. Down to the rail, the number 1, Pretrial Statement, is a bit of a price, and while he has been exposed for maiden claiming before, it was in an off-the-turf race and off of a layoff, so this is technically his first time in a claiming race on the turf, which I do think is his preferred surface. He actually didn't run too badly last time out, but first time out, I thought on the turf, dropped back early on and just didn't really look comfortable moving first time out early on in that race. And then he did actually run on a little bit and show a bit of interest. Was sidelined then. He is a New York bred. You come back for New York bred turf season and it does get rained off the grass. But I think that that last race probably did serve him well, because he came in here really energetic in the paddock, but he settled a lot once they got the tack on him. He looks fit. He looks like a turf horse, and we'll see if running on the grass in the claiming race for the first time should suit him well. But finishing up getting the tack on for these horses in the paddock, we'll see jockeys coming out in a moment. We'll take a quick time out and welcome in our new crew on the desk. After this, Saratoga Live continuing race 6 on the grass coming up after this. Stay with us.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions. And hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the forego.
Complete package.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
Saratoga.
Remember that marathon we watched yesterday? European Elk Cordobus proving best in the mile-and-a-half sword dancer. At today's feature at Saratoga, nothing like that. Today's main event is all about speed, speed, and more speed. Enter Governor Sam, odds-on favorite in the Mahoney. Coming in hot, daylight winner of the quick call opening weekend. And his connections locked in. Ridden by Rod Ortiz, Saratoga's leading jockey. 3 more wins yesterday, owned by Alex Bregman. Red Sox third baseman, 3 more hits last night in San Diego, batting a cool 364 over his last 15 games. Warm Sunday afternoon at the Spa, Saratoga Race Course in Saratoga Springs, New York. Picture perfect Sunday afternoon, day 24. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1, winding down Week 5 as we welcome you just outside the paddock alongside champion jockey Richie Migliore, New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling, winner of the 2019 Kentucky Oaks Train Serengeti Empress. Guys, lots going on this second half of the program. Late pick 5 on tap. That Mahoney, Andy, want to start with you, and we'll get to the race in a moment, but the name Mahoney. Why is there a stakes race here at Saratoga called the Mahoney?
Well, it's not just named for Pat Mahoney, though Pat was a close friend and was a tremendous co-worker and somebody who did a great job in the mutuals. His whole family, actually, starting with his grandfather and through his father and himself, they're basically the people that started parimutuel racing in this country and had a huge impact on the game behind the scenes, but they were major players in the game, very good people as well, and we did this race to honor really all of them, but also Pat, who unfortunately passed away over the last year. Usually his family members are here, somebody we were very close to and somebody I feel very fortunate to have worked with and gotten to know, but also people that had a great big effect on horse racing.
Yeah, the Mahoney name synonymous with parimutuel wagering, and my first forays to the racetrack, I would get rides into the track with a parimutuel clerk from Brooklyn and get to the track and hang out all day until they were done. So I actually knew the Mahoney family since I was about 12 years old.
It's all too perfect. A horse named Innovator running in the Mahoney a little bit later on this evening. Here's a look at the field. Exciting, fast turf sprinters. 7th running of the Mahoney. 8 strong. And number 9, Governor Sam, even money morning line favorite. Tom, why should our viewers be excited about watching Governor Sam sprint today?
Well, he's a developing athlete. He's a 3-year-old, and he's developing into a superstar potentially. His specialty is grass and sprinting. He gets that today. He's got the most dangerous weapon a horse can have. It's called tactical speed. And when you have tactical speed, you can be wherever you want in the race early, depending on how fast or slow they go. He's versatile, and he's very good.
We were all on set for that win in the quick call. It was jaw-dropping. We'll see what he does today. Can't wait to see what he does in the Mahoney. Governor Sam, odds on. Maiden Claimer coming up next. Start of the late pick 5, race 6 in a post parade. Wide open, these New York breds. And starting with a 13-1 shot in pre-trial statement. A first race facing Claiming Company on grass.
Taking some money in this race, and it's not going to take a Herculean effort to win this one, but based on this horse's one race in the grass, I'm not sure there's anything to see.
Number 2, the Craftsman, 2 sprints, now the stretch out, 15-1.
Last one was on the turf, and he made up a lot of ground, getting more distance today, not without a possibility.
Still looking at pre-trial statement, big gap, back to the
That's the
Craftsman.
way this 2-horse runs. He comes from way back.
The strategy working to perfection. We'll see if he can trigger an upset. Johnny Velasquez in the saddle there. He is. Another look at the Craftsman. Favorite towards the outside, 5-2. Spirit of the Law despite the post. Then Ragazzo Doro, who does have a good race at the level.
Yeah, he does, but I wouldn't say it was a good race. He has a second place finish. He's going to have to get faster in all likelihood to win today's race.
Powered by Cole, near miss at the level. Rod Ortiz takes over.
Near miss. He did it by being on the lead, and I think he'll be close today.
Archer's Assault, Sword Dancer winning jockey Flavian Pratt.
And gets a rider switch to Flavian. If he can run back to his turf debut as a 2-year-old, he's the horse to beat. I picked him 3-1, though. That's the lowest I'd take.
Big Brown delivers. A lot went wrong early in his last race.
It did, and I think this is one of a couple of long shots with a real chance in here. You're getting 18-1.
Classic Martini, 4 races. He's only beat 4 horses.
If you're betting him, I would suggest you take your money and buy a martini with it.
Sunshine Dancer, Saratoga Oaks winning jockey Kendrick Carmouche.
Blinkers on. And speaking of long shots that I like, Andy, that's my play there, that 8-horse Sunshine Dancer.
I hope you haven't put it in yet.
21-1. Make your moment. Second at the level in his last pair.
5-1's a fair price on the horse who's supposed to be the speed if Romero is aggressive. Just feel like he's piling up the losses.
Number 10, Russ Ross Bay, Water Lake Stable, debuting homebred.
Debuting, that's the key. Debuting for a for sale price. Probably going to look somewhere else.
Spirit of the Law, daunting post, never faced softer company.
That's a good point, Lafitte. And a horse with a real chance. He's got to overcome that way outside post, but is our favorite.
Runners in the 6th who will earn that first career win. Late pick 5 begins in moments. Tom, you're playing the late pick 5. Let's see the tickets so our viewers can scan and ride with you.
Check out how spread out I am in those first 3 legs, you guys. There's a reason for that. These are wide open races, the 6th, 7th, and 8th. But I'm going to narrow it down to the horse we talked about, Governor Sam, in the feature race. And then I'm going to just narrow it down to 2 in the last. Interestingly enough, the second choice, Tuscan Gold, the one I'm going to leave out. But take a look at the long shot in there, the 11 horse, Hop Sing. I think he has a real chance.
$96 investment. Go get him, Tom. And everyone playing this late pick 5 at Saratoga. Andy, your selection, circling back to, I know you didn't like the price in the post spread. I just can't remember who it was.
The 5-horse Arches Assault. I mean, it's this horse gets a significant rider change off the rider that originally rode this horse in the turf. And that effort is a 2-year-old behind George Briggs, who might be a horse to beat in a stake race on Wednesday or Thursday, actually. I'm Friday, I don't know. One of the days next week. And last time out was a little bit disappointing. But you know what? Fractious in the gate. I don't think it was a terrible effort. He's got to run a little bit better than that. I'm not sure how much better he really has to run. And I love the switch to Flavien Prat. I could take 3-1, but I'm not taking anything less, I'll tell you that.
Deep and competitive, Richie. Who'd you wind up with?
The 2-horse, the Craftsman. I thought this horse ran really exceptionally well last time at a distance too short for him. Finished with a lot of interest, galloped out by the entire field on the Johnny Velasquez. And the fact that Johnny Velasquez sees fit to ride him back on the stretch out, this horse should, I think it's 16-1 is a very generous price.
Big number there. Then Make Your Moment, number 9, 5-1. Acacia, what are you seeing here pre-race? Make Your Moment trying to graduate in his 7th career start.
Well, he's been sharp, Lafitte, and as Andy mentioned, he is the horse that should be on the lead early on. He does have that natural speed. My biggest concern with him is that you do have some horses in here who are taking class drops for the first time, and this is one who has been a horse that has already been exposed against maiden claiming company for quite some time. So he's one that I always find just a little bit tough to take, especially given those back-to-back defeats and with the addition of blinkers. Now, sometimes he gets a little bit antsy in the gate. He has settled on the track now. Taking a look at the number 6, Big Brown Delivers, as you guys mentioned in the post parade, I think he's a bit of a live long shot because he did have a lot of trouble in that race, and furthermore, it was off of a layoff in his first start for the Morley barn. So I would assume that there is reason to believe that he could move forward. He totally lost his hind end at the beginning. He has gotten pretty hot here. Sometimes previously had not been the smoothest mover. He did move well in the warm-up today at a massive price. Lafitte?
Beginning to file in. Just announced from Frank Miramati moments ago, Class Assist. Class Assist out of the 10th and final. Late scratch number 2, Class Assist out of the 10th at Saratoga as we get set to kick off this late pick 5. Richie, early on, what should we be looking for?
Well, I just, again, turf racing's position. You want to see who gets into that first turn in good shape and with an unencumbered trip in ground saving.
Yeah, I think a 9 will try to lead, but I won't be surprised if Flavien Prat's extra aggressive in my 5. It's the way he rides and the way he rides successfully.
And where will Derby Belmont winning jockey Junior Alvarado be with Spirit of the Law early on, who is favored? Frank Miramati with the call.
Here are those Saratoga stable silks. Big following here. Spirit of the Law. They're in the gate. And they're off. Big Brown Delivers. Arches Assault has some early interest, as does Make Your Moment on the extreme outside. And Pre-Trial Statement in the blue is down at the rail close up as well. They're followed by the Craftsman. Classic Martini is next as they round the clubhouse turn. It's another 2 lengths back to Ross Bay, outside Powered by Cole, who's a good 9 or 10 lengths off the lead. Another 3 back to Spirit of the Law. Ragazzo d'Oro is second to last, and slow starting Sunshine Dancer trails. The quarter went in 23-3. Big Brown delivers. Make your moment stride for stride with Archer's Assault 3 deep, 2 off the pace in third. Then Pretrial Straightment and the Craftsman fourth and fifth. The Craftsman is racing in between horses. Ross Bay is down on the inside of Classic Martini. The half went in 47 and 4/5 seconds. It's another 3 to Powered by Coles. Spirit of the Law is next. The 2 trailers, Ragazzo de Oro is second to last. And now Sunshine Dancer inches up outside of him. Big Brown delivers the leader. Pressed throughout by Make Your Moment. Archer's Assault has had a good, smooth 3-wide journey. The Craftsman is in the thick of it between horses. And Pretrial Statement is down at the rail. Ross Bay just got a crack to try and pick things up. On the far outside comes Sunshine Dancer. It's wide open. Ross Bay is starting to pick it up in the center of the race course as the lead belongs to Make Your Moment. It's a tenuous one. Ross Bay keeps coming. On the extreme outside, Spirit of the Law has surfaced late. And Ross Bay roused to the lead in the final stages. The Craftsman going with him. The Craftsman's just in front. The Craftsman outfinished Ross Bay. Then it was Spirit of the Law who came flying for third, and a photo for fourth that involves Archer's Assault.
Saratoga's all-time leading jockey, triggering the upset. The Craftsman digs in, holds on Richie at 16-1. Well done.
You watch this horse's last race. He finished with interest. He galloped out like a wild horse. Johnny Velasquez stays put. You know, Johnny's a rider. He doesn't need a maiden 50 New York bred unless he thinks they're live. He rode this horse with confidence. He saved ground. He found the seam. And a really nice effort here by the Craftsman and John Velasquez.
Big
14-1 in the end, and some traffic in the stretch tops.
Some traffic in the stretch, and you got to give some credit to the horse that was second, our first-time starter, Rosberg, who really made a good effort today to just get beat, nailed at the wire. But all the credit goes to the Craftsman, who, coming off that sprint, as you say, showed he wanted more ground.
Yeah. Saw Flavien Pret having to take up late on Archer's Assault.
He had nothing. He was a little wide. He had nothing. He took up because he didn't have enough horse to keep up, stay in there.
Johnny Velasquez on the inside, the Craftsman, 14-1 in the end. See the 10, big run, Ross Bay in his debut, Spirit of the Law on the outside, charging late, but Johnny B on the inside, saving the ground, the Craftsman pulling off the upset.
Yeah, Johnny, you know, he took his time. He was patient. He found that seam. He was never looking for the outside, too. And when riders are riding the turf well, they're not looking to go to the right when the race is going forward. They're following live cover. Johnny, perfect ride.
210, 12-5, Tom. Kind of a classic pattern for a young developing prospect earlier in their career for trainer Jimmy Ferrara. The 2 sprints and then the stretch out.
Yeah, and showed it in the sprint, as we talked about. Came from well back, but finished with some energy on the end, and the stretch out in distance allowed that horse to relax early and have a great kick for the end.
The Craftsman. So that's how we kick off this late pick 5. 14-1 outsider. On paper, it felt like that kind of race, deep competitive, and you wind up with a $30 winner.
Well, and that's the kind of race you're going to mine those kind of nuggets once in a while. It's just you pick up on something previous. Good effort.
Richie zeroed in on him. Johnny rode him, the Craftsman here at Saratoga. Plus, when we come back, very cool story to follow. Red Sox third baseman Alex Bregman, while it's maybe his first season in Boston, his love for racing dates back much further. Spent some time with Paul LaDuca at Fenway. That story's next.
Union Rags, a proven sire with 6 Grade 1 winners. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags, Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train and Paradise Woods. His success continues with recent graded stakes winner Circle of Trust and multiple graded stakes winner and Grade 1 winner Power Squeeze. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. Fans of the 1863 Club just watched the Craftsman pull off the upset. Tri-Country Stables owned is by Painter. Painter, who was second in the 2012 Belmont Stakes to Union Rags. Union Rags ridden by Johnny Velasquez, and a run up the rail. Everything comes full circle.
And it did come full circle. Johnny is such a marvel to me. His leg strength at his age, usually that's the first thing you see to deteriorate in riders. I see none of that with John Velasquez. And congratulations to Jimmy Ferraro. Did a terrific job. His second win of the meet. We usually, Andy, expect Jimmy Ferraro to win his races at Aqueduct. Nice to see him have two up here.
The Jimmy covered the over. No doubt about it. Good man. Nice to see him get the win.
31-20 in the end. The Craftsman. Big effort from the first-time starter Ross Bay. 2-10-12 in the 6 here at Saratoga to Acacia in the winner's circle with winning pilot John Velasquez.
I'm happy to be joined by Johnny with the Craftsman. Johnny, you kind of weaved through traffic late. That proved to be the right move for this horse.
Yeah, I wasn't waiting really for a room. You know, I rode the first time going short. I thought she'd probably benefit going to the two turns. So I waited there. You know, I mean, the horse in front, lane second, he's holding and holding and holding. So I was like, I think he's the horse to beat anyway. And I sat right behind him, and I just waiting for him to let go so I can go either inside or outside of him. Flying was outside of him. He kind of waited as well. So it made me wait a little longer. But finally, when we got loose and by 316 pulled to the 8 pull, she got a nice kick.
The patience paying off, though, and I'm sure a nice victory coming back from Colonial as well, winning 2 there yesterday, riding in the Arlington Million. Talk a little bit about the travel and getting ready to come right back and ride the card on a nice warm day once again.
Yeah, busy couple of days. So, you know, the travel definitely, you know, I mean, seem to be traveling every weekend somewhere, whether Saturday or Sunday. Yeah, it's been pretty busy, but enjoyable. You know, winning a couple of races here and there, so it keeps you coming back again once again. You know what I mean? That's one of the things that you got to enjoy, and hopefully they continue doing it.
Is there a little bit different in your prep, maybe mental or physical, when you have to travel and kind of adding that into it?
It's basically the same thing, you know, the same preparation that I do every day, you know, homework, see the opposition, see the jockeys, and see, you know, and when you go to a different track, you pay attention more about the track, how the track is playing. Well, that's a kind of falls in place, whereas your homework is, you know, and you go from there, and hopefully the horses do the things that you want to do.
And getting back to the winner's circle today, congratulations, Johnny.
Thank you so much.
Traveling around the country, Lafitte, and winning everywhere he goes.
I imagine it makes it a lot easier when you're traveling, winning those races and coming back for another day here.
Yeah, it's like riding in the winter in New York. People say, hey, don't you get cold? It's always warm in the winner's circle. You always have energy when you're winning races.
Never rains or snows there either.
So much fun to watch Johnny V, and still, all these years later, still winning races like that at Saratoga, where he set so many records over the decades.
He's such a great ambassador to the room and to racing in general. When you watch him come back to the room, as we all know here at Saratoga, you walk through the crowd. He stops for whoever wants his autograph or shake his hand or just take a picture with a kid. He's a great ambassador for our sport.
Absolutely.
$31 winner there. Race number 7 coming up, 21 minutes. Andy, for this $17,500 restricted claimer, what'd you come up with?
I'm going to make a bankroll bet in this race.
Nice.
I don't think there's any argument that the current favorite, my 2 Sophia's at 3-2 is the horse to beat in here. I mean, she's just consistently running numbers that make her the horse to beat, and she's getting an enormous rider change to Irad Ortiz. There's really nothing not to like about her in this spot. I just don't want to take her at a short price, and I think the number 9 horse is a very good alternative, Valentine Gift, who's taking a substantial drop in class for trainer Tom Morley, and I'm hoping that she's the other horse in the race. So I'll bet a little win on her. If I was going to expand my play, I'd bet exactas with the 2 as well.
Race 7 coming up. Start of the late pick 4 here at Saratoga. Meantime, the feature, Mahoney. Exciting race, fast turf sprinters. One in particular, number 9, Governor Sam. Co-owned by Red Sox third baseman Alex Bregman, where the timing today gets a little tricky for Bregman. You see, he's in San Diego, the Red Sox and the Padres wrapping up a 3-game series. Like, that game just started. The Mahoney race number 9, post time around 5:50 Eastern. And while that does kind of complicate things for Bregman a little bit this afternoon, these are good problems to have given his love for both sports.
with all-star third baseman here, Alex Bregman. Alex, it's good to see you here at Fenway Park. I know you've been involved in horse racing. Now you're telling me your father was being involved and your wife as well.
Yeah, I grew up going to the racetrack with my grandfather and dad when I was probably 8 years old on, and as far as I can remember, just going there with them, loving horse racing, and then eventually we ended up getting our first horse at the yearling sale in Keeneland. He went on to run second at Keeneland on debut the next April, and after that kind of just fell in love with it and have been hooked ever since. Yeah.
Are you more nervous at the plate, or you're more nervous when your horse goes in the gate?
Oh, I'm way more nervous when the horse goes in the gate. When I'm playing baseball, I can control what I do, but you kind of just have to watch and root, and you're nervous, and it's so much fun. It's thrilling. It's an incredible sport. I've had just a time of my life being a part of it over the last few years, and look forward to hopefully winning some big ones here coming up.
So when your horses run, are you watching?
Whenever we can. Whenever we go at night game and it's going on in the morning, we're watching Saratoga live, watching the races. So a lot of guys on this team love horse racing. We're all going crazy every time they turn for home.
Have you been to Saratoga? And what was the feel when you did go? Have you been there?
It's so peaceful there. It's amazing. Just riding around the golf cart in the backside, walking through the barns, going over, watching the horses train in the morning. It's heaven on earth. We've been pretty much everywhere watching horse racing. I don't know if there's a better spot than Saratoga.
It's a big smile on your face. Is there a better spot than Fenway?
No. This is incredible.
It's kind of like Saratoga of the horse racing.
Both places just have that strong tradition. The fans are incredible.
Great stuff, Paul, with Alex Bregman at Fenway. Tom, you can tell that this isn't some fleeting hobby for Bregman. It's genuine interest and love for the sport.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. I think he captures the backside perfectly and what it's about. And when someone can do that, you know they're passionate about the sport. Doesn't hurt that he's also an LSU Tiger. Go Tigers!
Nobody's perfect.
Playing games at Fenway, running horses and stakes races here at Saratoga. Governor Sam, who we saw opening weekend in the quick call, Andy, and in this performance, we learned a little something new about Governor Sam when he won the quick call.
Right, when he can show that he can actually rate in races and win from off the pace. You're talking about very possibly the best 3-year-old turf sprinter in the country. His Breeders' Cup last year, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, was an exceptional effort, but he was a horse that could become a victim of pace. With inside post last time, they decided to try something different and see if they could get him to turn off and rate, and he did it very, very easily. Now he's got an outside post. Honestly, he can only lose this race because on paper, somebody's going to have to step forward with a very big effort to beat him if he runs anywhere close to his last race.
Yeah. How much more formidable does that make him as the competition gets tougher when he can beat you? And a racehorse can beat you different ways.
Oh, that versatility makes him infinitely more tougher. If you've got a horse that's one-dimensional, a speed horse, you could have some 40-to-1 shot take you on early, chew on you, and set it up for, a horse that's more legitimate than a long shot. Now you can have the ability to take back off of horses, and with that post, he's just so well posted. It's really hard to see him losing. It feels like something would have to go wrong for him to lose today.
I agree. Or somebody steps up and runs a race that's a little hard to see in the paper, or he takes a step back. Otherwise, and he's a short price, you don't need us to sit up here and tell you how he's going to probably win this race. But he looks pretty good in there, to say the least.
Yeah, tactical speed. Yeah. The greatest weapon a horse can have, other than natural ability, you have to have tactical speed. You can just be wherever you need to be based on the pace of a race. You get a smart rider on your back, you're going to win a lot of races on that kind of horse that maybe other riders wouldn't win on based on placing him in the right spot.
Like that rider. All right, Ortiz, 2 for 2 on Governor Sam. Saratoga's leading rider has a call again, not to mention a contender in this upcoming 7th race in My Two Sophias.
Elite Power from Frankie Dettori down the outside, but Elite Power sweeps down the outside of the 200, and Elite Power is moving clear and going to take the rear dirt sprint by a widening margin. Frankie Dettori from Belmont in the Jaguar colours that mean so much to this part of the world. Elite Power beating the second place Goodnight in third, running on Remake.
The power of Juddmonte.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Another pristine summer afternoon in upstate New York. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. Lots going on across the street as well. Today and tomorrow, Fasig-Tipton New York bred sale. Pays to own a New York bred, and here's your opportunity. Here's your chance. Over to Acacia.
And I'm very happy to be joined by Evan Ferraro from Fasig-Tipton. And first of all, Evan, last week at the select sale, just absolute fireworks. What a success it was with some really exciting horses going through the ring.
It was an unbelievable couple of nights. We've been selling horses up here for over a century, and I mean, to have a sale like that was beyond our wildest dreams. So, I mean, we were coming off record sale last year, and to eclipse that, those gross sales by, 18 million is just incredible. It's a testament to the horses that we were able to sell. And, they're good horses that obviously the top buyers wanted, and I mean, we're over the moon. There were industry veterans that have been coming to horse sales for over 40 years that said that was the best horse sale they've ever been to. So that's pretty flattering.
Well, now coming up tonight and tomorrow, the New York bred sale, and Lafitte just said it pays to have a New York bred, and it really does. Why is this sale so important for people to shop at?
Well, this is the highest concentration of quality New York breds that you'll find. They're all selected. We've got a good mix of, New York sires, Kentucky sires. And, if you look through the fields at all these races, our NYRA tracks, and New York breds are the backbone of the program, of the racing cards. And it's just, it's important for the state, important for the circuit here. And the New York breds are the best breed you can own a lot of the time. They've got, there's so much money to run for. And it's a great program, and it's really something that people should take advantage of.
Now, some big purses coming up as well, especially in those maiden races. And as always, some real sire power in these sales. Looking forward to that as well tonight.
Yeah, we've got representatives of the top sires in New York, top national sires, and with the purse parity next year, these New York breds are going to be running for the same amount of money as open horses, and that's huge.
Well, best of luck with the sale tonight and tomorrow. Thank you so much, Evan.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
New York breds, next couple of days across the street. And for a sale, Andy, that's like the equivalent of if this was like an NFL game and you're looking at stats, like those are like video game numbers.
I think the average was around $600,000 over there. They sold over $100 million worth of horses. It's really mind-boggling to hear those numbers, and love to see the New York breds do well also this weekend, tonight, and I think most of the day tomorrow. Nobody was stupid enough to give you money to buy horses this week. Oh, you won't buy New York breds. You only come here like a carpetbagger sweeping into town when you can get a little work here.
Speaking of stupid, we do have to talk about your selection in this race at 6-5.
Now that's a segue.
I picked a 9.
That's a segue.
I thought you picked a 3.
Well, I'm not going to complain because I don't mind. I don't listen to you either, so that's fine. But if you would listen,
it's a non-winners of 3
if you would
life.
listen to what I said the three's the horse to beat.
You can talk over me till break, but it's a non-winners of 3 life, and no horse has more starts than Dash and Delia. 35.
I didn't tell you. Dash and Delia's the 5, Tom. The 3 is my 2 Sophias.
Which one did you
got
pick?
nothing right here.
You're
You're firing all cylinders.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur and top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Lively edition of Saratoga Live. You're on Fox Sports 1. Coverage brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. After today, just 3 weeks left this season, but 3 very big weeks. Sign up, NairaBets.com. Use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. You guys sing Kumbaya?
As it turns out, we have the same pick in this race. How frightening.
How embarrassing for you, actually.
After all that.
I did my best to knock him off my horse. I couldn't do it, so I like the 9 Valentine's gift.
Your bankroll play, Andy Serling.
I didn't hear that Tom liked the same horse. If I had been listening to him, I would have changed my bet. As I said, I like the 9 Valentine gift as an alternative to the 3. You know, if I was playing, as I said earlier, some listened, Tom didn't. I would use the 3 in the exacta to sort of cover up and maybe, but you know, he's not a great price. I thought she would be a better price dear, to be honest. But she is dropping down significantly, and perhaps, you know, in a spot like this, she can wake up. But I have no illusions. Maitu Sophia is way the horse to beat.
Who decides the seating arrangement? Like, who's responsible for this? Who thinks it's a good time to have them sitting next to each other?
I actually was going to offer on break if you guys wanted me to switch seats, and I'll be
you
in the
can
middle
have my seat if you'd like, and I'll get out of here.
You should see it at dinner when I'm forced to eat with him.
Carlton Post, let's meet the field. There's Daniil and Luis Saez.
Yeah, coming off the claim for Rio Rodriguez, claimed by a trainer's winning a high percentage to a barn that is not.
Second half of the entry, Moonlit Weekend.
Just a little hard to take off her races. Just she's dropping too, but she just seems a little slow overall to me.
Lane Leslie aboard Harlan's Bond.
Interesting horse. You know, ran 3rd last time. Probably wasn't asked for the best at the end of the race when wasn't getting there. I could see some improvement.
Late to the scene. That's the 4. And Cedacat, a tough sledding since claimed in May.
Yeah, claimed in May and well beaten the last 2, but is dropping down in class.
22-1 currently. And we saw Rod Ortiz and My Two Sophias acting up in the paddock. See if we can get an update. There's Dashing Della. Quick mare 11 start this year.
Off the claim for Gary Contessa, who claimed off his former assistant, Marcelo Arenas.
Told My Two Sophias is actually on the track already. There's Dream on Cara and Eric Cancel.
Had the perfect trip last time to win and now has to step up in class to the non-3 arena.
7 is out, 5-2 is in, back sprinting today.
Yeah, 3 races in the last 31 days if you count today's effort. That's a lot for a filly.
Valentine Gift, late running sprinter. Ricardo Santana takes over.
Well, 7-2, back to 4-1 on hers. I said before, I thought she was the best alternative I could find to the favorite.
There she is, the 6-5 choice who just missed at the level last month. Rod Ortiz aboard My Two Sophias.
And you've got a horse that's the horse to beat even without the rider change. And you switch into Irad Ortiz, I don't care who's been riding the horse. It's pretty much an upgrade.
Yeah, heard her latest last month. Right here, same level, My Two Sophias. Andy swings wide, rallies, and just comes up a neck shy.
Yeah, the only thing that concerns me is that she lost to a horse, Book of Wisdom, who doesn't particularly have great PPs to get it done, but I still think she ran fine. The one thing I'd say, though, is it was a slower race than her races before that. So for a heavy favorite, one of the reasons I took a small shot against her, I don't like when their last race is just a little bit worse than their prior races, but she's the horse to beat.
I mean, came from way back, went further than everybody, around everybody. If you're into leads, did finish on her left lead, Richie.
Yeah.
Maybe could have gotten a little more energy if you got it over to the right.
Yeah, she jumped back to her inside lead, just inside the 8th pole, and I didn't think she looked quite as comfortable when she did that as she was when on her right lead, even though she was still gaining. I think the inside post potentially, because it looks like she's a filly that wants to get out in the clear to run her best, potentially could be a stumbling block for her.
How is the warm-up going, Acacia, after she kind of threw a bit of a tantrum in the paddock?
Actually, Lafitte, compared to last time, she was far better. She is a very difficult filly. Last time out, they saddled her on the walk, and they went around the entire paddock and still had a really tough time with her. So today, she was actually a bit better, but still, she's a really energetic. She's one that really kind of lives on her nerves. She doesn't carry much weight. You can see that she is just that nervous type of filly that's not a good doer, we say. So she's actually settled a bit more today versus last time. And I agree with the swapping of the leads. I also wanted to point out that that was the day Christopher Elliott rode her that day, that he had come back after an incident, and when he got back, he rode this horse, and then he didn't ride the balance of the card going to get checked out. So just wanted to point that out for whatever that is worth as well. Irad Ortiz does climb aboard. They needed to bring the pony to get the rider up. She did not do the post braid. You have to get pre-approval for that, and clearly because she is such a nervous type, that was well known that she was going to take a right when everybody else took a left. So like I said, for her standards, she's doing better, but she just is a bit tough to trust given how she acts prior to the races. The number 9 in Valentine Gift, I agree with you guys. I do think she is a major player on the drop-in class. She gets shortcut cheater blinkers on. This is one that I saw 2 back and actually liked her a bit for 30 that day. Stepped up to face tougher last time out. She actually ran on a bit late in that race as well when getting squeezed back at the start. So we'll see what the shortcut blinkers do for her today as she's getting a big warm-up from Ricardo Santana out there on the track as well. Rudy Rodriguez sends out the entry. The plain one, Daniil, is the one that I'm a bit more intrigued by. I think it's probably maybe a bit tough to claim off of Steve Shower, and he was having quite a bit of success in the spring over at the Belmont at the Big A meet, but this is a horse that I thought looks really, really good today versus what I've seen from her sometimes in the past. At a big warm-up, she was moving well. She's carrying really good weight and conditioning. Rudy settled both of his horses outside with the pony. That's something that he typically does with a lot of runners, but looking like she's doing very well, and it does seem that maybe Rudy's barn has picked up a little bit. I did think that the 1 5-2, though, was intriguing as she cuts back in distance. last time out going a mile and an eighth, got a little bit keen. She's built much more like a sprinter. She took a time to get going in the warm-up, but then once she got going and really leveled off 5-2, who's 5-1 right now, she really picked up her feet from there, and one that I do think is going to run better now, third off the bench and going a bit shorter, Lafitte.
Keisha talking about Daniil. Luis Saez looking for a second win this afternoon. Tom, when you're dealing with a nervous racehorse, as a trainer, a lot of viewers watching don't follow on a day-to-day basis. Like, how do you try to manage that as a trainer?
Well, you learn what their habits are, what their dislikes are, and you allow them to do what they can do successfully. The idea of coming out of the paddock early and getting her away from the post parade and getting away from the other horses makes perfect sense. Yeah. She didn't wear blinkers last time. She's getting them back today. It might actually, even though she didn't get beat by very much, they may have seen something there that says, hey, the blinkers help her in terms of temperament, because she did come from way back, have to come around everybody that day. So you play to the horse. You give the horse their best shot to win, and you play within the rules, so you ask for permission to do things like, come out early in the post parade and get away from the groove.
But now it's like out of the trainer's hands, right? Richie,
Completely.
as a rider in the saddle, like, what can you do to try and get the racehorse underneath you more settled?
I see a lot of riders with nervous horses not warm them up very much, jog them. I think it's a mistake. I think you're better off letting the horse have a gallop, get away from everybody, everything, get to the backstretch where it's quiet, let them expel some of that nervous energy. And then once you've gotten them away from everything, give them a chance. Let them walk, stand out, look at things. I think when you keep a horse all pent up, they're just going to keep working on the nerves. Let them gallop for 3/8 of a mile and then take a breath.
Do any of these methods apply to horse racing analysts? To co-host?
We're going to make Andy run twice around the paddock here.
At least I listen to the people on the desk with me.
So earplugs out for Tom? Is that what you're saying?
At the gate, my two Sophias. Despite the nerves, handicappers not concerned. She is an even money favorite early on. Strategically, what are we looking for?
Well, I was having a very hard time really kind of deciphering the pace here, Andy. Who do you think makes the lead?
It's got to belong to 5, doesn't it, Andy?
Yeah, I would think the 5 probably goes.
But I mean, there's not a lot of other speed besides the 5.
Especially with Rodeo Star scratched in the race, she could be in front. I don't think Irad's going to be that far off of it. He's probably got the second fastest horse, and knowing Irad riding the best horse, he's going to at least come out running from the inside. If the 5 wants to take it from him, then he'll probably sit behind her, but look to sort of get outside. But I think you'll see Irad be aggressive. I mean, Richie, you'd do that if you were riding the horse, right?
From the rail, the worst thing you can do is be too quiet and let that whole field fold over on you. Yeah.
Here's Frank Miramati. It's post time.
Valentine Gift coming up. Daniil is also standing behind the gate, part of the entry. They're in the gate. And they're off. Valentine Gift bounces out very smartly. Dashing Della in the center is now moving up into contention. And inside of him, her C-Dak Cat moves through along with the favorite, My Two Sophia. So 4 right across the track. Then Daniil and Moonlit Weekend racing right next to one another. 5 lengths back to Harlan's Bomb. The 2 trailers 5-2. And Dream on Cara is at the back of the field. So Arad Ortiz Jr. takes the favorite and says, catch me if you can on My Two Sophias, who takes him into the far turn over C-Dak Cat, the quarter in 22-2. Valentine Gift is up and on the pace while 3 wide third. Just in behind them, on the inside, Daniil is in 4th, followed by Moonlit Weekend. Daniil is trying to make some headway. Another 3 back to Harlan's Bond toward the back of the field. 5-2, Dream on Cara. Quarter of a mile to go. My Two Sophias. Valentine Gift on the outside. 2nd, Daniil hugs the rail in 3rd. They're coming to the 8th pole, and it's My Two Sophias with a 2-length lead. Valentine Gift maintaining 2nd. Daniil is in 3rd. From the back of the field, Dream on Cara has surfaced and is starting to come fast. Dream on Cara moving into 2nd. My Two Sophias 3-length lead. Dream on Cara. It's going to get very close. Here is the line. Photo finish. Dream on Cara came flying right at My Two Sophias. Behind them, it was Valentine Gift and Harlan's Bond. Very tight.
Just covered in dirt from far off the pace. Dream on Cara, desperate finish, hitting the wire together with the favorite, My Two Sophias.
And it's very rare to see a horse that's won for 29 in its career end up winning its next 2 races. But that's, guys, what I think we just saw here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it had to do with what happened up front early in the race. In a race that looked like it was not a lot of pace. You had 4 horses vying for the lead, Richie. They were setting it up for a horse that was saving some energy to come and get him at the end, and that's exactly what the 6, Dream on Cara, does, and getting to the line first in front of our 3 horse.
And very similar to the setup she got last time, where the race just kind of fell apart and she was right in the right place to take advantage of it. Nice to see Eric Cancel find the winner's circle. It's only his 2nd win of the meet.
You know, you're right, Tom. I mean, and it was Ricardo leaving. If Ricardo and I listen, I bet the 9, I like the ride he gave. Didn't work out, but I like an aggressive ride. He did the right thing, because if he didn't go after the 3, he would have had no chance to beat her.
Right.
As it turned out, he wasn't going to beat her anyway, but at least he tried to do something to give her a chance to win. As it turned out, doing what he did ended up probably costing the 3 the race.
Suburban winning trainer, Gustavo Rodriguez, Eric Cancel. There it is, 6'3", Dream on Cara. And for Eric Cancel, yeah, you save. You put that photo up on the wall, Richie, when you beat Arad Ortiz in a photo at Saratoga.
Heck, I got beat in nose by Chris McCarron and Angel Cordero when I was a 10-pound bug. I got that photo because I said I'll never be with these guys again.
to Acacia.
And here is winning trainer Gustavo Rodriguez. Dream on Cara 2 in a row, Gus, and she has really been doing so well lately.
You know, we wasn't gonna run in this spot, but we was gonna run in the allowance. And they call me from the office, and I say no, and they, for like 3 days, they didn't use their race, and I talked to my people. I say, listen, they need the fuel to fuel up the race. And they say, okay, let's do it. And we put her in, and thank God, you know, she ended up winning the race.
And it all worked out, turning into back-to-back wins. But wanted to ask you about a Suburban winner, Phileas Fogg. Saw he worked this morning. What have you seen from him?
Everything is beautiful. Beautiful, yeah. Nice. Nothing crazy, but beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, very happy with the way he worked.
That is great news. Well, congratulations here, guys.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Lafitte?
Thank you.
Onward. Phileas Fogg, a win here. Gustavo Rodriguez, Dream on Cara, picks off the favorite, My Two Sophias. When we return, like Governor Sam, who? This is who the crowd is here to see. Apologies, Alex Bregman. The Corgis on the loose. It's their moment, their time to shine. Corgi Cup 25, who is top dog?
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front, domestic product!
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
The Fasig-Tipton New York Bred Yearling Sale, the industry's leading source for quality New York breds, selected on conformation and pedigree. Recent grads include multiple graded stakes winner Mo Flex and New York bred champions Pandagate and With the Angels. Yearlings in this year's catalog will compete for equal purse money as open company horses on the NYRA circuit in 2026. The Fasig-Tipton New York Bred Yearling Sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Part of the broadcast everyone's been waiting for. Welcome back, Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. First, cleaning up the 7th race. Just a $17,500 claiming race, Tom, but an exciting horse race, an exciting finish, and an upset. Dream on Kara gets to the favorite, My Two Sophias in a rod.
Yeah, and as a handicapper, you can watch the race unfold and almost know what has a chance to occur with 4 horses battling down the backside for the lead, all exerting energy, all using gas in the tank. It sets up for someone to close that's going to wait to put the foot on the accelerator for the last 1/8 of a mile.
I'll tell you one thing about this race. Going forward, looking at this race, you don't want any part of any horse that was fitting in the back and made no run in here, because this race was set up for closers, yet only one horse was able to make a run.
Yeah, I mean, very good point. But both Irad Ortiz and My Two Sophias and Ricardo Santana, I think, rode the right races. Irad from the rail, what's he going to do? Allow them to drop over, so he went forward. And Ricardo's trying to win the race, so he put her in position.
100%, right? Sometimes you can look and think, why was the guy so aggressive? You know, he could have sat up that pace. He rode the better horse.
Right.
But Ricardo knew that Irad was on the better horse, and if he just conceded a race to him, maybe the finish would have been 3-9 in this race if he just conceded the race to him. But he's trying to win, and I'm never, and you always say this, I'd rather a guy makes an aggressive mistake than he makes a passive mistake.
This late pick 5, $32 winner, $22 winner. That's what we've seen thus far. Really good 8th race coming up. But again, this is what everybody has been waiting for. This Corgi Cup 25. It is the final. You've had the, 3 Corgis emerging from the 4 different heats. And then there were 12. From those 4 qualifying races, a 40-yard dash and a vapor trail, Richie, as Norman's owner was saying to Maggie earlier, a short legs, big dreams as the hardware awaits.
Well, they take it very serious. They're having a great time. It's fun. I'm getting a big kick out of them. I don't think they beat the 10 Corgi, Sam. He broke straight and true. He ran through the wire, and 6 of the 12 contestants hailing from Long Island. It must be a Corgi hotbed.
So like it pays to own a New York bred, a thoroughbred pays to own a Long Island Corgi?
Yeah.
I've got him at 5-1, but here's going to be our favorite from the rail. Watch Aries, who drew almost the rail in the first heat. Look,
Gone.
they're off.
Gone.
You lose if you didn't have this dog, excuse me.
Who told Aries he was Housebuster?
Yeah.
He looked like Housebuster there. The
2-1 morning line.
The handler of Aries, smart enough to sit back away from the wire so his dog runs through the wire. A lot of the other handlers staying right up on the wire. Your dog's going to slow down as he gets to you.
Kind of like some of the riders here when they were going for 3rd place.
Right
they
through
don't
the wire.
ride through the wire, now do they?
That was Aries' screen right and pretty keen early on. Hope he doesn't expend too much energy before it's game time.
I think that rail draw is really good for Aries, the 1 hole. I do.
Lafitte, right before the 4th heat, I was in the staging area for the dogs, and one of the dogs that did not make the final, I'll just say, was very studdish.
This is the part of the show I ask you to explain what studdish is.
A little more intent on one of the neighbors.
Got to have your mind on racing, whether you're a horse or a dog.
And how about the Cords of War? In this moment for Richard Bedell with 3 runners in the final.
He obviously has
He won the first 2 heats as well, right?
Yeah.
So Athena won the 2nd heat. I got that dog at 7-2. I'll tell you who I like. I like Kona. Drew the 7 hole. This horse won from an outside post.
Horse, dog, Corgi.
Oh, yeah. I did that again, didn't I? And made a beeline for the handler that was down towards the rail. So it was saved some ground. And you'll notice it's a sealed racetrack there, you guys. So it's going to be very, very firm for these Corgis.
Who you got, Richie?
I'm going with the 10, Sam. Oldest dog in the race. I loved he won the final heat. Hasn't had as much time to recover as some of the others, but I thought his was the most impressive early running.
Is that the winner against the fire hydrant?
I like Kona, the 7. And I am taking action. This is just like back in college. You know, you had a bookmaker that was one of the students in college. Anybody want anything?
The 2nd heat. Top 3 emerge. Athena breaks sharp, never looks back.
Got the same style.
Got interesting late.
Got the same style as Eris, and then comes from the same barn. So, I mean, They want to go to the front and don't look back.
Braking appears to be key in these races,
Want
I
to
think.
compromise the other's chances too, Maggie.
I am so pleased to be joined by, well, we have Sam and Aries here. They won their respective heats, but it's also kind of a budding rivalry we have here. Richard, Melanie, you guys know each other from competing in the NFL stadiums. What do we think about each other's entrance here, Richard?
Sam's fast. I don't know. We've known them for a few years now. We're all part of the Long Island Corgi Club. So we meet up every month. We're a big fan of Sam's.
I'm a big fan of Sam's too, Melanie. You have a pretty cool dog, and he's very vocal. He likes to announce his presence.
Yep, he's heard and not seen sometimes, but we're excited. We're excited to have some really good competition to be racing with. We're lucky.
Are we going to employ the same tactics that we saw first time out, go straight to the lead and never look back?
Of course, yes. Win, win, win.
Richard, you've done this in NFL stadiums. How's it compared to being here at Saratoga?
They're both very exciting. My stomach turns each time I go out here. It's like very nervous.
Well, wishing you the best of luck, each of you. May the best Corgi win.
Thank you so much.
All right, Lafitte.
That moment, what does that remind you of, Tom? Because you've been part of it. This is like the walkover for the Kentucky Derby.
Anybody catch Sam trash talking the rest of the Corgis? You know, he kind of marked his territory as he went onto the racetrack. That's the Corgi way of trash talking.
The August place to what?
August place to be. He
couldn't help myself.
He absolutely was walking out there. He was talking trash. No doubt.
There's no doubt about it.
Sam's better on dirt. Aries better on turf at the stadiums.
If they tried to run these races on turf, Glenn Kozak would absolutely lose his mind.
Corgi Cup.
25. There's Sam out in the stall doors.
Look at that.
I like the 10.
In every great athlete, a mean streak, and Sam is no different.
Money's showing, too. I just dropped it 2-1 on Sam.
Sam is boss.
Ready to rock and roll. To Frank Miramonti. Corgi Cup 25.
The dogs are ready to roll. This is the Corgi Cup Championship here at Saratoga Racecourse. The flag is up. And they're off. Sam is out quickly, and he is flying on the outside. Here's the finish. Photo finish. Sam over Archie, who ran lights out but had to settle for second. Sam shows his absolute ability to rate and mows down Archie in the Corgi Cup.
Sam, just too much. Sam timed it just right. Corgi Cup 25 champion.
And Sam actually broke in a bit at the break. Not as sharp as he was in the first heat, but he straightened himself up, righted, and got the money all the way.
You gotta love it when you can back up your trash talking.
To Maggie.
Here with Pete. Look, the champion is reigning here on the racetrack. Sam, you are the best Corgi. Pete, I'll grab your glasses. Are these Meta glasses? These are pretty cool. All right, Melanie, congratulations. Different style than his first heat. He came from off of it today to just get up.
Yeah, I'm so surprised. He trailed back a little bit and then kicked it into high gear, and I'm so happy he did.
I know it's a friendly rivalry, but to take down Corgs of War, they were pretty strong today. Has to be a good feeling.
It feels good. It feels good. But I know they're coming for us in the future, so we always gotta be ready. Always gotta be prepared.
The Corgs of War are like our greatest competition out there, and it's always so fun to be out there with them. It's amazing, and I wish the best for them too, and I can't wait to race in the future.
We can't wait to watch more Corgi racing. Sam, you're the champ. Well done, my friend.
Look how proud he is of himself. Racehorses know when they win, right? Look at Sam.
Knows he won.
I think
Corgis know when they win and take down championships.
Look at that.
What a finish.
He just went to his left lead. He was on his right lead. I think that's what made the difference, kicking into that other lead late in the race.
I'm going out. I'm buying a female Corgi, and I'm breeding the Sam, and I'll be back. I'm going to win this thing one year.
The Mig with the Corgi to beat in Corgi Cup 26. We've seen blowout after blowout in the prelims, right? Thrilling addition here in the championship is as close as it was in the end.
Well, we weeded out the real deals from the posers, and we had a really good competitive finale here. This has been so much fun. I love this. I get the biggest kick out of this.
Talked a big game and backed it up, Tom.
He did indeed, and he might just go back over there and just do it again, do a little more trash talking. I think he's got it in him, quite frankly.
And he's going to reserve judgment till he sees a speed figure. Nothing until that moment.
I will say he was running on the best part of the track.
Yeah, well, he likes a sealed surface. We need to remember that, too.
We'll have the presentation. Another look at Sam.
Officer and president of Naira Bets. Congratulations to Sam of Coram, New York. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Sam. It's official.
And now it's official. Now they can celebrate. Sam, there's the hardware bigger than he is.
Oh, he'll be drinking out of that tonight.
I was a little
like,
worried because he
did
did
go for gin.
Yeah.
Eating out of the Stanley Cup here at that was at Belmont back in '94.
Belmont, yeah. I was a little concerned though. I'm glad it went official because Sam did kind of lean in and brush the dog right inside of him late, but you know, I didn't think it affected the outcome.
It didn't affect the outcome of the race or cost anyone a placing.
This was so much fun.
All day watching this and just it's something different, right? And the fans and the kids that have been watching all along, and you can also tell for the handlers how much this means to them.
Absolutely, it's going to be a nice ride all the way back to Coram, Long Island tonight, right?
By half length.
And the money showed at the end there. So I mean, for Sam, you know, he showed the starting gate. He was ready to roll.
I love the fact that they had a photo.
He's so proud of himself. Don't do anything naughty to your trophy, Sam. Deep stretch. Just too much Sam. Lengthens his stride. Crosses the wire in front. Your 2025 Corgi Cup champion, Sam.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
They come for home now, and it's Amy Macer on the outside. Karina Muir coming with a big run. Bar of Gold with a late run. Bar of Gold on the outside. Amy's Macer between them. Amy's Macer. Bar of Gold. Bar of Gold gets up. Amy's Macer. I mean, she wasn't as good as Sam, but she was awfully good on that afternoon at Del Mar back in 2017. Bar of Gold, 66-1. Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint with Arad Ortiz for the Bromans.
And she was ultra versatile. She could run on dirt, synthetic, turf, and she comes from that long line of the Chester and Mary Broman bloodlines.
Well, it's a funny family because it's really a turf family.
Yeah.
And it just happened that she was so talented that she ran in the dirt. And really, I think she might have run the best Beyer figure she ever ran. I think she's got a 105 Beyer in the turf, actually, late in her career. Yeah. But she was so good in the dirt, and obviously that win there, though I bet the third horse who should have won. But
you
that's
remember
for
who the favorite
time.
was?
Yeah, the Unique Bella.
Unique
Bella. Who I pitched. But
who,
I pitched. I think Chad had like 2 or 3 in there. I like the one that ran third for him. And he said, really? She looks like my slowest one. And I said, well, I don't know. I like her, but Bar Gold got the money. Yeah, she was such a good horse.
And there's
Concord Kid, right?
Concord Kid, one of my last winners for John Kimmel before I retired.
Is that right?
I won on her on the turf.
Tremendous turf family.
Bar Gold, the dam or mother of the gelding you're looking at there. That was on the screen. Coinage, number 5, 17-1. Wide open. There's a lot going on in this race. Really good race, Andy. Mo Trump, who was the lukewarm choice at 7-2.
Yeah, I mean, he's an underland is the favorite. I don't think he'll be favored. I think the favorite is probably going to be the 8 Con Man, who I'm not thrilled with, but obviously can win. Mo Trump ran terrific last time. It was a softer spot, but was very, very good. Now, it was after some rain, but I don't think it was the course, Richie, that really affected it. He set an honest pace, and he was running away from the horses at the end. But this is a big step up, and isn't he kind of a classic? Last time was the time, paid $50. Now you're going to take $10 or $12 against a tougher field. It's not how you make money at the track, but he's not impossible.
Let's see what he's showing Acacia in the paddock. Acacia, Mo Trump, look at 4-1 is the tepid favorite in this 8th race at Saratoga.
Yeah, you said it, Liffey. There is a lot going on in this race, and Mo Trump looks much the same as he did last time. And I kind of overlooked him, and I was kicking myself afterwards because he does look like a turf horse. And I'd even written that down, just didn't really think that he necessarily was good enough overall. But he showed that he was stepping away from what seemed to be a decent field that day. And to Andy's point, it did rain right before the race. There was a delay in the paddock, and maybe you could make the excuse that some horses got a little bit revved up with the delay or didn't really appreciate that kind of instant downpour that we did have right before into that turf course. I don't know how soft it really became, but it was right before that race did take place. But he looks good once again, looks good out of that win, and we'll see what he can do stepping up into some deeper company to this second level. Now, the number 8 Con Man, this horse ran at Gulfstream last time out. When he had a bit of an odd trip to me. He was wide the whole time. He never saw the rail and looked like the rider never tried to really drop him in and save any ground. He was also coming in off of a layoff, and this is one that he's always very eye-catching, but he's always one that's a good doer. He carries a lot of conditioning, so I imagine he probably really needed that last race too. And the horse that beat him, Beach Gold, did come back to win a stake with a 97 Beyer speed figure at Ellis in his subsequent start. He looks great today. Have no problems with him. We'll just see if he gets a little bit of a better trip and gets to save some ground today, as he is second off the bench. The number 6 Russian Realm is trying the turf for the first time for Danny Gargan, and there is pedigree to suggest that he'll like it. The dam was a 3-time turf winner, and while the second dam never won on the grass, she ran her best Beyer speed figures over it. This horse is another one that's a good doer and carries his weight well, probably also benefiting from that last start where Jackson Heights came closing from off of it. And he's a horse that is touting himself nicely physically in his body and his frame. I should say, by the way, he's trying the turf for the second time. Did run once in that Rick Violet on a very yielding turf course. Because he's so bigger bodied, he would much prefer a firm turf, which is what he gets today. And I'm very intrigued to see him get back on it, because not only does he have the pedigree, but he has that proverbial turf hoof, Lafitte.
That's the key, Andy. Second start on grass, but firm ground today versus the yielding ground he raced on the first time.
Yeah, it's not just the yielding. It's that race was run in an absolute driving rainstorm. And there's sort of nothing we could do. It just started pouring literally as they were heading the gate. And so I think in the way it was run, the race was somewhat of a merry-go-round affair. I just think anybody could sort of make their way through the rain. And listen, he took money that day. And he didn't run that badly. He's got a turf pedigree. It's not a gigantic turf pedigree, but it's a solid turf pedigree. And I look around at this race, and it's just like one horse after another that I have trouble warming up to. I do think that Slap in the Face will run better. I'm not going to be surprised if the 2 runs well in here. But I just am dying to give this horse one more chance on the turf. Got a prep off the layoff last time. Ready to run his race, and we'll find out if he's a turf horse today.
Acacia. Fascinated to see what he does on grass today. Andy's bankroll play, 100 to win, Russian Realm. Currently 5-1, post-parade momentarily. These New York breds, Tom, how'd you see it unfolding?
Well, you know, you guys talked about Mo Trump, the tepid favorite, 9-2 now. Let's not forget that was Mo Trump's first start on the grass. So he is 1 for 1 on the grass. I think you saw a different dimension for him. That field came to him. He took off at the end. He visually looked pretty good.
See him again here. There was Slap in the Face, 2 career wins, both with Manny Franco. There's Mo Trump.
Run well in his race last time, but he did have kind of a ridiculous trip, and I think he belongs in here.
Mo Trump followed by American Grant at 4-1 contender.
I don't get American Grant at all. I don't like the race he's coming out of. I thought he had a great setup. To me, he's a cake-out killer at 4-1.
Ocala Dream, good weather today, gets to race on grass.
Yeah, gets to race on grass. A horse not without a chance, but definitely would be a bit of a surprise based on past performance.
Mother Barra Gold, coinage, last 6 races on dirt.
He's one of those horses that has back form that can win this race, but I question whether or not he's really that good anymore.
Andy's bankroll bet, Russian Realm.
Yeah, you know, this horse was gelded between January and his last start in July, and second time gelding is a big, strong play out of most trainers' barns.
Rabaja, Rod Ortiz rides for the first time.
There are things to like about him. The problem is his good races have been on the front end, and it's very hard to see that happening here.
Conman, Team Nitrogen.
Well, if you want to talk about a horse that may be dropping in class, this has got to be it. I mean, this horse is going back to his friends, the New York breds, and coming out of allowance-type races.
Table ready and deep.
You know, he's another one that has some races that put him in the mix, but overall, not a big fan.
Neural Network towards the outside, last 4 races at the level and hasn't shown too much.
Yeah, 0 for 2 on the grass as well. It's hard to make a case for the 10 horse.
One thing I'll say about him is there is an argument to be made that his grass races are some of his better races. Now, his form recently is not good. He may just not be any good anymore, but I think he's a little interesting at a huge, huge price because if you look at his turf races, they're not that bad, relative especially to how he was running then. The problem is he just seems like he's lost it completely.
Another look at Conman, DJ Stables, Mark Cassie. It's been fun following Ewing in the early stages of his career, his smashing debut win. Richie, the Saratoga Special. It doesn't sound like we'll see him in the hopeful. Looks like the Iroquois will be next for him at a mile at Churchill Downs in September.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're kind of anxious to start stretching him out to see how efficient he can be doing that. I thought his second start, although he did win a stake and he beat, what's his name?
Yeah, whatever.
Obliteration.
Yeah. I thought he regressed.
He did.
Maybe he was a little quick back.
I don't know. You know, the second start after you break your maiden first time for 2-year-olds, they're the races they often regress. We'll see if he can, you ready, guys?
He didn't break
Rebound in his next start.
But remember, he didn't break well in that stake. He was hustled back into position. So it can look like that at the end of a race when you got to use a lot of horse early to get back in a race.
That's fair, and a stiffer competition that he faced in his maiden race, for sure.
Do you get the sense, Andy, this is a really good 2-year-old right now and a horse that we could be looking at come Breeders' Cup Juvenile time this fall? Looking long-term, does he have the profile of a horse that could be that good next year? Going ahead, looking ahead to the Spring Classics.
I'm going to have to see him run a lot better than last time. I'm kind of with Richie on this one. But, you know, I don't want to make too much of it. We'll see what he does going forward. I will tell you one thing as far as the 2-year-olds are concerned. We saw that very good 2-year-old filly from Todd Pletcher a couple of weeks ago. We saw another one today.
We did.
When we saw that winner, the 5th race, Carmel Coast. I mean, I was talking to Todd Pletcher briefly after the race, and he said the same thing. His horse finishing second actually ran really well. Sort of like your horse yesterday, who got a buyer figure in the high 70s, and that Danny Gargan horse got an 86 buyer. I mean, that horse ran very well for Todd, chasing her the whole way, but, geez, Carmel Coast was very, very impressive.
Yeah. I mean, they're kids. So much changes from race to race. They're going to develop. They're going to get stronger. They're going to get smarter. Racing might rattle them a little bit. There's just a lot of variation from race to race in the summer of the 2-year-old year.
And remember, there's a horse running here on Travers Day that debuted on Travers Day last year and finished 4th. And I think he's going to be the favorite on Travers Day. That'll be Sovereignty. Winning your first start sometimes is the worst thing that can happen. Serengeti Empress won her first start, and then she ran horrendously in the Schuylerville, and then she won her next start by 20 lengths down at Churchill Downs.
Tommy Joe, the filly you were talking about for Todd Pletcher, won on a Jim Dandy Day. Exciting 2-year-olds. Exciting stuff on the horizon. First things first, this 8th race, Acacia, as the warm-up continues. And what about American Grant here at 9-2 getting bet?
Well, he is getting bet. Sorry, I thought sheets for a moment, but he is getting bet. And one thing I will say about him is that I think Ricardo Santana has made a difference and kind of figured this horse out, because it took him a long time to get that second career victory. And while he was jostled a little bit at the start last time out, I thought Ricardo did a really good job in getting him some forward position, which he's not been able to have recently. He looks tremendous coming in for Bruce Brown off the back of that win. I haven't seen him in 2025. So going back to notes from the fall, he was starting to kind of lose his hind end, lose his top line a little bit, dropping off with some of that weight. He is strong, he's moving well, and like I said, I think Ricardo really suits him well and has been riding exceptionally well at this meet too. The number 5, Coinage, as you guys mentioned, he has races on the go bag that would make him a huge contender. I've always thought that he is more of a turf horse, as we do see a rider off the 10, Neural Network. Looks like, yes, Neural Network is a late scratch in here, coming out, was not warming up while out on the track. But the number 5, Coinage, back to him. I've always thought he's more of a turf horse. He is another one that sometimes doesn't look the best in his weight. He's looking good now, and I think this is the right surface for him. He's always one that gets hot in the preliminaries, but I just wonder if he still has that ability anymore. Just to wrap up, thoughts on the 6th, Russian Realm, who will be my pick in here as well. I think Tom's point about second-time gelding is well taken, because this is a horse who used to get very studdish and coltish prior to his races, and so that has made a huge difference for his focus, Lafitte.
Expand on that a little bit. Tom.
Sure. You know, I mean, you're changing a horse's mental way of thinking when you geld a horse, and it takes a little while for them to recover from that, to kind of muscle back up, to get back into training, to get focused again. You know, that first time off the bench when they've been gelded, oftentimes, and for whatever reason, you see that big leap in buyer number, Ragozin number, whatever speed figure you want to use, and just overall performance the second time they run after they were gelded.
I imagine you notice a big difference getting in the saddle with a horse underneath you.
Oh,
He's
absolutely. And not just behaviorally, sometimes just physically it'll lighten them up so they move a little bit more efficiently. They're a little bit lighter on their feet, don't hit the ground quite as heavy. And I also think it's a big rider upgrade here to Joel Rosario on the turf. And I think he wants the turf.
I don't get it. I got heavier when I got gelded.
Oh, God.
I do think it's an
I don't know what to say.
I do think it's an I agree with you,
that?
Richie. I think it's something we've danced around. Yeah. This is a huge rider change to Joel Rosario. And, you know, while we're on Joel, I wanted to say something about Farbridge. You know, Joel has been more responsible for a Grade 1 winning horse and winning races with that horse than almost any horse I've seen in years. And the way he's ridden him, the kind of rides given him. And he really tried to do the right thing. The problem with Farbridge is the other riders are starting to figure out we can screw with this guy and he's not going to be effective. And he's been in some small fields. Yesterday were 8 horses, and Joel did so many things to try to do the right thing with him. It's not always going to work out, but I think Joel has been so good with Farbridge, and certainly what happened yesterday was in no way his fault.
He won from the 2 post last year. He wasn't breaking from the 12. but it's still the 6, and all the other riders know exactly where the horse to beat wants to be.
Yeah, no, he definitely had a target on his back yesterday. Sure. But having said that, and I'll pose this to you, Richie, the move he made the first time past the grandstand to finally get to a spot and how abrupt and quick it was. I mean, as a trainer, that would be hard for me to accept after the race.
Well, I'm sure it took some of the starch at him, but he's a horse to get to the position he needs to show his best. He had to use him
If he didn't make some kind of decisive move, and he told me, I talked to him, and he said I was trying to get him there, but the guy wouldn't let me get over, and it just kind of, it blew up on him, but otherwise he was going to be sitting out 3 the wide,
he would have run a mile and 3/4.
Anywhere. So it didn't matter. He was damned if he do, damned if he, at least he tried, like Richie said, he made a move that was aggressive. It may not have worked out, but he tried.
Well, look, there was nobody on the desk that didn't think the race was over when he did it.
You knew, but we knew it was over when he was 3 wide in the first turn.
Frank Mirmati with the call. Post time, the 8th, live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 1.
Here's Cable Ready, who will now complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Mo Trump is out alertly. Conman in the center of the course has some early speed, and in between those two, it's Coinage. So it's Mo Trump, Conman. Coinage is in third. They are followed by Rabaha, who inches into contention. Slap in the Face is next. They're followed by Ocala Dream, who's some 7 lengths off the lead. Then Cable Ready, Russian Realm, and American Grant, who is off a step slowly, is 10 lengths off the pace as Mo Trump is cruising along on the turf once again. He's got a 2-length advantage as they round the first turn. Conman is in second. The quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Coinage racing in third, and then it's Rabaha in fourth. Slap in the Face is fifth along the inside, 6 lengths off the leader, and they are followed by Ocala Dream. Cable Ready is next at the back of the field. American Grant and Russian Realm right next to him. Mo Trump, Conman, they have less than a half mile to go. Mo Trump maintains the lead 3/4 of a length. Conman and Jose Ortiz right off him second, 46 and 4. As they move into the far turn, Rabaha is asked to kick after the top pair. Coinage is down on the rail in fourth. Then comes Cable Ready and Ocala Dream. Slap in the Face has lost a little bit of ground. The two trailers, Russian Realm and American Grant, 1:10 and 2 for 6 furlongs. Mo Trump and Conman 1-2 the whole way. Conman is now up to take a narrow lead with 1 furlong to go. And on the outside, Slap in the Face, getting into it, American Grant from well out of it. Past the 16th pole, Conman, Slap in the Face. Conman 3-length lead, Slap in the Face clearly second, but Conman just cruised to victory. Slap in the Face was second, Cable Ready and Russian Realm.
Stalking the leader, overtook the leader, and opened up in the stretch. DJ Stables, Conman for Mark Cassian, Jose Ortiz, Richie in the 8th at Saratoga.
Yeah, he got great position just off of Mo Trump early. Was always traveling well. The drop-in class, Marcassi spotted him well. And Jose Ortiz put him in the right position to take advantage of the situation. And he was the horse that was forward that kicked on.
Nah, listen, I didn't like this horse at all. I was dead wrong about him. He was an hour the best in this race. And you could say nobody made up that much ground in here, but I don't really think too many horses did any real running in this race. I'd like to see some of those fractions again. They're a little questionable to me, but I guess you could say the two completely collapsed. The winner was much the best.
Big class drop from Conman. And, you know, this horse has had a layoff. 1 race back. Had every right to improve off that race. And again, sometimes if they don't run that well first time off the layoff, as a trainer, you're able to say, hey, you know what? I can run him for a for sale price, and maybe nobody will take him. This horse was a stakes winner in the past. He ran for the claim or for sale price of $45,000 today, and he outclassed this field, took advantage of it.
8196, Conman, DJ Stable, just discussing Ewing, Saratoga special winner, and Nitrogen. Getting ready for the Alabama, Saratoga's marquee race for 3-year-old fillies with serious championship implications.
Yeah, I'm looking right now to see if that race, I know it's been drawn. I'm wondering if maybe the numbers were put up on Twitter. The overnight should be coming out relatively soon.
For Mark Cassie, Nitrogen post 4, Licara post 6.
6 or 7?
6 for Licara.
No,
how many total? 6 total.
Scottish Monk apparently is going to be waiting for another race. I think that's a massive mistake. And, to be fair,
Scottish Lassie.
The winner of last year's Coaching All-American Oaks, she passed on the Alabama last year. So she ran the Travers. Sorry, I forgot.
I think Take Charge Milady was also a horse that ended up not entering.
Oh, she didn't
in this
enter
race.
for Kenny?
I think. You need to check on that.
She was disappointing in the CCA Oaks. And one thing about Ken
But
McPeak,
they
he
said
runs.
she was a probable.
Yeah,
they said she was a probable.
Right, she's had foot issues going back for quite a while. And
That's
one thing
right.
about Kenny runs. So if she's not in there, it's because she has an issue.
Alabama next Saturday. Nitrogen will be there. Conman takes down the 8th of 10. And look who's on his way over. Governor Sam, despite having his thunder stolen by the Usain Bolt of Corgi. Sam, it's all about Sam's today. Governor Sam, Paddock bound, Mahoney favorite. Next.
Arabian Night has won the Pacific Classic. Jackie's Warrior, so fast.
Winning your end, federal judge.
And Charlatan is going to run them off their feet. Made to win the Kentucky Derby. Obliteration is a star.
Our shot gets the win. These two juveniles going at it. Logan's at 14.
Journalism has won the Break the Stakes.
Volatile continues to rise to the top of the crop. Last year, he was the #2 freshman sire of Grade 1 stakes horses behind McKinsey and #2 by winners behind Vekoma. He currently ranks ahead of Medaglia d'Oro, Nyquist, Quality Road, Constitution, and Warfront by percentage of black-type performers. His newest graded stakes winner is Tip Top Thomas, who established a new track record in the G3 $300,000 Indiana Derby. Volatile. Think fast.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new middle pick 5, joining the win early pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is summer's best bet. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack. Now's the time to subscribe to the NyraBets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like NyraBets on YouTube.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. Brought to you by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. The Conman. Competitive race on paper, Tom, making it look all too easy in the end.
You know, it's about class, and it's a gray area word in my opinion. What class truly means as it pertains to horse racing. But his class showed today, the company he kept, and running against this group was a lot lighter than what he has faced in the past.
I think something that also players should remember right now going forward is, thankfully we haven't gotten much rain. Now that's kept our racing better on the turf, good cards,
You
good
had
races.
to say it.
But what I'm saying is this course has gotten extremely firm, and there are going to be some horses that really like it, but there are going to be some horses that don't love it. So, I think if you had an idea in some of these races, just go back and look at their PPs. There might be some horses that are better than they are, and this course just wasn't good for them.
All worked out for Conman and Jose Ortiz in the winner's circle with Acacia.
That's right, as he was just taking some pictures with his children and Irad's children as well. Your biggest fans, always nice to celebrate with the family.
Yeah, Saratoga is special, so it's very nice to have him here.
As far as Conman as well, you certainly brought some class getting back in against New York breds and really put you in a good spot to kind of be able to take over when asked upon.
Yeah, definitely leaving the gate, the inner turf, you need to get position. He helped me out of there. I was able to clear some of the other speed inside of me and sit second behind Mo Trump. I thought I have it on side every step of the way. I thought I was in a good position and my horse was traveling good.
You were certainly right about that. He was pulling away to win best in here. Coming up in the Mahoney, though, you're climbing aboard Gabaldon, who I know that you will be aboard for the first time, but I'm sure you've looked at the race. There seems to be a fair amount of pace. He's quick. What are your thoughts on how it should play out?
Well, obviously coming from a long layoff, hopefully he's sharp and he jumps. At least he jumps well from out of there. Obviously, he's light racing. On racing, he only have like 3 or 4 races. But you know, today we got speed outside, we got speed inside. So if he don't break very sharp, so I'm gonna have to just sit off it. Or my main plan is just to break good and be as forward as possible. But obviously, he's coming from a long layoff. I don't wanna go too fast early and have nothing in the end. But you know, he's doing good. I worked him here last week and he's doing amazing.
Just a little bit familiar with him. Well, thanks for the insight, Jose, and good luck coming up.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
That's a tall order, trying to beat Governor Sam. Jose Ortiz with Gabaldon in the upcoming Mahoney. Tom, just take us through this ride for a trainer. As you look at the field, updated odds for the Mahoney, no surprise. Governor Sam, 2-5. Conman wins the race for trainer Mark Casse, but he was claimed. We don't know which barn he's headed to just yet. But you win the race, and then the horse is going to someone else's barn. What's that like for a trainer?
Well, I mean, let's put it in perspective, first of all. So Conman, the only way he could run in this race we just watched was to run for the claim price. So there are 2 races that are in play here in the conditions. One is the allowance condition, and he did not fit that allowance condition. So the only way he's eligible is if he's willing to run for the claim price, $45,000. He decided to do that. That's a team decision.
Yep.
DJ and Mark Casse obviously said, hey, let's go in here for whatever reasons. Maybe they thought they could get away with it. No one would claim the horse. I don't know.
They knew they were going to lose him.
Okay, fair enough.
You would have known.
Yeah, fair enough. But either way, they decided, hey, we're going to run here. We're going to run for the claim because it's an easier spot.
Yep.
And that's what they did. And so, of course, he did get claimed. I don't know if there was 1 claim in for the horse, 5 claims in for the horse. No matter how many claims were in for the horse, it's basically draw straws.
Let me
if
say
there's more
something,
than one.
This is a 5-year-old who's making his 17th start in August. This is a horse that's having trouble staying on the racetrack, right? This is just his 2nd start in virtually a year. So I'm sure that played a lot into it. Mark said he's a talented horse, but he's got issues. Now he's going to be somebody else's problem.
Remember this, the money has to be in the office, in the bookkeeper's office before the race, and you put that slip in 15 minutes before the race. So that horse is yours after the race, but you don't make the claim any closer than 15 minutes or it's null and void.
No claimers in yesterday's Sword Dancer. El Cordobas introduces himself, makes his stateside debut, and takes down the Grade 1 Sword Dancer.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Welcome back, Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. Mahoney upcoming. Yesterday, Grade 1 sword dancer Richie, all about trips for the favorite Far Bridge and for the winner, El Cordobés.
Well, Far Bridge is tricky to ride, and Joel tried to make the best of a bad situation, being caught wide, and did find a place to tuck in, but he had to use the source too much. El Cordobés is following them. He's sitting behind. Flavien Prat never left the rail. He saved every inch of ground around all 3 turns and found his seam when he needed it. He was prepared to duck to the inside of his uncoupled stablemate, but he had the lane, and he kicked on hard. I mean, they came home the last quarter in 24 seconds and was going a mile and a half. He ran.
Yeah, you know, Flavien obviously has not as many winners as the Ortiz brothers, and he's getting some momentum. Unfortunately, has that suspension. He's leading the meet in Money 1, and he's won 3 Grade 1. So Flavien's having a hell of a meet.
You can see where he is, though, right, Tom? He's in tight. He's so disciplined. There's no panic whatsoever. He's like, all right, these guys are going to start searching for room and edging to the right, and I'm going to cut the corner, and then I'll find my path. Yes, you have to have the horse, but he could not have been any cooler.
It's funny because as a trainer, if you're watching that race, you're not cool. You're like,
I'm sure.
Oh my gosh, you know, something's got to go right for us here. But isn't it incredible that with the really great riders, things always seem to go the way they want it to go when they make a decision?
Well, they're seeing everything so clearly. The race might be going in fast motion to some people. Flavien Prat was seeing everything happen in front of him in slow motion.
And that's such a great angle from the drone, Richie, because our viewers can see, and they're probably wondering, they were so tightly bunched, so compact, rounding the turn. How was it? What happened that as soon as they came off the turn, all of a sudden they spread out and Prat found room in a lane to operate?
Well, I think people have to remember, when they're going into the half-mile pole and into the turn, horses are in riders' hands. They're keeping full control of them. They're aware of saving ground and holding their paths. It's when you let a horse run and set them down for a drive, a lot of riders, myself included at times, lose that. You want to go forward, and that's when they loosen up and spread apart, because you lose that full control of them because you're riding them forward. And all horses are a little bit fatigued at that point. They're going to have a tendency to drift left or right. He was as cool as can be and kept them in his hands until that spread happened, and then he found his lane.
So much fun to watch, and now a completely different brand of turf racing. This is all about speed. The Mahoney. Take a look at the field, where Governor Sam, who is an odds-on favorite, currently 1-2, looking for a 5th stakes win in his career, showing us a new dimension. In his last win, the quick call, he was able to relax and pounce. He is formidable, and there he is, Governor Sam, 1-2 favorite in the Mahoney.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
As a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, Liam's Map has taken that success to stud, a proven sire, from the sales ring to the winner's circle, with hundreds of 6-figure yearling sales and multiple Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, including recent Grade 1 winners Burnham Square and Deterministic. Liam's Map, standing at Lane's End.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Horses in the paddock for the Mahoney coming up, and we will start off to the outside with your favorite, Governor Sam, and he should be a favorite. He was very impressive, winning the quick call last time out, and a horse that, it's funny, I interviewed George Weaver the following day after that quick call win and asking how the horse came out, and he had called him a chunk, and he is that. He said he was, because of his body type and his build, he was a little bit concerned as to how he would handle the softer turf course, that the course was in that condition that day. And yet, despite that, he still was able to handle it and pull away from his competition very impressively. And he's actually kind of fooled me in the past into thinking that he might not be 100% fit, but he's just that kind of horse. And typically with turf sprinters, you kind of like to see that too. You like for them to be powerful, particularly in their hind ends, a little bit blockier, stockier type of builds. And he is the quintessential turf sprinter. He also got much more on the muscle once they put the tack on him. And he looks great off the back of that victory, and very much the horse to beat once again. As we'll take a look at a couple of others, the 4 Spiced Up is a bit intriguing, as this horse clearly took a huge step forward when getting onto the turf for the first time. While there isn't an abundance of turf pedigree in the immediate family, this horse moves like a turf horse, has a very high knee action to him. He covers the ground beautifully, a really lovely mover in his warm-ups, and even on the main track as well. You can kind of see it, and he flourished getting onto the turf. And Junior Alvarado was aboard that day and really hustled him out of the gate and finished best. I imagine while there is plenty of speed in here, he could just kind of set up shop behind that and get into a good position, see if he can build off of that last effort. But physically, he stacks up favorably with this competition here in the paddock, and I like that they're sticking on the grass because he certainly really does seem to appreciate it. Now, the number 8, Gabaldon, who does come in off of a layoff, as you heard Jose Ortiz say, I do always love when a rider climbs aboard for the first time that they've had the benefit of working that horse, which Jose has. Now, there have been some hiccups along the way for this horse, who clearly has plenty of talent. After his very impressive second place finish in the Windsor Castle over at Royal Ascot, he was sidelined with some bone bruising. Came back in March. I actually did see him that day down at Gulfstream in the Texas Glitter, as No Evidence ran in that race as well. And it was reported that he did bleed out of that race. So he has received a tie-back surgery, and I'll let Tom kind of explain that a bit more as to what it really does entail. But Jose D'Angelo saying that he did feel that that would really help with this horse's airways, and especially given that he did bleed a little bit more last time in that Texas Glitter. Of course, you cannot use Lasix in stakes races. He certainly is not carrying any excess off of the bench. I do wish he was a little bit stronger across that top line, maybe carrying a bit more muscle mass altogether, but that is kind of what I felt about him back at Gulfstream last time as well, when he also came off of a layoff. He's sharp in here. He's also been gelded, and that might be something too, because he was a horse that sometimes would not move the freest behind. That could really help him on that end, as Governor Sam just got pretty keyed up when he saw Gabaldon coming next to him. But we'll see if all of those changes, Lafitte, do help this horse, who clearly showed a lot of promise as a 2-year-old.
A lot going on there. Gabaldon. Tom, a deeper dive, a tie-back surgery.
So it involves the throat. So in the throat, the horse has 2 arytenoids, one on the left, one on the right. The layman term is flaps. They move in and out as the horse breathes in and out. And when paralysis occurs, one of those flaps, sometimes both, won't have any movement to it. So it actually blocks the amount of air the horse can get. Look, there are 3 things in training that are very, very important: physical soundness, mental stability, and air. Those are the 3 things that make up a good racehorse. And if they're not getting their air correctly, they will not run well. So the tie-back surgery basically takes the flap and pushes it to the side and stitches it to the throat in a much more fancy way than that, so that the airway is constantly open and there's no movement of the flap in and out to block the air.
How do you monitor? Like, does it always take?
So first of all, it doesn't always take, and you can't do the surgery if it's minor. So, I mean, Hoosier Philly, who I had, which was really one of the best 2-year-olds I ever had that issue, and it took a long time before it became one that you could actually do the surgery on, and it affected her in her races. When we did the surgery on her, very first race back, a stakes race, she won it right off the bat. So it doesn't always take, and for horses, it can usually diminish their abilities.
Gabaldon, who has defeated Governor Sam a while back. Right back to Acacia.
And they do get to rematch today, which is fun, as I'm happy to be joined by co-owner Sheikh Fahad bin Abdullah Al Thani from Qatar Racing. This horse clearly a lot of fun as a 2-year-old. Can you tell us a little bit about how he's been doing coming back off the bench?
Oh, he's been doing very well. Jose is very happy with him. So are we. He looks fit. He looks well. He might need today, but I think we might have a good shot here, hopefully. Well, we're looking for a nice run here.
Like you said, a tough place certainly to come back, but obviously one that has had a lot of ability. I know there have been some hiccups along the way, but it seems like they've kind of figured him out a bit now.
I think we've ironed it out, so hopefully a good run here, and then maybe Kentucky Downs.
And tell me a little bit about your relationship with Jose. I know you got some 2-year-olds together as well.
You know, he's become one of my best friends, actually, in racing and outside of racing. So it's nice to have horses with friends that you like, and he's a very, very good trainer. So he's one of our main trainers now.
Well, best of luck to you both here.
Thank you very much.
Lafitte?
Beat 25 2-year-olds in last year's Windsor Castle and lost. That ain't right. Gabaldon, post-parade for the Mahoney. There's Innovator.
I like Innovator as the other horse to finish second in this race, a switch to Steve Asmussen, a horse that's shown talent. I'm looking for him to improve a little bit here.
Jet Sweep Joe, 33-1 outsider.
Yeah, I'd like to have seen his last race being a better race. I couldn't find a real reason for it. This is a tough spot he's in today.
Spiced up, all world connections.
Maybe a horse that can step forward the most here. 1 for 1 on the turf. This horse is quick from the gate, shortening up a little bit, but comes in with some really nice works.
Ortley Avenue, second to Governor Sam in the quick call.
Listen, not bad to finish second to him. We'll see how he does today.
No evidence, third to Governor Sam in the quick call.
Yeah, and you know what? No evidence picked up the pieces of the race, finishing late, but was no threat to Governor Sam.
Ancient World Turf debut.
Tries the turf for the first time. While the second dam was a turf horse, it's really more of a dirt family.
14-1, then Gabaldon, who again has defeated Governor Sam a while back.
Yeah, we talked about it. This is the horse that's had the tieback surgery, and let's see how successful it is today.
Governor Sam, 3-5. Alex Bregman's talented turf sprinter.
We'll see if he can win, and maybe Alex can a homer and get the Red Sox back in the game in San Diego. I think they're down 3-0, but I'm still rooting.
Batting around 320 over the last 15 games. 3 more hits last night. Alex Bregman
having a great year.
Very good year. And built that swing for Fenway Park, just like it was in Houston in those Crawford boxes. Governor Sam, most recent quick call. Opening weekend, Governor Sam odds on, Richie. Running away from stablemate Ortley and no evidence to win clear.
And showing a different dimension, rating last time and then really finishing. Tom, I've always been under the belief that all top horses, all good horses possess one quality. They share one quality. They have speed. It's how they learn to use that speed.
Look, that's what I want in my barn. Look, Andy handicaps all my horses a lot, and he knows if I've got the use of speed in a race, I'm going to use it. And I'm going to be telling my jockeys that's the way to go.
Well, you guys are the same, and that's what Richie rode. And I think, to not understand, and turf racing's obviously different, but to not understand the value of speed in dirt racing ultimately means you're just not going to do that well in turf races. And look at Bob Baffert, and obviously I'm using an extreme example, maybe the greatest turf trainer of our lifetimes. But you think about him winning the Travers with West Coast and Arrogate, and I understand they were unusually good horses. But neither of them were speed horses, and yet they basically wired the field in the Travers, and that's what Bob understood, the value of speed and not being afraid to show speed and fail. What he ended up doing was succeeding much more than he failed.
Absolutely.
Andy, for context, and not conceding anything, not conceding this Mahoney. Governor Sam, he is expected to win. He is the odds-on favorite, but big picture context. What kind of potential are we talking about? Is this a colt that we could be talking about in a race like the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, facing the very, very best in the division by the end of the year?
Well, the one thing he has going for him is a 3-year-old, in the next 3 months, the Breeders' Cup 2.5 months, he can improve a couple lengths, but he's going to have to. I mean, yeah, he's better than the 3-year-old counterparts he's running against, but let's just say the Mark Cassie horse, the band,
bring the band home. Bring the band home.
If he continues running the kind of races we've saw the last 2 races, Governor Sam's going to be looking at his butt from somewhere behind him. And the older horses are faster.
Right.
He can catch up to him. But the other thing is, you can. I mean, there's that fake grade 1 at Kentucky Downs. I'm sure they're looking at. He probably has a $30 million purse or something. I'm sure they're looking at that race going forward. But also next year, he can improve. So I think if he's your horse, you're thinking, okay, we may end up taking a shot in the Breeders' Cup, and we're probably not quite good enough yet. But there's no reason he can't take that step forward next year, Richie, and be as good as the best sprinters in the
let's
country.
get back to this year, though. I mean, that's the one thing that's the great equalizer about the Breeders' Cup. It's in early November. These 3-year-olds are finally developing enough that they can take on the older horses. We're going to see it not only on the grass, but we're going to see it on the dirt with Sovereignty.
Right, but Sovereignty's already running figures that are competitive with the Sierra Leones and the best horses. This guy is slower. I mean, and I'm a fan. I'm not trying to knock him, but he's going to really have to improve to catch up to those horses. But he might do it next year.
He might do it in this race. I mean, this is what happens as 3-year-olds develop and get older. Look, he is basically a senior in high school right now, and those are full-grown adults. By the time November rolls around, if you take into context, it takes about 4 years for a horse to be an adult. He'll be, a senior in college by then.
I've always made that like analogy, right? They start out, they're like high school athletes. They graduate to being college athletes and eventually pro athletes because they're developing consistently and constantly through that period of time.
He's not good enough to be even remotely competitive.
Not
it changes
not
in
yet.
2 months.
Yeah.
I think in more likelihood he's a horse as a 4-year-old. If he takes step forwards, he could compete at that level. Right now, he's just not at it.
And the success, Andy, that trainer George Weaver has enjoyed at Saratoga.
It's like a lot of summers he's had here. I mean, George is a trainer who's won a lot of races here. He's had positive ROIs, a lot of meetings, running a lot of horses. He points for Saratoga, and he wins most years. Everybody points for Saratoga, but everybody doesn't win seemingly as much as George does.
It's not a pigeonhole thing. It's just a stat. The 8 wins, 6 of them with turf sprinters, George Weaver, and he has Governor Sam here. Alex Bregman's Governor Sam, odds-on favorite. Post time for the Mahoney live on Fox Sports 1.
Governor Sam will follow Ortley Avenue into the gate. Got 2 more out there. Governor Sam knows exactly where he is. Just awaiting his time is Governor Sam. Walking in. One of them restless in the middle. They're in the gate for the Mahoney. And they're off in the Mahoney, and Ortley Avenue bounces out right on top. Gabaldon is showing good early speed. Governor Sam came away in the top flight, and No Evidence is fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. They're followed by Ancient World. Spiced Up is second to last, third to last. Then Jet Sweep Joe and Innovator. Jet Sweep Joe far, far behind. It's Ortley Avenue into the far turn with Gabaldon pressing the opening quarter, zipped in 21 seconds flat. Governor Sam 2 lengths back in third. They're followed by Ancient World on the outside of No Evidence, who's fifth at this point. Another 3 back to Spiced Up, Innovator, and Jet Sweep Joe. Governor Sam cut loose. The gray Gabaldon running a good race. Gabaldon, Governor Sam past the 8th pole. Governor Sam to the front. Behind them, No Evidence is in third, and a big run from Spiced Up. Spiced Up's trying to upset him, and Spiced Up, full of run, blows on by. Junior Alvarado is having quite the year. Governor Sam, No Evidence.
Alvarado, Derby winning rider, Belmont Stakes, a date with Sovereignty and the Travers in here aboard Spiced Up, the Juddmonte homebred, ambushing the favorite, ambushing Governor Sam, and taking down the Mahoney. Wow.
Boy, they smoked on the front end, you guys. Governor Sam laid on the outside behind that fast pace, had every opportunity to open up like he did in the last race. But this inexperienced Spiced Up, coming out of a maiden race on the grass, jumps up and shows a tremendous finish.
I think it's fair to say that Governor Sam did not run as well as he did last time. but I'm not sure he ran that much worse. I think he just lost to a horse who got not only a great ride by Junior, and absolutely agree, Tom, the pace was quick, but this spiced up. He was rolling down the stretch, so I don't think Governor Sam may be a little disappointing. I think he lost because he ran into a horse which is better today.
I think he ran into a horse that found his niche. Turf.
Just his second start on grass.
Only his second start. Now, he did get the setup because there was a lot of speed, but boy, did he kick.
Acacia said he moves like a turf horse. He takes down this Mahoney, and Acacia's with winning trainer Bill Mott.
That's right, as spiced up now 2 for 2 on the grass. Bill, he really has loved the turf.
Yeah, I mean, he's moved forward. We got a couple of races in him as a 2-year-old. We had to give him a lot of time to get over his baby problems, and we've brought him back, and now he's 2 for 2. And the point of running in here was to see if we could qualify. There's a big race at Kentucky Downs, and now I guess winning this stake, he should be eligible to get in the race. So, you know, we're glad to have that opportunity, but I was really thrilled to see the way he ran today. I mean, he kicked on very nicely in the stretch.
He got a little bit of a pace setup, but I saw Junior really warming him up and getting him into the race really seemed to make the difference, and he was there when called upon.
Well, he was ready when he pushed the button, turning for home.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Bill Mott was spiced up. Tom, how rewarding is that when you're forced to be patient and you have, as Mott referenced, baby problems with spiced up, exercising that patience and then seeing it all pay off and come together later on down the road?
Well, he comes from the Jack Vanberg School of Trainers. That's who he learned under, and Vanberg is famous for saying, either you wait or they're going to make you wait. and that's what Bill did. So he's got to give his old boss a little tip of the hat here, I think.
Yeah, and I think, you know, there's a knee-jerk reaction. People are so result-oriented and saying, Governor Sam, you know, he's 1 to 2, he's supposed to win, and all these things.
Well.
I got no problem with how Governor Sam ran. Did he run quite as well as last time? Probably not quite as well, but I don't think he ran that much worse. I just think this guy is really good.
We got to
from the drone, Richie.
Yeah, and I love what Junior did. I mean, he followed in behind, saved as much ground as he could before he tipped out after they made the elbow. And now he's got that unencumbered path. You don't have to stop and start. Andy and I were talking off camera, and he made a very good point. It's harder to stop and start when they're going as fast as they were going.
You get a turf sprinter closing, the last thing in the world you want to do is lose a scintilla of momentum. You want to get rolling in these races, and that's just what Junior did. And, you know, I look at Junior, and I see the meet he's having, right? He's got, I don't know if it's his 10th win, he's somewhere there. He's riding incredibly well at this meet. I mean, he gave, I think, the ride of the meet, forget the ride of the week, to win that Saratoga Derby. This was a perfect ride. I mean, you got to have the engine under you. But Junior, I'm not looking at races and thinking, boy, did Junior blow that one. He's taking advantage of all the opportunities he's getting and riding extremely well.
Richie, you could see in the stretch, Rod Ortiz, you probably could hear that Jaws theme behind him. He knew somebody was coming and tried to come out and get Governor Sam to get, you know, try to fend him off, but there was nothing he could do at that point.
Come out and meet the challenge. But he did it the right way, right? You don't want to go left or right hard. You come out subtly to meet a challenge. That's the art of race riding.
The only way he was going to stop this horse is if he tackled him.
No, yeah.
Spiced up, sensational in the Mahoney for Governor Sam, a loss. But yeah, Tommy, I think we can all agree, like, loses very little in defeat this afternoon.
Probably, but I mean, look, he had the right trip, guys. He got those 2 horses in front.
Yeah.
You know, they were balling, and he laid right off of them, made the lead at the top of the stretch.
No, I'm not making
He's
excuses. I'm just saying, I think he did kick. He met a new face. Don't forget, the horse who won this race coming off a maiden win, he wasn't running in that race before. So even if Governor Sam ran a little worse, the winner ran huge.
We're going to continue that conversation over on FS2 in just moments. Saying goodbye to our FS1 viewers. We have one left from Saratoga, the 10th and final 24 minutes over on FS2.
Saratoga.
Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2, Saratoga Live. Live look. Saratoga Racecourse, among the oldest active sporting venues in North America. Dust settling after that exciting addition to the Mahoney. Richie, Andy, Tom, I'm Lafitte. And regardless of what side you're on, as far as it's the improvement of Spiced Up or Governor Sam, if you felt he was a little bit disappointing, like just an exciting horse race to watch unfold.
Great race. I think, first of all, we all know that turf racing tends to bring the finishes closer together.
Right.
And so there's a chance to have a really exciting race. This lived up to its billing.
I think what's interesting is we come from, whether we're at Belmont or we're at Aqueduct, the turf sprints there are 6 furlongs. And then you come here at 5.5 furlongs, and some people would say, boy, I want to bet those speed horses from 6 furlong races that are having trouble holding on. It's very different here. We see a lot more speed horses roll along the 6 furlong races. The paces here in these 5.5 furlong races are often much faster, and as a result, it's not distance, it's pace. And we see a lot of big finishes up here in the 5.5s.
Shaking things up in this late pick 5. Many a single. Governor Sam. Spiced Up, $11. Junior Alvarado with Acacia in the winner's circle.
And Junior Alvarado, 2 for 2 on Spiced Up, just as he is 2 for 2 on the grass. And Junior, I saw you give this horse an aggressive warm-up, and putting him into the race really seems to help him a lot.
Yeah, he's a horse. He has a big body. He moved good, but I think today, I want to make sure, I put myself somewhere. I see the speed been carrying a little bit, so I didn't want to have him too much to do. But still, he broke very well. I sent him out of there, and they still run away from me. I thought I was a little more farther back than I wanted to. But, the fraction were pretty fast, so, that helps me, to close, very strong at the end with him.
Yeah, he has that typical sprinter frame to him as well, but he really accelerated. I thought he was impressive last time. Took a big step forward today, though.
Yeah, that's kind of Billy Mobb's style. His horse just broke the maiden, and I thought it was a little aggressive from, for Mr. Mobb to put him in a stake race. But like I said, he's a Hall of Famer. What do I know? So, he paid off today, Gray.
Clearly with good reason. And of course, you have such a great relationship with Bill and knowing the horses too. Is it just kind of that trust in what his decisions are that gives you a lot of confidence coming in?
Absolutely, and like I say, many times I even tell him what do I would like to go with some horses, and he listens to me and it works. And when it doesn't work, we'll kind of draw a line and we move forward. But I think that's what it being kind of like one of the keys in our relationship. They just like, we listen to each other and we try to do what's best for the horse and try to find what's the right thing for the horse.
A partnership that has worked out quite well, and another stakes win here. Congratulations, Junior.
Thank you, Kasia.
So Spiced Up, you certainly spiced up the sprint division for sure, Lafitte.
That devastating closing kick. Tom, we heard Acacia mentioned in the paddock, they just moves like a turf horse. What does that mean to you?
Well, look, there's no guarantees in horse racing, but turf action is efficient, sometimes high action on the horse, and you can see that this horse has very, very efficient action over the grass. So sometimes it translates from dirt to grass that did for Spiced Up.
Junior's saying, what do I know? He's joking about it. Bill Mott going from a maiden to a stake race. Keep in mind something. I don't believe he could find a 3-year-old restricted non-winners of one turf sprint up here. So the option that Bill Mott has is to run in this race against a very good horse, or to run against some killer older horses that are routinely running Beyer figures 95s, and so even faster than they're running here. So in a funny way, Bill may have chosen the easier route than going into a 3-year-old restricted stake.
Well, look, to expand on that, you're given a condition book. These are the races that are published for the next 2 to 3 weeks here at Saratoga. And when they give you that book, they're going to use about half the races each day they're in there. Maybe there's 20 races listed. 10 will be used and 10 won't be used. A lot of it depends on how big the fields are or how talented the fields are. If the race doesn't exist, as you say, Andy, in the 3-year-old division, you're having to face older horses, more mature horses, it might be just as easy to run this kind of race.
And a racing secretary is not going to write a 3-year-old restricted 5.5 furlong turf sprint non-winners of one to cannibalize this race.
Well, it depends if he
he's
can be
got to
had.
try
Maybe
to do
he
that.
can be had,
He's got to have about 40 horses for that condition, and you just don't have them.
Race in a couple of weeks, restricted for 3-year-olds. Richie, the Travers, Sovereignty, Junior Alvarado, another stakesman for Bill Mott, and this run together that the success they've had on some of the racing's biggest stages of the last few years.
Well, Junior just touched on, I think, one of the most important things, the communication they have with each other. They listen to each other. A lot of times, some trainers don't want any input from a jockey, and sometimes jockeys don't have as much confidence in a trainer as they do. They have confidence in each other. They have great communication. They work to make the horses the best they can be. They set their egos aside when it needs to be set aside. And trainers will always get the best set of jockeys when they instill that confidence in them. You're going to make mistakes. Every human being in the world makes mistakes. Junior's riding like he knows his job is not in jeopardy. He's got confidence that he's Bill Mott's guy. So that frees you up to ride the way you know you need to instinctually. If you're riding out there, if I'm riding for you, Tom, and I'm riding out there with you on my shoulder, I'm not doing my job. I got to be free to be able to call audibles.
You might want to pay attention to this and maybe incorporate it in your behavior towards jockeys. It might help you a little bit, Tom. Take
Now,
what he
listen,
said to heart.
Seriously.
Just trying to help.
Communication is the key in the barn, and the jockey is a part of that, as well as the other stable hands. You listen to everybody, you pay attention, and you use it in your training methods.
Whatever they're doing, it works. Mott Alvarado. In the Travers 2 weeks, Alabama next Saturday. Licara she'll be there. Championship implications in the 3-year-old filly division.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Put on the penny. The V goes in the front. Walking speed bumps coming through. Loaves of bread on the move. Walking furniture. I mean, we could do this all day. The drone. Good boy. That drone? That's your fault. Wait, you gotta wait here. Ready? 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 Go get Daddy. Go get him, go get him, go get him, go get him, go, 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 go! Oh! Go, Mando, go! Go, Mando, go! Go get him! Mando, this way. Beep, beep, beep. Come, Mando. Mando, here. Boop, boop, boop. Mando, come. Come, 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 go, 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 get him, go get him. Go. Go get him, go get him, go get him, go get him. Go get him. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Go get him. Good job. Focus, man. Good job. That was exactly what we expected. He says, my girlfriend was cute, so we ran off. try to get a little dip in the lake. And then my mom came and said, you need to refocus, redirect. We redirected and finished the race. But, you know, I'm so proud of him. Good job, Mando! And look, perfect belly sploot, cool it off in the sand. Here we are. It was awesome. Good fun. Good job, Mando!
I expected more, man. History-making trainer. First female trainer ever to saddle the winner of a Triple Crown race, Arcangelo in the Belmont Stakes, and that's the best she could train him to do.
He was more intent on playing with that other dog. They were having their own little good time over there, frolicking around. You saw the ones that have done it before. They were focused. They were ready to break. They cut. These two were frolicking.
We say with 2-year-olds all the time, you can train them. They can do one thing in the morning. You never know what's going to happen in the afternoon.
No, I mean, look, looking at the best handicapper on the desk in his own eyes, are you going to get a Corgi next year and compete?
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening to a word you said.
You get a speed figure yet on Sam?
Sam's got a future.
Sam stole the show. Not the Sam we thought it would be, but Sam stole the show. Corgi Cup champion 2025. Not the chase for a 3-year-old filly title. The Alabama presented by Keeneland Sales. There's the field, 6 strong. And let's start with Lacara, who defected the morning of the Coaching Club American Oaks after this scintillating performance, wire to wire on a wet track in the Acorn. Andy, what's at stake here for Lacara in the Alabama?
Well, a win here would give her 3 grade 1s on the dirt and make her the heavy favorite to be the 3-year-old champion. But more than that, if Nitrogen were to win, her stablemate, then she becomes in the mix. It's her first dirt win. She's had the wins in the turf. And if Good Cheer should rebound, getting a fast track, hopefully, which we expect to get, you know, she'll be right back in sort of a driver's seat here. So there's a lot at stake for her to establish that lead, but also anyone else winning puts them in a good position.
Nitrogen, Tom, defeated in the Belmont Oaks. What are you expecting from her in the Alabama and tackling this
A lot
mile
of people, and I mean a lot of people in the know, are dying to see this horse back on the dirt for Nitrogen. Big grass horse, but potentially a big future on the dirt. We're going to find out on Saturday.
Richie, it feels like the bloom's off the rose with Good Cheer. Kentucky Oaks winner was undefeated, 7 for 7. It's like one loss, and it feels like that bandwagon is emptied in a hurry.
Yeah, it's a fickle game, right? What have you done for me lately?
Well
you go
said.
7 for 8,
Well said.
and now suddenly you're a has-been. I could see her rebound. I will tell you, I wasn't enthralled with her overall physical appearance going into her last race. Thought she looked a little light, thought she looked a little dry. I'm seeing a horse that's kind of coming back around into hand, and I think you're going to see the good version of Good Cheer.
Kentucky Oaks winners to have captured the Alabama. Good Cheer looking to join that illustrious list. As good as she was, as accomplished as she was, Andy, in winning those races in the Kentucky Oaks, it seemed like you were a little suspect all along.
I was, and I still am. I mean, she got a wet track. She ran great in the Kentucky Oaks. She was clearly best in that race, but she still never run particularly fast figures. And the problem I have is not just she's not running particularly fast figures. She's not showing improvement. What she is a very talented horse who's been kind of even, so my confidence that she's ready to take a step forward, that's not really there. Having said that, I haven't seen the field. Is there a horse that has early speed that can run with Lacara? If somebody's out there that can take the lead from Lacara, Lacara goes from super girl to average girl, to be honest with you. I don't know. Is Nitrogen going to duplicate that performance on a fast track against real dirt horses? So I think there are questions all abound with the big 3 in here, especially with, in my opinion, the trainer of the winner of the CCA Oaks making a real mistake and not coming back in the Alabama. It becomes much more open. She would have been the favorite, I think, going into this race off that performance. Now it's a lot more open, and I think they're all good, but they all have questions to be answered as well.
Alabama next Saturday on Fox. And a pick 6 carryover alert here in the 10th and final. Anyone else other than the Colt you're looking at wins? We have about $159,000 pick 6 carryover for next Wednesday. Tuscan Gold favorite at 9-5. Acacia, how's he looking?
He looks great, Lafitte. He is an incredibly good-looking horse for Chad Brown as he does make his second race off of the layoff, and he has a lovely pedigree to the dam, being the sister to Complexity, who of course Chad knew very well. And I had written down last time that he had filled out a lot coming back as a 4-year-old, which he has continued on strengthening up out of that race, but he broke slowly from the rail in that comeback effort last time out. Contrary thinking wired the field that day, and they really just went 1, 2, 3 around. There was no movement in that race, and beneficial to be forward that day, and I think Tuscan Gold was a little bit up against it. So they do make an equipment change today, adding shortcut blinkers on, and he does look a bit more awake. Now, he was very aggressive in the warm-up last time, and I watch him on the track, but I think the break will be a key for him to kind of get himself into the race, and furthermore, I do think second off the bench, he should be stronger. Number 6, Pandagate, is off of the layoff, coming back for his first start since September, and he was sidelined, of course, after that poor effort as a main track only. He has been training down at Belmont Park. I saw him work 2 weeks ago down there where he's really been traveling well, and he has strengthened off the bench too. He's always been a big, tall, leggy individual, but he was one that doesn't necessarily carry sometimes a ton of conditioning. I think Richie describes him best though. He's a bicycle horse. If you're not pedaling, he's not moving, and that big, long stride as the son of Arrogate really does show that. Came in with a training saddle and has been accompanied by Sunny, the stable pony, throughout. He's gotten on his toes now, and he can be a lot of horse to handle, but he's framed himself up really, really well. Of course, he's been a lot of fun taking his connections around the world, and even the party bus up to Finger Lakes last year for the New York Derby. The number 8, No Bien Ni Mal, comes in off of a bit of a layoff, making his first start for Paulo Lobo now after running in Group 1s over in Uruguay and graded 6 in Brazil as well. I watched some of those races on YouTube, which are a lot of fun to see as well. He did wear blinkers last time. He's wearing blinkers here today. This horse is enormous. He's a very, very big individual. Another one that seems to be a really long striding type. And he was part of the pace last time, going 1.5 miles. He looks pretty fit coming back in here. Obviously, I'm not familiar with him, and he's been on the muscle. I would imagine if he runs his races like he did in Latin America, he should be forward, and he's acting sharp in the paddock as well, Lafitte.
Excellent pronunciation. No bien ni mal, neither good or bad. The Brazilian, Andy, ready for his stateside debut.
He's the kind of horse that will probably lose and probably be overmatched, as impressive his record in Uruguay and Brazil is. But he's also the kind of horse, when he wins this race, we're going to say, how did we not see this, right? The trainer comes to Saratoga with this horse, where he knows in a non-where's a one going long, he's going to run into Chad Brown and Todd Pletcher. I know he scratched, but he's going to run into the Pandagates. These are serious stakes quality type horses. I mean, Tuscan Gold was 4th in the Preakness. So the trainer knows that. He comes here with this horse, and it's the kind of horse when he wins, you're going to say, how did I not see this? On the other hand, I don't have any confidence. I put him 3rd. I used him in my multis because I didn't want him to win and feel like I missed one of the biggest putovers of the meet.
And his conditioner, Paulo Lobo, is somebody that I'm a big fan of. I think he's an outstanding horseman, comes from generations of champion trainers in South America.
Johnny Velasquez rides, won on a 14-1 shot earlier. No bien ni mal at 7-1, called to post 10th and final. Good allowance race, 1 1/8. And we start with the favorite. Anybody other than he wins, pick 6 carryover. You're looking at Tuscan Gold, the favorite.
Yeah, I wonder if the 2 tickets on Tuscan Gold are the same person, maybe use Class Assist, the late scratch. He always had a lot of promise. If you like him, like I do, you think he needed his race off the layoff, and then he'll just be too tough for these.
Interceptor improving, just graduated.
He is, the other Chad Brown horse, but he rode a good rail to victory last time.
Pandagate, Albany winner here last summer.
Pandagate comes from last 2 back. That was a good race. I kind of worry about him being less than even money last time and not getting the job done.
Chileno, 2nd in his last 3. Ricardo Santana takes over.
You know, he looks a little cheap, as we say, having run in claiming races, but he's run some fast races.
The Brazilian, No bien ni mal.
I'm going to refer to him as the Brazilian. And you know what? He does look good on the track.
Mike Alicious, runaway winner here last month.
Big performance last time for Carlos Martin. He needs to more than duplicate it to do it again today.
11-1. Luis Saez aboard, then turn and count the farthest he's raced.
Yeah, look, this was a horse that has to show large improvement to be competitive here.
Hop Sing, parked outside with Jose Ortiz.
But with the 3 scratches, it now becomes post 8, so it's a little bit easier for him. And he has not gone the 1.8 distance, but he's a curlin from a Tappet mare, so you'd think he'd appreciate it. And this guy's run some fast races. He's a little bit of a dark horse.
By Curlin, as you mentioned, Hop Sing, number 7, Chileno by Gun Runner. As a racehorse, as a stallion, exciting what took place across the street. Andy Gun Runner and some of these prospects acquired by Gun Runner, and those purchase prices jump off the screen.
Well, I mean, it's understandable. First of all, Paradise Woods was a tremendous horse. She years the Devil, won the Kentucky Oaks. You've got, some serious pedigrees, but the Gun Runners have been tremendous, so it's not surprising they're spending the money. The other thing is, whatever it comes down to, people are buying these horses to try to win the Kentucky Derby. And Gun Runner, with his, stallion, his stamina, is the kind of stallion you want.
Even when he was running 3rd in the Kentucky Derby, Steve Asmussen was saying, just wait. You ain't seen nothing yet. Just wait till he gets older.
He was a very average good 3-year-old, not knocking him. It wasn't until the Clark. And one of the biggest differences I think it made with him was being aggressive and going to lead with him, Richie. That's when he really started turning things around.
Allowing him to use his stride, because he did have a beautiful way of going. And, man, what he did as a 4-year-old was nothing short of sensational.
Horse of the year.
Horse of the year. Gun Runner, terrific racehorse, incredible stallion. As for Tustin Gold, the 9-5 favorite, in case you like what she saw, what's the key to victory for him today, Richie?
I'm sorry, Lafitte.
Tustin Gold?
Tustin Gold, well, he needs some pace in front of him. And I think there's plenty of pace in here. He's going to get to save ground. We saw what Flavian Pratt can do from an inside post.
I'd say the key to his victory is showing up.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, he's had one race off the layoff. It wasn't very good. It's got to get better. They're changing equipment on him, blinkers on. He's got to show what he showed last year.
He ran well in 3rd Louisiana Derby. The Preakness, he hated the wet track. He still ran 4th. He's got to show up. He's got to improve off that return.
His best races have been around 2 turns.
I think the distance. I mean, the distance has to help him in here. Medagliadoro, Curlin Mare. I agree with all those things. He's got to show us though, because let's be honest, he can't run his last race. He runs his last race, he ain't winning here.
No, but in the mornings he's been showing up. I mean, he's Sierra Leone's work partner last 2 works. So, if you want to make a horse work, put him with that guy.
You saw Flavian Pratt, Ricardo Santana exchanging pleasantries while you look at Panda Gate and his last victory last summer right here, the Albany. Panda Gate, Richie, here, that slingshot move rolls by all challengers.
Yeah, only one of 2 horses in this race to win at the 1.8 distance. Acacia talked about it. It is a bit of a bicycle horse. You've got to be pedaling, otherwise he's not running. Big, long stride horse. Tough task to come off of a layoff going 1.8 miles, but he does come in with a series of steady 5-furlong works for Miguel Comat.
It's like a big move on the turn and just steady to the wire. Yeah.
Survival of the fittest, that move towards the end there.
I'm glad he's coming back in here because it's a very, very good horse. And obviously, something went wrong last time. Sloppy track and just didn't run his race. And obviously had some issues coming out of it. And glad to see him coming back. Whether or not he wins today, I hope he puts forth a good effort because it's a very talented horse.
No, he is very talented. And, this is a starting point for him, too. I'm sure there's races like the Empire Classic against New York Breds on his dance card going forward. I do have to point out one thing because I just got a kick out of it. You were talking about Hop Sing and said, isn't he kind of the dark horse? He's the lightest gray horse out there.
He's also the 3rd. He's also a significant 3rd choice now, so I don't know if he's that much of a dark horse anymore.
No, and I think we should talk about him a little bit when we get a chance.
Right after we hear from Acacia on Hop Sing.
I agree. Yes, he is a very, very light gray. And fun fact, if you guys mentioned it already, I apologize, but he's the half brother to another horse in this race, an Innovator, both of them out of Sweet Assassin. So the 11 and the 3 in this race, half brothers running against each other, the 4-year-old and the 3-year-old, which is just kind of fun as well. But Hop Sing, I agree. I think he is more talented than his brother, and the price would show that as well. He's also a year older. I think that he was up against it last time out when he was stuck kind of chasing Contrary Thinking, who was able to comfortably wire the field. Contrary Thinking, the horse that would go in to set the pace in the Whitney following that race, that win in Allowance Company. He has such a long body, Hop Sing. I think that he actually physically should appreciate the 1 1/8, and he has natural speed. I think should get a little bit of a fairer trip in here, but we'll have to get to the front from that outside post.
3 scratches to his inside does aid his cause.
Yeah, look, and here's the thing about Hop Sing. So, and Acacia said it, and she's exactly right. So, no one changed places in that last race that he ran in. He broke third, he stayed third. He broke pretty fast. He could have been a little bit closer, but chose not to be. I like the mile and eighth just as Acacia does for Hop Sing, the 11 horse.
Towards the outside, at the gate, looking at Adelphi Racing's Panda Gate. Final thoughts here, Richie.
I think this is a terrific way to end this week's racing because this is a really good competitive card with good horses.
And I just want to point out once again, if the one does not win this race, get working on Wednesday's car. The carryover will be a little bit short, $160,000 in the pick 6.
We'll know soon enough. Tuscan Gold, 9 to 5 at post time. One final time to Frank Mirmati with the call. The nightcap from Saratoga, live on Fox Sports 1.
Thank you so much, Lafitte. We've got 4 more left to load. Chileno going in, getting a little nudge here is Michaelicious. Turn and Count will be next. Walking up. And the last one, Hop Sing. Hop Sing goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Hop Sing flies out of the gate and goes straight to the front. Michaelicious Chileno is in and among horses. Down on the inside, Interceptor and Panda Gate in the black is one from the rail, settling toward the back of the field as they round the first turn. No Bien Ni Mal just went by that one, and moving up in the gold colors, the 2 trailers, Tuscan Gold and Turn and Count, is at the back of the field. The opening quarter in 24 seconds flat, so Hop Sing has made it over to the fence and leads it by a length and a half. Michaelicious is a clear-cut second. Down at the rail, Interceptor inching forward in third. No Bien Ni Mal is fourth. Another 2, Chileno in fifth, 5 lengths off the lead. 3 clear of Tuscan Gold, Panda Gate, and Turn and Count. 48 flat for Hop Sing. Left alone on the front end, doing it willingly. A 2-length advantage over Michaelicious heading toward the 3/8 pole. Down at the rail comes Interceptor in third. Outside of him, No Bien Ni Mal has been in the thick of it throughout. Takes third now, only a length and a half off the lead, and has some run too. 4 lengths back, Panda Gate inches up outside Chileno. Those 2 races a team. At the back of the field are Tuscan Gold and Turn and Count. 112 and 1. No Bien Ni Mal is right up to Hop Sing at the top of the stretch. Hop Sing trying to cling to this lead. No Bien Ni Mal right up alongside. They come to the 8th pole together. Hop Sing, No Bien Ni Mal, shoulder to shoulder. On the inside, Hop Sing and Jose Ortiz. No Bien Ni Mal and John Velasquez. No Bien Ni Mal or Hop Sing, neither giving an inch. Here's the line. No Bien Ni Mal by a nose. Hop Sing a long way back. Tuscan Gold finished third. And behind that for fourth, it was between Panda Gate and Michaelicious.
What a horse race. And that's how we close out the week. Pick 6 carryover on Wednesday as a result of this finish. No Bien Ni Mal and Hop Sing, Richie, hitting the wire simultaneously. Wow.
What a show they put on. And we're talking about the race early on. Man, tough beat, Tom, because your horse Hop Sing ran his heart out.
Everything but win.
And the winner was always traveling like a winner under Johnny Velasquez, and then he had to fight tooth and nail to get by Hop Sing.
Hop Sing ran well, got a good pace. We talked about this, I said to you in the backstretch. Take a look at the 8. I don't know if he's going to keep running, but he looks like a winner now.
Yeah,
and he just, I mean, you had nothing to go on. So he could have been a phony and he could have just backed up. If you knew more about him and you knew he was good, and as I said before the race, it just was one of those things where maybe he wasn't good enough, but what the hell was he doing in this race?
South American form can be more difficult to evaluate than, say, European form. For every Bayacoa and Ibero and Siphon and Sandpit, there are 1,000 others you never heard of that tried to come here, have that kind of success, and just weren't good
But don't
enough.
you think the key is Paulo Lobo bringing him here?
Of course, why I said.
Obviously, right. But, you know, also...
But a lot of guys bring horses here, and they think they're smart, and they run 8.
Yeah,
you
but
know?
with Paulo Lobo's pedigree, like I said, father champion trainer in Argentina, grandfather champion trainer in Argentina, and then bringing this horse in here,
When somebody comes here with intention and they win, then I'm incredibly impressed because, Tom, you could say the same thing. I'm sure you brought horses here thinking you were smart and left here with your tail between your legs. Most people have done that more than they've been successful.
Look, when it comes to Saratoga, you enter in a race and you think you may have one to beat, and the race comes out and you got 4 to beat.
Yeah.
Saratoga's the hardest place in the world to win.
What a fun week, and we look forward to next week with the Alabama, and on Wednesday, Pick 6 carryover. We'll see you then, FS2 Saratoga Live. Have a great night, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us as we were introduced to an emerging turf sprinting star, perhaps spiced up. What an effort. Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott at it again. And while the headlines this morning were all about Governor Sam, it was another Sam who stole the show. Sam, 2025 Corgi Cup champion. Have a great night, everyone.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 hosts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.